nature of man.
G6 Productions.
The Legion.
Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the central staff. And of course, good morning to all that's present and viewing here in the chambers as well as home. The Committee of the Whole will begin at this time. And just for the edification of all that's present here this morning, today, we'll start off in the Committee of the Whole, and then later on, once we are able to get through the Committee of the Whole, we'll be moving to regular session. I want to say good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Today, the Senate will receive testimony on 2 zoning requests for the island of St. Croix. The matters before this committee today have been through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources' own process of review and public hearings. There are no legal restrictions on how many times a zoning request can be brought forward to the legislature. I want to take this opportunity to remind all that's present and listening that there are no votes taken in the Committee of the Whole. However, later on today, we will be going into session, at which time we'll be taking the votes. The committee will also receive testimony and will vote on these matters once we return to regular session. Upon the conclusion of the Committee of the Whole, we will move into legislative session where we'll consider the act of the zoning requests on Bill number 35-01112, the proposed land exchange with the Virgin Islands National Park to construct a pre-K to 12 school and a hurricane shelter on St. John. This week, the legislature has been one of celebration and of loss. And later on today, we'll certainly get into the details of that. At this time, Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Should I put a secretary to work?
Committee of the Whole?
I just teasing.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Here. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Absent. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. I'm here. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Here. Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, present. Mr. President, 12 present, 3 absent at roll call.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. President.
Very well. Can you read today's agenda into the record, Madam Clerk?
The 35th Legislature will convene in a Committee of the Whole hearing to receive testimony on the following zoning requests. Bill number 35-0130, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number remainder 30C, Estate Elizabeth, number 8I, Great North Side Quarter, St. Thomas, from the R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation to allow for a scenic lookout with a restaurant/bar and gift shop. Invited testifiers, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Lionel Worrell, applicant, Enrique Rodriguez, resident. Bill number 35-0135, an act granting a use variance for parcel number 17D-1, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the C commercial zoning to house a fuel storage facility consisting of a maintenance/storage building and a parking/truck storage containment structure. Invited testifiers, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Christian F. Rosenberg, Representative, Dry Marina LLC. This concludes the reading of today's Committee of the Whole agenda. Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you very much for that. At this time, Madam Secretary, you had a point of personal privilege. You recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to present this point of personal privilege. I would ask us to rise in remembrance of one of our fallen colleagues, the Honorable George E. Goodwin, who passed on Monday, September 11, 2023. So if we could just pause for a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you everyone also.
Thank you very much, Senate Secretary Carla Joseph, for that moment of silence. And when we get into session, I'll certainly be giving a little blurb on the career and life of former Senator George Goodwin. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess while we load up the testifiers for the first item on today's agenda. The Committee of the Whole of September 15, 2023, stand in recess for 2 minutes. And we're out of recess at this time. We'll go to the testifiers table to recognize those individuals that's here. First of all, we'll recognize those from DPNR. Ms. Laplace Matthew, please put your name and your position on the record, please.
Good morning to the 35th Legislature, the viewing and listening public. My name is Leah Laplace Matthew. I'm here on behalf of Commissioner Oriole of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I'm the Territorial Planner with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. And with me is Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel.
So Samuel, you want to put your name on the record?
Morning, my name is Kishoy Samuel. I'm with the department, DPNR. I am the planning technician for the St. Thomas District.
Welcome. Next, we'll go to Mr. Warrell.
Morning. My name is Lionel Worrell. I'm the owner of Thirty C Estate.
1 second. Start again, please. Your mic is now on.
Morning. My name is Lionel Worrell. I'm the owner of Thirty C Estate Elizabeth, who's trying to do the gift shop on Lookout, grassroots. Wishing everybody the best, and hopefully we could have a favorable outcome on this site.
Thank you. Next.
My name is John Uema. I'm with Lab 4. I was hired by Grant Engineering as a creative director on this project.
What's the name again, please?
John Uema,
Rima.
Lab 4 Development.
Next, Mr. Benjamin.
Morning. My name is Winston Benjamin, Area Director for Grant Engineering and Construction Group. Collaborated with Lab 4 on the Warrell development.
You're welcome. Mr. Enrique.
Good morning. My name is Enrique Rodriguez. Good morning, honorable members of the 35th Legislature and listening public.
Very well, thank you. Before we go to the testifiers for their testimony, please, Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. As well, and happy belated birthday to you, and as well as Senator Samuel Carrion, came a present, as well as Senator Javon James Sr. What's the tally at this time, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, 15 present.
Very well, thank you very much. At this time, Ms. Laplace Matthews, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning again, and I'll be presenting the report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-6, application number ZAT-22-16. Petition of Lionel Worrell requesting a use variance for the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoned parcel number remainder 30C Estate Elizabeth. Number 8I, Great Northside Quarter, St. Thomas. Project profile. Owner, applicant. Lionel Worrell as per warranty deed dated February 29, 2008. Document number 2008-004527. The property consists of 1.251 acres as described on drawing number D9-8106-T008. Current use. The property has been informally used as a lookout. The applicant's storage container sits upon it. Proposed use. The applicant's intent is to develop a scenic lookout with a restaurant/bar and gift shop. Surrounding uses zones. The property is surrounded by residentially used property on all sides, and to the east is the pre-existing non-conforming Maffley Hotel and Restaurant. Surrounding properties are zoned R1 residential low density and R2. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by public water line and cistern. Wastewater will be handled by public sewer line, but there are also plans to have a wastewater treatment plant. Public response. Prior to and after the department's October 19, 2022 public hearing, 18 letters were received. 5 letters expressed support, while 13 letters expressed opposition and concerns. There were 27 attendees and 7 expressed concerns during the public hearing. The opposition/concerns received are summarized below. 1. There are already 3 lookouts for tourists within 1 mile of the property in question, offering same views as applicant's property. Maffley Hotel, Drake's Seat, and on Valdemar Hill, Skyline Drive. A short ride from there is Sib's Restaurant and Mountain Top. 2. Skyline Drive overlook is clear example of the damage to residential quality of life from placing an overlook and retail activities on a small parcel of land between residential homes on a main roadway. Regarding Drake's Seat, there's a reason vendors banned from that area. 3. This venture will not enhance tourist experience. 4. Application did not state restaurant and bar. Says will operate modular bar, then later develop the concept. Applicant seeking to allow modular structure, trailer, until he can build concept. Proposal for 24-seat restaurant and 12-seat bar is greater increase over initial proposal for snack bar and scenic lookout. 5. Will contaminate the existing historical nature of area. Peace and tranquility of neighborhood should be respected by maintaining existing zoning. Estates Maffley and Elizabeth are tranquil and peaceful residential neighborhoods. The 2 establishments, Maffley Hotel and Sib's Restaurant, are all area needs and can sustain. Lookout point from hotel is already established. 6. Maffley and Sib's were poorly planned, are plagued by inadequate patron parking, lack adequate potable water supply, and adequate sewage systems. These businesses create noise pollution and cause traffic and automobile accidents on a regular basis. These 2 current businesses and their growth negatively impact the neighborhood's quality of life. Granting subject requests would further negatively impact neighborhood's quality of life. 7. Plan daytime use only, but concerned that may extend to nighttime activities. 8. No public sewer or water line in area. 9. If planning to run 6-inch sewer main to treatment in subbase, will Maffley be required to utilize it? 10. Milo Drive is a private estate road. 13 properties with existing dwellings that can only be accessed by one-way estate road and other undeveloped properties will be impacted by proposal. 11. Driveway permit will never allow this design. First driveway on a curve. Plans indicate vehicle backing onto the public right-of-way for turnaround. 11 parking spaces backing into main road down a one-way road during daytime hours. Safaris backing into Blind Drive and delivery trucks. Tourists currently disembark safaris into traffic. Opposite side parking is one massive driveway area. 12. Current roadway past Maffley Hotel has double parking, causing significant traffic delays for homeowners and creating major risk for vehicular and safari taxi turnarounds in the corner, then onto main road, risking further accidents with cars, pedestrians, and tourists. 13. Road already experiences heavy traffic congestion. Every weekday, there is a line of cars backed up to Sibley School up to Pinnacle Driveway. Maffley roadway operating at maximum capacity for vehicular traffic. 14. Applicant's conceptual plan has no plans for modular structure and parking. No timeline included for future expansion. 15. Cost of footings, foundations, flood walls are significant and unaffordable. 16. Concerned with only 18 parking spaces for 24-seat restaurant and 12-seat bar. 17. Designers fail to consider 50-foot right-of-way and mandatory utility easements. Design is not 30 feet from center line of gut. 18. After Irma and Maria, the amount of water that passed through property makes it unlikely that even a home can be built. 19. Gut cuts property into two triangles. Once all setbacks taken into consideration, only two small building areas. Lot basically unbuildable except for a small home. 20. If anything were to compromise the critical drainage of the gut, a huge hole would be punched in savanne by debris flows. Structural changes to drainage could put at risk several homes directly below remainder 30C. 21. What are plans for storing waste, diesel, etc.? 22. Generator requires containment structure for noise, fuels. 23. Those that voiced support are not neighbors. 24. Property values would be negatively impacted. 25. Nearby Pinnacle condominium, not a commercial entity. Declaration and bylaws provide unit can only be used as single-family residence. Rentals are for a period of no less than 1 year to a single family, and lease reviewed, approved by board. Condos will be subjected to noise, smells, and music from open-air commercial operations. 26. On property sits unsecured cargo trailer that was blown downhill in 2017 and dragged back. Disheveled, broken down trailer on property is complete eyesore for neighborhood, community, and tourists to see. 27. Track record for lack of honesty supports idea property will be used for any permitted use under commercial zoning. What developers say they will or will not do often differs greatly after they have rezoning approval. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Lionel Worrell, Mr. Winston Benjamin, and Mr. John Uwima testified the proposal is for the construction of a 65-foot-long bridgeway across the gut for use as a lookout, gift shop, bar, and restaurant, and 18 off-street parking spaces. This is Mr. Worrell's third attempt at a zoning map amendment for the property. Two previous attempts were in 2015 and 2017. Applications ZAT-15-4 from R2 to B3 and ZAT-17-2 from R2 to C. The open-air structure would be for daytime use only and have a generator room to minimize noise. The 18 off-street parking spaces are an attempt to address the traffic congestion that currently occurs. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered 4 items. 1, the property's characteristics. 2, the pattern of the area's land use. 3, character of the immediate and surrounding areas. And 4, the overwhelmingly negative response by adjacent property owners. 1, the property is essentially a gut. The outer perimeters of the property that may be developed is limited by Virgin Islands Code, Title 12, Chapter 3, Section 123A, which states that no landowner or other person shall, except as provided in this chapter, encourage, procure, cause, or aid in the cutting or injury of any tree or vegetation within 30 feet of the center of any natural watercourse or within 25 feet of the edge of such watercourse, whichever is greater. The bridge structure will require an Army Corps of Engineer permit, and the design plans must be certified by a structural engineer. New development at this plot may also impact suitable habitat for the critically endangered Virgin Islands tree boa. A wastewater treatment plant would not be permitted due to the property being a gut. 2, the pattern of the area's land use. The estate Elizabeth/Maffley area has had 7 zoning map amendment attempts over the last 15 years. 4 were granted use variances for offices, low-impact uses in comparison to retail, restaurant, and bar. 3, the character of the immediate and surrounding areas. The area is exclusively residential, ranging from single-family to multi-family development. The immediate exception is the nearby pre-existing non-conforming Mafley Hotel and Restaurant, which has been in existence since 1961. It was noted that the Mafley Hotel is also used as a lookout and has limited parking. The hotel experiences congestion along the main road. 4. The response by adjacent property owners. The department gauged the petition's benefit to the community by the neighbors' reactions. The adjacent property owners were not receptive to the retail, restaurant, and bar uses, and it is recognized they can pose as detriments to dominantly residential neighborhoods. The impact on traffic, parking, and the incompatibility of uses, residential versus non-residential, can cause a lessening in the desirability of the area, causing primarily residential neighborhoods to shift to non-residential in character. In conclusion, the appropriateness of the request was evaluated, and the department finds that the presence of the GOT, the proximity to an exclusively residential neighborhood, and the current traffic and parking issues of the area does not comport with the development of the site for retail, restaurant, and bar. They are not seen as compatible with the general development of the area, and the establishment of a scenic lookout serving food and offering retail does not address a specific community need, nor does it meet one for the immediate or surrounding areas. Section 238A of the zoning code states that a use which would not substantially conflict with the permitted uses in the zoning district, the legislature may grant a variance for that specific use of the subject property. In analyzing the request, the department has determined the restaurant/bar and gift shop uses would substantially conflict with the permitted uses of the R2 zoning district and the area's established character. It would not follow the intent of Section 238A of the zoning code, and the department recommends denial. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that the request for a use variance to allow restaurant/bar and gift shop on the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoned parcel number remainder 30C Estate Elizabeth, number 8I Great Northside Quarter St. Thomas be denied. Signed by Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, dated March 17th, 2023. And that ends the department's testimony on this applicant.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthew, for your testimony. At this time, we'll come to Mr. Worrell.
After hearing what the DPNR had to say again for the third time, I have a couple objections, right? First, on the west side quarter, right, of my property is Sips Bar and Restaurant, right? And on my street, from Mafley to Sips, we should be allowed parity between the commercial district area. One, right? And second, right? The department is disingenuous because after the second time, after going down to commercial after B3, they said they would recommend, they would allow us to move ahead if we accept the variance. So that's what we did on a whole, accepted the variance, and now they're coming back and saying that even with the variance, it wouldn't be allowed with the, from the department point of view for their recommendation.
Very well. Said any of the other team members have anything to say?
Winston Benjamin, Grant Engineering. Just wanted to, in support of the report you're hearing, one of the things we objected to was the comprehensiveness of the actual report of the hearing. It did not address or disclose the responses that were made in response to the comments that came up in the hearing. So there are quite a few concerns that were raised that, they didn't afford the opportunity to include in the report the responses. For example, there is portable water accessibility near the property. So that's one that you didn't hear a response to that was discussed in the hearing. So there are some others, for example, how we address the waste on the property. Actually, the sign, the location of the sign, there is, that's basically a trash receptacle area that's totally enclosed, and you don't even see it, you don't even recognize that it's there. So those are some of the things that came up in the hearing that not disclosed in the report. So just some examples. So we need to be a little bit more comprehensive in the report and in the exclusivity of all that have input and are able to respond to the report, to the questions.
Very well. And Mr. Rodriguez, you're here. Yes, sir. Before we go to you.
John Uema, Lab 4 Development.
Yes, sir.
The previous hearing, of which there's a lot of items that Mrs. Laplace read off there. Some of them are erroneous, and most of them were answered by the design of the project. If you look at the design of the plan of the project, you'll see that they were answered. There is no encroachment in the gut. There is no, the solution of the bridge structure was to answer the failure of the last two attempts trying to mitigate the project. I know that a bridge structure has never been done in the Virgin Islands, but it conforms to the setback of the gut. So if you look at the plan in your review of the project and even the renderers, all of the most of the comments, 90% of the comments have been mitigated and through design and engineering.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Warrell, you did submit a testimony. I noticed that you neglected to read that testimony. You want whatever you have put on the record remains as your position?
I thought that was automatically going to be read into the record. But I was just wanting to say about my testimony is that I am grassroots, from birth to now. I've served in the Navy, served in the Fire Department, worked in Port Authority. I don't plan to do anything harmful to my community. That's why I have committed myself in getting my ducks in a row, in getting this here passed legally and rightfully. But I feel like I've been like a stone in the river, just getting beat up on. But as you can see, we are smooth. We are getting smoother as we go. So moving from transition from one place to the next. I've been a public servant. Now I'm trying to be an entrepreneur. I bought my own property. I want to move forward in this positive direction, and I would love your support, even though DPNR don't see it as a positive plus for our community, my neighborhood, the taxis, my island-wide people see it as a plus, and I just wanted to say that as my testimony,
Very well, thank you. I'm gonna go to Mr. Rodriguez to put his testimony on record, and then we will show some pictures of the location. Mr. Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable senators. My name is Enrique Rodriguez. I'm here today to represent my family, including my parents, Enrique and Maria, as well as myself. We are the adjacent property owners of Remainder 30C Estate Elizabeth. and we wish to express our strong opposition to the variance request put forth by Mr. Lionel Worrell. Our family has deep-rooted history in this neighborhood spanning 5 generations, and we have a vested interest in maintaining its current residential character. For the record, let it be known that we are firmly against Mr. Worrell's variance request. When we initially met Mr. Worrell, he introduced himself as a veteran, a fireman, a first responder. We warmly welcome him into our community, hoping to have a neighbor who valued safety, lawfulness, and family as we do. Our initial impression was favorable. We believe that Mr. Worrell was a responsible addition to the neighborhood. However, our optimism gradually waned as Mr. Worrell began earthwork on his property without a posted permit, illegally close to the gut. Repeated requests to display the necessary permits were met with empty promises. We eventually discovered that he had no valid permit for the work in progress. To our astonishment, Mr. Worrell claimed that vandals were using his property to dump fill illegally, despite our observations of him directly overseeing the work. Following our complaints, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources issued a stop work order, culminating in a troubling incident involving Mr. Worrell and the DPNR officers. Subsequently, Mr. Worrell announced his intentions for a commercial development on his property without pursuing the requisite rezoning. He maintained that he could do as he pleased on his property, a stance that we vehemently disagreed with. Despite zoning regulations, Mr. Worrell placed a shipping container on the property, managed to open up a bar, operating under a business license from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. This license was revoked after it was discovered that the application was incorrect and the property was not zoned for commercial activity, significantly eroding our faith in his integrity. Mr. Worrell further asserted ownership of a neighboring property, Moffley number 6, which unequivocally belonged to our family. Shockingly, one Sunday, Mr. Worrell erected a fence across a public road, barricading the road, encroaching on our property. Law enforcement was summoned to remove the barricade. Mr. Worrell was conspicuously absent during this incident. Officers advised us to contact 911 again should he attempt this. During the last 3 public meetings DPNR held regarding this property, there's been substantial community opposition to any commercial development, with a full house of attendees. A remarkable 90% of all present, all neighbors, voiced their disapproval, while the remaining 10% who supported the project weren't even residents of the immediate area. The zoning constraints and the property's unique geographic position leave only 2 small building areas available, rendering Mr. Worrell's plans unfeasible. Hurricane Irma and Maria served as a stark reminder to the unsuitability of this property for development due to its natural conditions, a massive gut which destroyed everything on his property. Contrary to Mr. Worrell's claims, once again stated today, there is no public water in the area and sewage infrastructure for the property. Additionally, neighboring businesses like Moffley Hotel and Sibs have experienced inadequate parking, water supply issues, and sewage system problems, contributing to noise pollution, traffic congestion, and accidents. Granting Mr. Worrell's request would exacerbate these issues, further diminishing the quality of life in our neighborhood. Mr. Worrell's proposed driveway entrance, situated on a hazardous curve, is unlikely to receive approval from the Department of Public Works due to safety concerns. The current overlook, frequented by visitors, has already caused several accidents. In conclusion, we firmly believe that approving his variance request for commercial development would be detrimental to our neighborhood's character, environment, and quality of life. However, we extend a warm welcome to Mr. Worrell if he chooses to build his home or rental property at this time. Thank you very much for your consideration. Enrique and family.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez, for your testimony. There's several letters that have been sent in opposition of this as well. That's on the drive, colleagues, and one of which we got this morning again from Mr. Vincent Richards, a resident in the area. At this time, media, can you show the photos that you have available? And Ms. Laplace, if you could just walk us through those.
Leah Laplace Matthew with DPNR. So we have a conceptual of the property. Next photo. Another conceptual showing the bridge-like structure proposed for the use. Next picture. Another of the conceptuals showing the bridge-like structure that would be housing the uses. Next picture. Another conceptual. Next picture. The conceptual again. Next picture. The conceptual showing the parking for the bridge structure. Next picture. This is showing the access from off of the main road onto the parking for the structure. Next.
Media, Miss, if you could just slow down a little bit for the benefit of my colleagues, and if you could just explain it. Media, run those again, please.
Do you want to start from the beginning?
Oh, Mr. Benjamin, you want to speak? Yeah. Please recognize mic one.
May I suggest John or myself do the presentation because we're more familiar with the different scenes and we could describe what you're seeing?
That's fine.
Yeah,
Sure.
okay.
All right. If you don't mind, Mr. Laplace, okay. Very well. Media, run those photos again, please. Mr. Benjamin?
I'll let you.
It's John Uema, Lab 4. I want to talk about the plan. There's a program, as like I said, the previous designs couldn't mitigate the gut. And so as working with Whiston, being Virgin Islanders first and foremost, as well as knowing and having friends in the area, we took into consideration all of those things moving the program forward. Like I said, the solution of doing a bridge structure had never been really proposed in the Virgin Islands from the 30-foot gut setback. As you can see, even the parking bridges, it is a superstructure that's a combination of concrete and steel in order to obtain those spans, working with the engineering group to make that totally buildable. So you'll see the gut way and the setback and no encroachment on the ground. We do have a generator there that is enclosed and conforms with the generator permitting activity in the Virgin Islands. We also have the parking structure that was also erroneously described as not having a turnaround area. We have safari parking as well as visitor parking that can turn around within the off-road and onto the roadway. Also the Milo Drive is not a one-way. It's only one-way certain times of the day. We have additional parking and additional handicap accessibility from that side of the project, as well as both sides, as well as staff parking that conform with the capacity. Keeps on saying restaurant, and people, think about big restaurants. This is more of a snack bar that, like Mr. Warrell said, is at a grassroots level for pâtés and snack food. So if you look at the design, those things were taken into consideration. The parking noise was also mitigated by having a total enclosure, a wall that's 6 foot high plus on that, so that the residences would have no impact. And we can go forward.
Move on to the next slide,
images.
media.
And that's the overview. You can see the parking on the east side as well as the west side with the ramp. You can see the trash room that's also enclosed that became a signage opportunity like Mr. Benjamin expressed, and you can see the foliage of the natural gut that would be just trimmed inside the gut setback area that flows underneath the building, taking advantage of the views and the natural beauty back into the gut itself. There are some beautiful trees, and so we took that into consideration. Can we flip it?
Next slide.
That is the view from the neighboring property down below. You can see the distance and the mitigation. Even the railings are concrete as to encapsulate noise and not have legs visible from down below, as well as the parking on the right side and the left side. That's also not visible from the neighbors down below. Next slide, please. That is the view from Mr. Rodriguez's property. There is a private road access that goes back to the Moffley Hill Road that cuts through and borders Mr. Worrell's property, and that has not been improved since Hurricane Irma and Maria. As well, it's impassable. And even Mr. Rodriguez's tenants uses the Moffley side of the public road for parking from time to time. It should also be noted that a lot of the residences in the areas are villa rentals and Airbnb. Yes, they are residential, but they're commercially used, also exacerbating the traffic and parking in the Moffley area. No one has talked about making Moffley conform into zoning and alleviate some of the problems there. It was also mentioned that Moffley has a scenic overlook. No, they're blocking the road and taking selfies next to the dumpster of Moffley to get a picture of this venue, much desired venue. It was previously used on the corner of Moffley and the intersection coming into the Moffley Hotel until that property was purchased and fenced off, could no longer be used. They are currently still using Mr. Worrell's property as a stop and picture taking on both sides because there is nothing in the area. If you look at the Skyline Drive development, that is a disaster and unsafe. There's no turn lane. And yes, it does offer a view back to the cruise ships, but I guess people want to just take a picture with the cruise ship in the background offering this venue. It's kind of birthright. And this is just a straight on elevation. You can see the open air structure that would, what it would look like from the distance. Next slide. And that is the entrance off the Moffley. They're saying it's a corner. It is a broad corner. That would be one way in, one way out. There would be no turning and backing on to any of the roadways. All of that is done inside of the property and then again mitigated so you're not seeing any of the parking for noise. And off to the right there is the handicap accessibility into the structure. That's the Milo Drive road, and the signage there is the enclosure for the trash structure, and then there's parking there with turn in, turn out on the property, not into the roadway. Next slide. Similar, going down the hill, they're not disrupting the view to the residences that live on the Milo Drive and from the coming down from Sibs. Next slide. Parking there and turnout and handicap accessibility, trash room again, signage from the other direction. Next slide. And that is the handicap accessibility from the Milo Drive there and the service into the snack bar area. Next slide. That's the interior of the bar seating and snack bar lounge, as well as 88 bathrooms. And the next slide. Just give you some venues there of views from inside, the open air, and the capacities there. There's a small boutique and a small snack bar. It is not, it's maybe 20 seats total, which all our parking is in compliance, especially with the daytime use and the safari use of the project. can run through these slides. I think they're just all interior shots. That's the lounge, gift shop and snack bar to the right. Another view out. You can notice that the parking is not visible from inside the structure. We also mitigated that too for visibility and value. They're just more interior shots in terms of giving a quality here that is non-existent in any of our public lookouts. Yeah, you can just roll through these. These are just all interior shots. That's the entrance and the view. And there's the entrance from the parking on the east side with the handicap accessibility. We raised the structure up in order to mitigate the elevation changes between the east and west triangles of the property, and nothing is touching the gut setback at all.
Very well. Thank you for that, Mr. Benjamin.
Thanks again.
Please recognize Mr. Benjamin's mic, mic one.
Yeah, Winston Benjamin, Grant Engineering. Just wanted to end by saying, as you can see, I think there's some discussion alluding to a restaurant. It's not really a restaurant, as you can see. It's basically a snack bar, someplace you can get finger food. So that is another erroneous concept that's been bantered around. So the idea was just to have a destination, a lookout, to be able to have seating, be in the shade, be able to get cold drinks, have gift shops. Similar operation to what you get at the Overlook, but in a more comfortable setting for the most part. Yeah.
Very well. Thank you. And that will conclude this particular presentation. Mr. Warrell, you have something else to add?
Yeah, just wanted to say about my clearing my property with the permit. DPNR has it on record. I have my I had my permit before I cleared my property, and Mr. Laplace could testify or show proof that my permit was granted way before I cleared my property. That's all.
Very well. Thank you. Mr. Laplace, let's go forward to the next zoning request, please.
Good morning. I'll have Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel present that report.
Mr. Samuel?
Morning. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-8. Application number ZAT-23-5. Petition of Dry Marina LLC requesting that a use variance be granted to the C commercial zone parcel number 17D-1 Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas. Project profile. Owner/applicant. Dry Marina LLC as per special warranty deed dated October 17, 2016, document number 2016007849. Acreage. The property consists of 1.0012 acres and is described on survey drawings number D9-4352-T88. Current use. A portion of the property is used by a trucking company for parking/truck storage, approximately 5,000 square feet. The rest of the property is undeveloped. Proposed use. A fuel storage facility consists of a guardhouse/office, maintenance, storage building, parking/truck storage, and fuel storage containment structure. Surrounding uses/zones. To the north is the bulk storage facility, To the east are mechanic shops and recycling businesses, metal and plastic. To the south is residential and commercial activity. And to the west is a laydown yard. The surrounding area is zoned R1, residential low density, and C, commercial. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern. Wastewater will be handled by porta potties. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held July 17, 2023, one adjacent property owner expressed no objection and requested that any fuel stored be approximately housed/screened and in adequate facilities. There were no other registered objections or concerns. Analysis. During the DPNR's public hearing, Mr. Christian Rosenberg Soul, member of Dry Marina LLC, testified that the proposed development is being pursued for the intended tenant, Petroleum Brokers. Petroleum Brokers stores fuel and delivers on demand to gas stations and others. The single-phase development could take 1 to 2 months and depends on the granting of a major coastal zone management permit, which is in process. The site is already occupied by a trucking company. The fuel storage facility proposal will consist of 3 one-story buildings. Approximately 3 employees would be occupying the site daily, and approximately 10,000 gallons of fuel will be stored on the property. The current C commercial zoning was granted March 7, 2000 by Act number 6343. The properties on the surrounding boundaries, Plats 17D remainder and 17E, were also granted rezoning to C commercial, Act numbers 6523 and 6909. The portion of Estate Bovoni located to the south of the Bovoni Road has been granted numerous zoning maps amendments to allow for commercial and industrial uses, particularly those properties adjacent to the landfill. The C commercial zoning allows for manufacturing and light industrial uses. It does not, however, allow for fuel storage, which would be allowed as a matter of right under the categories explosive and inflammable liquid storage, flammable liquid storage, and propane and manufactured gas storage and distribution. The activity would be allowed in the I-1 and W-2 industrial zones or accessory to gas stations and the airports. As previously noted, the Bovoni area south of Bovoni Road has developed into an area for manufacturing, shops, light industrial uses due to the landfill's proximity. There are a few pockets of residential activity that are slowly disappearing. The department recognizes the area's change and recommends approval of the use variance request. However, with the attachment of a condition to protect the few remaining residential activities to the south. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the C commercial zone parcel number 17D-1, Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Breakwater, St. Thomas, to allow a fuel storage facility with the condition of a 100-foot setback from any residential structure. Signed by Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, dated July 28, 2023. This concludes the report.
Very well. Thank you very much for your testimony there, Mr. Rosenberg. You have a testimony?
Good afternoon, honorable senators of the VI legislature. I would just read what I've submitted my written testimony, and that is, in accordance with Title 29, Section 238A of the VI Code, Dry Marina LLC is requesting a zoning variance to allow 17D-1 Estate Bavoni to be used as a fuel storage facility. Parcel 17D-1 is 1 acre, is zoned commercial, and fuel storage facilities are currently not amongst the permitted uses listed for commercially zoned properties. We respectfully request for the legislature to take into consideration the following information in support of the hopeful approval of this zoning variance. Currently, under VI zoning, the construction of a fuel storage facility requires the land to be zoned industrial, and such zone land is extremely scarce in St. Thomas. Due to the scarcity of industrial zone land, most of the existing fuel distribution and storage facilities in St. Thomas are located at retail gas stations. These gas stations are not zoned industrial, or properly designed for above-ground ISO tank storage, fuel storage, which are then being used for the distribution of fuel via fuel trucks to other businesses. The site, 17D-1 Estate Bavoni, is located on the south side of the Bavoni Main Road, is in a good location for the proposed use. The adjacent properties are all zoned commercial. The site additionally minimizes risk via limited contact to the public. Additionally, the site has received CZM approval for the repair and maintenance facility of fuel trucks and associated equipment, with the additional use for storage of fuel once the zoning variance has been approved. The site has been leased to Petroleum Brokers LLC, which has all of the required licenses and permits and has been in operation in St. Thomas for the past 11 years. Petroleum Brokers is one of the few companies that provides the important fuel distribution service, primarily diesel, to the various VI governmental agencies and local businesses, vital to their emergency generator and daily operations. In order for the site to be constructed and used as a safe fuel storage area, a zoning variance must be approved. We hope that the legislature will look favorably on this zoning variance request as being in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
Very well, thank you. At this time, media, can you put up the photos? And if someone could walk us through this.
Yes, this is a site map of the proposed site, and you can see top big north that the containment facility structure is clearly located on the east side of the property. There's a small guard shack, there's employee parking, there is also a maintenance area for the fuel trucks and a parking area for empty fuel trucks. A very simple, spacious, well laid out site that is located substantially off the main road and in a predominantly commercial area.
Next photo.
This is a drawing, elevation, and plan of the proposed maintenance structure for the fuel trucks. It does have a slope slab that does go to a small containment area in case there was any oil spilled from the trucks during their routine maintenance. And it also shows a picture of the guard shack. This is an aerial shot from of GIS of where the site is located, which clearly indicates the nature of the adjoining properties and the site itself.
Next photo, please. Oh, that's it?
That's it.
That's it. Very well. There it is. Those are the two zoning that we have this morning before us. So at this time, what I'll do is open up the floor to a round of questions, and I'll allow for a 3-minute round. We will start with you, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers and staff. My first set of questions has to do with Bill 35-130. That's in regards to the gift shop, restaurant, bar. If this variance were to be passed, how soon after are you ready to start construction on this project?
Testifiers.
My name is Lionel Worrell. My name is Lionel Worrell. We haven't looked into how soon we'll be able to move ahead on this project yet because it's been 15 years I've been trying to get this here passed.
Do you have potential investors or the available financing to start
Yes,
this project?
my investors are family worldwide, from New York to Washington to California, and other than that, we're gonna.
So you're saying your family
yes.
is willing to chime in to help get this project done?
Yes.
Are these things in writing or just verbal conversations?
It was in writing before. When Mr. Akil Lawrence was president of Nova Scotia Bank. So we just have to look forward.
So you basically would have to go back and start over to try to get investors and people together.
Yes.
The other question I want to ask, what is the cost potentially? Because I heard something around 2.5. Have you done a cost analysis?
Yes, we did.
To see exactly how much this would cost you?
Yes, we did.
Winston Benjamin, Grant Engineering. Right now, the drawings have been developed conceptually, so you wouldn't have exact engineering costs until you develop those.
But you would still have an estimate.
But you
based
have
on-
probable costs, right? Plus or minus $1.5 million.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
For that building?
Yeah.
No.
1 minute.
Sir, I was a contractor on building my own property.
Okay, well, then you know that.
So I know for a fact that building, the piles, the columns, there is no way that building is going to cost $1 million.
Okay.
Maybe 3, maybe 4, but nowhere near 1. Okay?
Well, again, I must say that you can't pin down the actual cost. You can have probable, but you can't pin
there has
down.
to have a ballpark. And that is where...
Yeah, we have to have one speaker at a time. So I'll yield
That
to the
is-
senator, please.
Thank you. That is where sometimes my concern comes in. Because what happens is sometimes people come before us with these beautiful drawings, and I love the design. But then we don't know when the finances could kick in. We don't have a cost effectiveness as to how much the project costs. And then it's 10, 15 years later, and nothing has started. And then my concern is where we see some support, but we saw quite a bit of opposition to this particular project. And a lot of it stems from how the interaction and what's being put there. So what is stopping you?
Time.
Could I just wrap up with this statement? What is stopping you, Mr. Worrell, from just putting back up a trailer once we do this variance, and another 20 years from now, it takes 15 to get it, another 20 from us potentially even seeing a project like this started?
One thing I wanted to say, Mr. Akil Lawrence, the president of Nova Scotia, he said he was very instructive when he said he wanted to see an interim project where we could judge the investment versus the cost of the project.
You mean Oriental Bank?
Yes.
Yeah, they
well,
sold it.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
know who was there then, but it's a totally different
No,
company.
no. But the concept is we.
Okay, I'll wrap up. Okay, my time has been called. I will listen to the testimony and for the other gentleman and just go along. Thank you for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues and all viewing and listening audience. Couple of the questions my colleague asked was important to me, the costs, and if you have financial backing. It's very important because if we're supposed to pass this, how do you move forward? It's very important. But I really want to ask Mr. Rodriguez a question before I get to Mr. Morel. At any time, did you try to purchase the land that Mr. Morel now presently own?
Yes, the previous owners, the Bourne family, put it on the market, and we went and did an analysis of the property. And what we concluded was the property was basically almost unbuildable because it was a square that was traversed in half to have two triangles. And the actual building areas were so small, and the amount of money that the Bourne family was asking for it just really made no sense to purchase. It's determined to be unbuildable.
Since Mr. Morel got it, have you tried purchasing it from him?
Mr. Worrell and I had a discussion where he asked to purchase our property so that we would no longer be neighbors. And I responded, well, I mean, maybe we can purchase your property. But we never concluded any conversation regarding that.
I think the conversation...
Hold up, Mr. Morel. Hold up. Let him complete his statement, and then... You're completed?
Yeah, so we never... It was a discussion, and it just never concluded to anything.
And Mr. Morel, what's your position on that? Or any one of your team?
John Uema, Lab 4. I'd like to answer that. There's kind of an irony here. When Steve... friendly with the Bourne family, I knew Steve before he passed, and I remember him saying, I was like, Steve, wow, you own that property, and I inquired about it, not that of interest for me to personally develop it, but I had ideas about how the solution of developing that property could come about. He said, well, I just sold it, and he laughed, and he said, man, I got over on the buyer, it's nobody can use the property, and I sold it for top dollar. And I said, Steve, you don't know the solution, right? So they didn't know who bought it, and the irony is that Grant hired me to come up with a solution for Mr. Worrell, and here it is, 20-something years later, that I am, helping right the problem. So it's kind of ironic that even Mr. Rodriguez, who's a neighbor, couldn't, employ someone to come up with a concept to actually make the property feasible.
I'm always in support of when I see local Virginella that's trying to move forward. And I know it's not an easy endeavor based on what we saw there with the land. It's going to take some money. It's going to take some time. And I'm always in support. And my question to Laplace, which is DPNR, any of the changes that Mr. Morel put into this drawing, design, is that no part of encouragement to DPNR?
No, Senator, because with the zoning map amendment process, the conceptual, there's no requirement that they have to comply with the conceptual. So we have seen where people have made changes and done something totally different from the conceptual. We look at strictly, the appropriateness of the use, the surrounding area, the property's characteristics, because we know that with the conceptual, they're not tied to it.
But in planning, they have to be tied to it. If they submit the plan with drawings, they are then tied.
That would come with a building permit, but not with the zoning map amendment process.
Okay, and then the other project, I have a challenge with that because I remember, I think it was in the 34th or the 33rd legislation where...
Time.
May I wrap up, Mr. Chair? Yeah. Where there was a bill passed pretty much cutting out development of gas station. And I know it's not a gas station, but you are storaging fuel. And I think my colleague will probably expand more on it based on some legislation that are in place. I don't have that measure, but one of my colleagues will expand more on it and kind of give some more light about your project that you're proposing. So my question to DPNR, approving this, does this fit and follow the guidelines of the laws of this territory with this storage facility there?
From our perspective, it does, because a gas station is a totally different use from the storage of the fuel which the applicant is proposing.
Okay. And you wanted to say, I think the gentleman wanted to say something.
I would like to concur with DPNR that there will be no gas station or retail sales of fuel at this location. It is designed for the storage of diesel primarily, for the distribution via fuel trucks around the island.
Thank you very much for the leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your line of questions. Before we go on to the next senator, Mr. Laplace Matthew, in regards to the alleged recommendation that was made by DPNR to move the previous request from Mr. Worrell to a zoning use variance, well, what do you have? How do you respond to that?
Well, there's nothing in the law that stops an applicant from continually applying. So if he was advised, well, okay, next time try, say, a use variance, we tell all applicants there's no guarantee that the request you put in will be approved. But the code allows for zoning map amendments, whether it's a rezoning or a use variance. They can put in their application, but it has to go through the process. And once it goes through the process, then the department will make a final recommendation.
So it was not a recommendation based on seeking a lower standard request that you found that he might have been applicable to him?
No, Senator.
Okay, very well. At this time, Senator DeGraff, Minority Leader, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. All of you listening and present. It was a recommendation. I will read it for you. Sir, for the Bovoni storage, is it near the dump?
Pardon me. It is in the dump area, yes, sir.
Oh, wow. And we just had a major fire in the dump, and I think we had a fire some day ago. That's very scary to me. So that's a main issue I have with it in regards to storing fuel in a dump that is volatile with methane gas. So again, I'll go as I go.
Could I respond to that point?
Sure.
So the location 17D-1 is located about 1,000 feet from the scale house at the dump. For the active area of the dump that is currently ongoing, it's well 2.5 to 3 times that distance and is not part of the dump proper and is insulated certainly by other properties as a buffer zone from the dump operations and any potential fire hazard from the dump.
Okay, thanks for your expertise. But for me as a layperson resident, fuel and a dump water always catch on fire. It ain't good, and that's all I'm saying. But thank you for your application. Now, Mr. Laplace, you're on the request for Mr. Good morning. Nice to see you. Is dated 17 March 2023. The analysis that you have, that you are reading today, that in regards to Mr. Worrell's property, says there are 4 criterias for the analysis. They said, 1, the property's characteristics, 2, the pattern of the area's land use, 3, the characteristic, the character of the immediate and surrounding areas, and 4, the overwhelmingly negative response by adjacent properties. DPNR's application, the same DPNR document, dated August 3rd, 2017. I was here. The analysis. In analyzing applicant's 2017 request, the department considers 5 items. 1, the property's characteristics. 2, the pattern of the area's land use. 3, the character of the immediate and surrounding areas. 4, the overwhelmingly negative response by adjacent property owners. And 5, the option for a use variance. 5 options. The option for use variance was mentioned in 2017 because commercial was an issue. We didn't want to go commercial. Time. I felt, in just wrapping up, Mr. Chair, I felt that the people of the residents of the area probably didn't have a fair shake because somebody had to work and they weren't here for the meeting. I kept a town hall meeting in Mafali to hear the residents out and to allow them to have their say, to be fair. At that meeting, Mr. Walden present this information in here. So in closing, Mr. Benjamin, I know you are your life. Are you an engineer or you just come here to talk in Mr. Wald's favor?
I am a licensed engineer.
Licensed local engineer. Why you know you from school days? Mr. Uwima?
Yes.
Yes. And what do you do?
I'm an artist, developer, and creative director of my company.
That's facts. So I ain't here to cast aspersion and make noise. And I applaud any community in the Virgin Islands who are going to be in an uproar over something that they don't like Whistling Key. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you, to my colleagues. And I have to recognize that today is the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month. Así que felicidades a toda mi gente hispana en celebración de nuestro mes de la hispanidad. Que viva la raza. I do have a few questions I would like to ask DPNR. You did mention in your testimony in the analysis section in section 1 that according to the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 12, Chapter 3, subsection 123, that trees and vegetations within 30 feet of the center of any natural water course or within 25 feet of the edge of such water course, whichever is greater, is not allowed. Can you expound a little bit on that, and then how does this development affects what we have within our code?
Right. So it's basically a setback from the gut, the midline of the gut. Just like you have setbacks from your property boundaries, if there's a gut, you have setbacks from the midline of the gut. So that's what that's about.
So in what's proposed in by Mr. Warrell, does this conforms to what our code currently establishes, or will alter what we have within our code requiring?
It attempts to confirm, yes.
Very well. And you also mentioned about, wastewater treatment plant. In this particular case with this development, is a wastewater treatment plant required?
I would not be able to speak to that. That would be more for building permits and environmental protection division. I know in, conferring with those divisions, being that it's a gut, they more likely would not approve a wastewater treatment plant.
And in your investigation analysis, you consult with other divisions within your department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was this an issue that was brought up because it's in your analysis?
Sorry, repeat your question.
Was this an issue that was brought up because it's in your analysis where it says a wastewater treatment plant would not be permitted due to property being in a gut?
Yes, it would be an issue.
Mr. Warren, any of your representatives here, is it necessary, required for the development that you're having to have? Would it affect in any way?
No, it's not necessary, but we put it in because it would be good measure for the just good measure on the whole for the area, the property, Nobody don't want to go in any foul smelling areas, so treating everything would be proper.
Do you have? You wanted to say something, sir? Yes.
Lab 4. I do want to just backtrack and say that a use variance does hold the applicant to that use. So he will not be able to sell the property, as we've seen with other zoning changes, without them conforming to that use. So the feet are kind of held to the fire. There are several ways of dealing with wastewater. There is a supposed line from the Pinnacle down to Milo Drive that we were looking at tapping into. There are dry toilets, chemical treatment plants. There's constructed wetlands as solutions.
So
all of that
various
has to be
solution
permitted.
alternative.
Yes.
Very well. And
Time.
the Army Corps of Engineer, Mr. Chair, if I might just wrap up. The Army Corps of Engineer would be needed, a permit will be needed in order to do development. Is that correct? Is your understanding? I know we have an engineer and another representative here. What are your positions with regards to that?
We would follow the the Department of Planning and Natural Resources permitting guide. So whatever permits they would require us to obtain, we would apply for.
Ms. LaPlace, the department will require that? Well, no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Javan E. James, Sr., you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question goes to DPNR, and that is for ZAJ-23-1, DPNR, for the Lodging Room House. There were 47 concerns from the public, and after the 47 concerns from the public, you came up with the idea of getting a use variance for the R2 zone parcel. Out of those 47 concerns, ever since those conversations, how many of them have been corrected by the individual or by the applicant?
I do not have that file in front of me, so I'm able to respond at this time, Senator.
Okay, so I will speak. Who's the person there for the property, for the Lodging Room House? Who is it? They're not here. They're here. That's ZAJ 23-1. Everybody looking around like they last up here. Isn't that what we're hearing here today? Unless it was removed from the agenda. Okay, my apologies. It was removed from the agenda. All right, so to Lionel Warrell. 18 letters were received, 13 in opposition and 5 in support, and there were 27 concerns from the public. Out of those 27 concerns, my question goes to DPNR. How many of them have been corrected, or what has the conversation been with the applicant and yourself to rectify those 27 concerns?
The applicant did state that they attempted to, address the concerns, but the department's perspective is different. We looked at, the property's characteristics. It's a gut. We looked at the area. It's residential, primarily residential. The use variance, it says that it can be granted if it does not substantially conflict. And we found that the uses that the applicant is proposing would substantially conflict. So those were what determined our recommendation, Senator.
Okay. I don't like when the legislature is put in this rock and a hard place, but it is our job to make the hard decisions. A letter was sent from the Richards family, and I will not read the entire letter, but based on some of the concerns is that area right now has some issues when it comes to traffic flow. But we understand that the Mafuli Hotel and those other businesses that are in the area have been there before it became heavily a residential area. Is that true?
Yes, Senator. The Mafli Hotel is from 1961.
Exactly. And then one of the issues that were brought to our concern is that there's a lack of potable water supply and adequate sewage systems. Have you brought that to the attention of the applicant?
The applicant received a copy of the report, yes.
And what corrective measures you plan to bring forward to make up for those void in that area?
Hi.
Wait, repeat that again.
My name is Lionel Orel. We want to tie into public water supply, which is on the corner, on the bottom from me. And for the sewage, we wanted to do the waste management system, wastewater management system. Before we treat the sewage before we send it out into the public line.
But you say you want. Mm-hmm. As far as it being possible.
Yes.
Did they confirm to you and say that it will be possible?
1 minute.
When I say the waste management, go ahead.
Yeah. John Uema, Lab 4. It's not relying on that. Those are hopes in the concept and program, but it's not relying on that. As you see, the roof area can be caught. Potable water can be caught with the roof and stored there. These are conceptual plans that will hold him to the use variance. We still have to go to DPNR, Public Works, waste management. All of those permits have to be developed and adhered to. in the process. So the issue here is actually holding him to that use so that it isn't a broad thing that happens here in spot rezoning where he could then turn over the property and sell it to a private developer and they could do whatever they want to within those constraints.
And as far as parking, DPNR, what was presented by the applicant, and do you see it as even reasonable? Because if you want a business, you have to have traffic, you have to have flow, and we know it's going to be a tight area. What did the applicant suggest, and what did you recommend to them for parking?
Well, the code requires a certain number of parking based on your uses. So, I mean, number-wise, it complies.
It complies? All right. I have a lot of concerns, and of course, my time was called, so I'm not going to abuse my time. But I really wish, Mr. Warrell, I don't know what's going on with your situation, but I really wish you the best. And as far as the others, I will continue to listen to the conversation because my time was called. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Javon James. Next, we'll go to Senator Bulkes. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. Senator at large.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers and DPNR. Mr. Warrell, I want to say that I admire your persistence. But I know that you have a lot of things piled up against you here today. The potential environmental impact, historical land use patterns, compatibility with the character of the area, the community response and compliance of zoning regulations, and the need for a Army Corps of Engineers permit and the certification of a structural engineer underscores the potential of the complexity of this project. However, what you're trying to do is something that is good for our economy and tourism. However, there is a pushback, as you know, from the residents in the area. So I have a few questions concerning some of what was already said before, but the congestion piece. 11 parking spaces is what you're proposing?
Yes, and we have room to develop more.
And have room to, and you're on 1.2 acres, 1.2 acres?
1.125, 1.24.
1.25,
1.29.
Okay. Have you tried to accommodate any of the issues or concerns of the residents in the area to change your plans in any way to try to accommodate the concerns of the residents in the area?
Every time I've come here, I've tried to comply or scale back my development to meet with the neighbors and requests. When we was B3, putting in some condos with the gift shop, they said we were using up too much green space, so we took out the condos. When I was commercial, right, they said, he could do anything he wants. He could, all type of business they could run 24/7. We came down again now to this one with a variance, you know.
And this is your third time?
This is my third time.
Your third time.
1 minute.
I only have one more minute, and I really need to get over to the gas storage. Mr. Rosenberg, good morning, sir. Radiant heat. I'm sure you're very familiar with what that is if you're getting into that type of business. What is your plan concerning radiant heat? Because when you spoke to us about the design of what you're doing, I didn't hear anything about your radiant heat plan, in addition to your water needs. In the event that there is some flammable situation there, you're going to be having a water system that is sort of potable and not a water line extension or accessibility to any hydrant. So what is your plan surrounding radiant heat?
Please recognize the mic, testifier.
Good evening, good afternoon. I would like to understand the question a little bit more as far as radiant heat. Are you talking about ambient temperature from the sun?
Ambient temperature, yes.
Well, the fuel is going to be stored in ISO tanks, which are actually designed to be in exterior exposure to the sun. There's no requirement for additional shielding for that type of storage, which is used predominantly throughout the Virgin Islands for this type of
Okay.
use.
You did not say anything about, Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, anything about hydrants or fire extinguishing equipment.
It was not,
Testimony.
there was no requirement required within the permit process for that.
Okay, very well. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Donna Frank Gregory, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. I'm going to start with Mr. Rosenberg, or the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. With regards to this particular zoning map amendment for Mr. Rosenberg, did the Department of Planning and Natural Resources notify the residents in the Bavoni area of this potential change?
Yes, Senator. There's 3 methods. There's the newspaper ad, the sign posted on the property, and then certified letters for those within 150 feet.
Okay, so for me, it's the certified letters. Did you receive certified letters? Did you send out certified letters?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so certified letters went out. And who are you storing the fuel for?
I am the landlord, but the tenant that has, long-term tenant is Petroleum Brokers, a long-established business here in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, and you said it's in the dump, and it's not part of the dump. And what's the proximity from the pile that we have at the dump to the location of the potential storage?
The active location of the dump, I would say, is over 2,000 feet.
Okay, so it's 2,000 feet away. All right, thank you. Mr. Worrell, when you purchased the property initially, you were aware that it was an R2 zone, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And what was your original intention, or was it always your intention to
Do the gift shop.
have it
on
have it as a commercial property?
Yes. That was my intention.
Okay, so it was always your intention. So and I asked the question because many of the correspondence that came in against this particular zoning is saying that you were intending to build a home as you met your neighbors.
That's a negative.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. And are you aware of what it takes to even begin to have a discussion with the Army Corps of Engineers?
No, not at this point. But
go ahead.
No, not at this point.
And so Mr. Wisdom Benjamin, with regards to the Army Corps of Engineers, I know that you actually worked for the Department of Public Works at some point in time, and you know of the challenges with the Army Corps of Engineers. So tell us.
Yes, Senator Winston Benjamin, Grant Engineering and Construction Group. Yes, I come from a vast background, a lot of experience with large, difficult projects, and we have coordinated with the Army Corps on some of them. So I am familiar with the processes.
Yeah, well, it's not the familiarity. I'm talking about what the Army Corps of Engineers will look for to make their final determination. Because sometimes we are trying to, listen, what matters here is that we are to support economic development in the Virgin Islands, but we also have to do it from a very realistic perspective. So the question is, from your experience, do you see that this will be a project that the Army Corps of Engineers would even consider?
Yes, Senator.
Why?
Well, one of the things you look at is the feasibility of it and meeting the environmental concerns or meeting the requirements of all the environmental concerns. And I don't see any deterrence to having favorable acceptance for a project like this.
And did you share with the applicant that it takes, let me just wrap up. Did you share with the applicant that it takes sometimes years to even get the Army Corps of Engineers to even entertain a conversation about approval?
John Uemo, Lab 4 Development. As you know, it takes years sometimes to just get a building permit from DPNR.
Thank you for your response. That answer is you did not share that with him. And let me just wrap up. is there going to be a cistern on that property? Because we talked about the fact that you are making reference to water lines coming, and then I'm going to wrap up because my time has been called.
Yes.
Water lines coming from the top, and is it the water lines coming from the top all the way down to the Savan area? That's the way you're trying to connect?
No. Okay, first question is there going to be a cistern on the property? Yes. All right, and hopefully we also will be able to tie into the portable water line as well.
All right, thank you. My time has been called, but I am all for economic development, but I do have major concerns with this particular zoning request, particularly because it is in a residential area, and the properties that the commercial businesses that you've referenced in particular have been there before I was born.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Mr. Warrell, you may respond in my time.
I just wanted to say they keep on saying residential area, right? But and they including Maffali as non-conforming, right? But I just wanted to make sure that we understand Maffali on one side and Sibs on the next. I'm in the middle. You know, Maffali on one side, Sibs on the next. Commercial on both sides of my property.
Thank you very much. Yes.
John Uema, Lab 4. You know, we live on a small island, and the whole island is residential. So, you know, hopefully moving forward, we'll be able to develop a land and water use plan. It's taken 40 years here, but in consideration of the fact that there are residences everywhere, even the gas storage facility has residences nearby, you know, so everything impacts us as a whole. And I think we need to look at that holistically and what's beneficial for us as a whole.
Thank you very much for that. Senator Francis Halligan, you recognized for your point of information.
Quickly to the chair, to Mr. Warrell, point of information. During the time period potentially of whether it's years to deal with the process of funding and engineering, what do you plan to do with the property during that time period? Because that is part of what we keep hearing, the objection as to how trailers and stuff was just being put there. Because now, based on just speaking to you guys in this conversation, I'm seeing at least 10 to 15 years with a trailer put down there. And I don't think that was part of the major opposition we kept hearing.
I don't see 10 to 15 years. I didn't see 10 to 15 years to get through this process.
Well, I didn't think you saw it.
Hold on, one at a time, please.
Well, let me just say this. I didn't think you saw it before, but earlier you said it took about 15 years for you to be here again.
Let him respond,
Go ahead.
Senator.
Yes, as I said in the beginning, I didn't see 10 to 15 years to get through this process. But we were discussing before that you have a lot of incentive programs, small business, private investors, WIPA, you could tap into, especially for a community development such as tourism, like this tourism activity, such as the gift shop on Lookout, where will help promote the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, and the Virgin Islands as a whole.
You're welcome. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Milton E. Potter. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and a special good morning to all of the testifiers who are before us today. When I see the definition of persistence and perseverance, I see the name Lionel Warrell. I really do. Mr. Warrell, I know that you have been persistent in trying to get this project off the ground for many, many years. And I didn't know it was that long. You mentioned 15 years. And, you know, it speaks a lot to, you know, your desire to get this project done and to be an entrepreneur here in the territory. I wanted to ask, though, this is the third attempt at submitting this application before the legislature. I wanted to understand what adjustments you've made over the years to comply with or to address some of the concerns of the neighboring individuals as well as DPNR.
As I said, we took out some of the, my name is Lionel Worrell, and I just wanted to say we took out some of the development. As I said, the first intention was to do a B3 development where we could have commercial and residential together. But the neighbors were concerned about green space, so we took out most of the development so we could have more green space. So we just limiting it to just the commercial activity, right? And then second, right, we took out the commercial aspect with we just using the variance part, you know. We always wanted to keep a lot of green space and keep it naturalized. We want to use the gut as a commercial, as a positive outlook with we could as a positive outlook, right?
Right.
And everything the neighbors have complained about, talk about road space, and the turnaround, you know, each project never allowed us to back out in the street. Always turn around on the property. We would be taking away traffic from the street by people entering the property on both sides.
Okay, thank you for your response, Mr. O'Hara. I wanted to ask Mr. Plaz if there was any specific...
1 minute.
At this stage of the process, are there any specific compromises that can be made if Mr. O'Hara were to make some specific adjustments to his application process right now? Is there any middle ground? I know DPNR has often, with these applications, have often sought a middle ground to sort of negotiate, some way to accommodate, both the neighbors and their concerns, as well as Mr. Worrell. So, in your view, is there a middle ground? Is there something that can be done to,
Unfortunately, Senator, not with this particular property. It is a gut, and so the department has to factor that in, and it's going to be very difficult to find a middle ground for this particular application.
Okay. Mr. Worrell, I know that you've invested a lot of sweat equity as well as a lot of finances. And as a local Virgin Islander, I know that that is something that I am definitely sympathetic to. If you care to share, and I'm not forcing you to do so, what sort of financial investment have you made thus far in this initiative?
Let me answer. Okay. May I answer that indirectly? He's gone through, I think this is the third design and application. And by right, it's really the spot rezoning and variance process that has the right here with this legislative body to take out elements of the project within the variance and hold his feet to the fire. So it is your responsibility, if you find merit in the project, to take out things that may be inconsiderate to comments and even the recommendations of DPNR, which you have the right to supersede. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Senator Maurice C. James, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to everyone in the room and everyone listening. I want to say that today's two rezonings are actually a lesson in what happens when you don't have a comprehensive land use plan. It's clear. Right here sitting before me, on one hand is a residential owner who wants to keep where he lives. He wants to maintain the character of that neighborhood. So I'm going to start with Mr. Rodriguez. I noted that DPNR said that in the last 50 years, there have only been 7 zoning map amendments, and which tells me that for the most part, the character of the area has remained stable. You would agree?
I would agree with that.
Right. And so you are, let me rephrase this and say it this way. Is it that you simply believe that only a residential dwelling should be used on, erected, constructed on that property? Or are you open to another business?
I would have to say that it is a residential area, and the 2 existing businesses in the area, one was put in 1928, that's Sib's Bar, and Moffley was put in 1961. And I think that I agree with you, a comprehensive land use program would probably maintain the residential area of that neighborhood and not add any more commercial area to that area.
Yeah, my next question was going to be if you knew the year that Sibley was there, because I was going to say that in fact what happened was those 2 businesses were there, and then the residences were erected or constructed, built after that time, right? That's correct?
The Sibs, it's funny enough because that was the rest stop for people coming from the north side community halfway up the hill. They needed to rest before they continued on, and that was the location that they found, and they put that area, that bar. It was actually a little superette as well,
Okay.
I think, in the past.
Yeah. And now I want to move to, sir, I forgot your name. With Rosenberg. Sorry, I apologize for that. Because what's interesting about and this is it, and this is what happens when we begin to rezone and areas change. When this legislature, because of the lack of a comprehensive land use plan, areas then also change. Because I noticed in DPNR's narrative, it says that there are few pockets of residential activity that are slowly disappearing in his area, correct? So for the most part, what we've done is we've created an area where what he's doing now is acceptable to DPNR, correct? Right. So we have done it in this legislature over time. We've changed the character of neighborhoods, and we have to be very careful. I now know that in that area where you're going to be putting your fuel storage, that most of those residences really at some point are going to be gone because we've already moved in that direction. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but that's why it's, to me, in your case, likely that your business and that activity is now really consistent with the character of that area.
I would agree.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie C. James Esquire, for your comments there. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Yes, and pleasant good afternoon. Blessings to all the listening audience. Chris Rosenberg, I know this gentleman very well. I've worked with him on many construction projects. As a matter of fact, when I was the executive director for the Housing Authority, his bids always came in good and there wasn't much modifications. I watched you in that project there, all that concrete you pour, some of it you outside leveling it yourself. Definitely I'm in support of Bill 35-0135. Keep up the good work for the fuel storage and the parking storage. Bill number 3501-30, Mr. Morel, you see. I got to, talk about DPNR here a little bit because you see, the whole big thing, right, with that boat ramp, they making 2 ramps, part of it gonna have 2 ramps, the ramp is longer, they got them permeable pavers, they gonna dig up 13 trees, and then they're expanding the parking, and it's a total nesting area. See, DPNR will go ahead with one thing and not another thing. You see what's happening here, right? This reminds me of the temporary emergency housing after Hurricane Marilyn, where the people them didn't have no place to live, and the housing authority wanted to build new emergency housing to shelter the residents. Well, guess what? The legal fees, you see, Mr. Worrell, what's going to happen here, right? Is the residents, it's good to build emergency housing in an area, but not in this area. That is the issue you facing. You have a good idea, but it's in the wrong area. You got a lot of who is against you. You see, I am saying, right, to keep trying, but maybe you should change the plan. Talk to Mr. Rodriguez. He's a decent person in the community.
1 minute.
All the residents. Talk to them and see how you can go. I see where when you originally purchased the property, you didn't have this idea in mind. Talk to the residents. It's an area you can see it have the Mafali, the Sibs, and then they got a Catholic church up the hill. Talk to the residents. Maybe an A, B, and B could work. Sit down with the residents. They can work with you. And if them same residents work with you, you'll be surprised how quick you will get it done. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise, because my advice to you, if you continue, even if the legislature grants you the variance, the legal fees you're going to encounter when you start construction, this project is going to cost you, how much you say it was $1 million? I think it's about 3 or 4. This going to cost you an arm, a leg, a head, and 2 eyes. So continue, don't give up. But maybe you need to change the plan and work with the residents in the area. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator Fonseca. Mr. Worrell, you wanted to respond? Or anyone on the panel want to respond?
No, that's okay.
Very well. Next, we will go to Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. These 2 projects, I said, I have to put on my environmental regulatory hat. And first, I'll start with the fuel storage for the facility. And Mr. Rosenberg, do you have a spill prevention plan in place? Can you please recognize Mr. Rosenberg's mic?
Hello. I am not totally up on all of the requirements that the permit has in place. What I do know is that Petroleum Brokers has all of the permits in place to operate, and they would certainly employ any fire protection equipment that the government would require.
Okay, so this is just a up and starting new business?
No, they've been in operation for 11 years, but they've never had a permanent location, and this would be a permanent location for them.
So you've been storing fuel someplace else?
I have not. I am the property owner.
You're the property owner. Okay. So I've seen on the plan there's a big secondary containment area. You are going to be going in a area that already has, generating waste, all of that stuff. So that's a done deal for me as it pertains to this storage facility. So I see that this is an easy one to vote for. You don't have all your best management practices in place as yet because this will be a new site. Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Mr. Worrell, I had the opportunity of visiting this site yesterday.
1 minute.
And I already saw that there were some environmental concerns. I commend you because I believe in economic development, and these are just some of the tough decisions that we are placed with. Because when I hear all the impacts as being 30 feet from the center of the gut, 25 from the edge of the gut. See, I was a storm lady in environmental protection. So right there and then, I see a facility going there. Are you going to be tying into the public sewer lines to dispose of the waste? You only mentioned about potable water.
We were talking about the waste treatment plant on the property, which will
Waste treatment plant, a septic system?
yes,
Okay.
which will
Excuse me, John Uema, left for not a septic system.
So a waste treatment
Yeah,
plant?
a wastewater treatment plant where the wastewater can be dispersed into landscaping or constructed wetlands, or the ability to tie into the public sewage, which is supposedly in the area from the Pinnacle, which was also, residential rezone, but a huge rezone.
That's a big concern for me because even though
Time.
you have a waste treatment plant, Mr. Chair, if I may, that's considered contaminants that if a very heavy rainy event happen, non-point source pollution where you can't pinpoint where it comes from. So your waste treatment plant is actually, you're on the top, everybody on the bottom. When it rains, they're impacted. I have very much some environmental concerns with this project. Mr. Warren.
Question though. Okay, in the middle, what SIBs have?
I'm sorry?
In the middle, Muffley in front of me, in the middle, me.
You asking me a question. I asked you the question, Mr. Warren.
No, I asking you what does SIBs have?
You asking me a question. I don't know I am going based on what you are presenting us today to vote on.
And a waste treatment plant will everybody else on the hill have a septic system. They have how we go? A waste water and plus a catchment, right? A septic system will be able to treat the waste and then remove it from the property. I think I used to work for Port Authority, right? In Red Hook and downtown. I was a dock master, and their plan was to be environmentally friendly next to the harbor, right? So everything they have went through a waste treatment plant before.
You still, and I commend you because yes, it is better than a septic system, but you still releasing some kind of effluent, even though it went through a treatment plant.
And that's my point exactly. Everybody else with a septic system.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just allow him to close off, and then we'll go on to the next
Okay,
senator.
like Mr. Rodriguez, they don't have that. So when it rains, their septic system overflows and then comes out on the land.
Yeah. Thank you.
May I ask one question?
You
So
may.
just to clarify, because there are a lot of alternatives today with technology. So going through if we were granted this process, going through the permitting process with DPNR, there are biodigesters that can produce fertilizer and the pellets can be completely removed from the property. If that is a concern that comes up with granting this variance and the permitting process thereof, there are many different solutions. I too am a naturalist and a Virgin Islander first before anything else. So just wanted to address that.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Majority Leader. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I know I sound like a broken record every time I say that zoning has no business here in the legislature. And I'm hope that I'm loud enough that legal counsel, if you're hearing me, please help me so that we can get this bill out. I'm forced to put on my emergency management hat for this one as I listen to this use variance request for a fuel storage facility in the Bovoni area. I think our people in the Bovoni area are suffering enough. Just this week we saw where our emergency service workers have to be out there fighting this fire. It's definitely an environmental issue out there as I look at it. I'm looking at it from the environmental impact of the landfill and the impact to our people in the area. Now, one of the most pressing concerns that I'm aware of regarding landfills is the release of methane gas. Now, for us to go and put a fuel storage facility in this area gives me great concern. My question to DPNR, though, is have you, in your consideration or your findings that you submitted today that seeks to grant a use variance to this entity, have you actually consulted
1 minute
with the Virgin Islands Fire Service to see what would they take be on this?
No, Senator. We consulted with our Division of Environmental Protection.
So I would say that's a key component to also have consultation with. We're one government. We need to tap into our expertise. At this juncture, straight up, I'm not comfortable in supporting something like this. Mr. Worrell, have you considered just building maybe a residential rental unit there on your property?
Yes. That's always been a consideration, but
So no, don't but I want you to make that a real strong consideration, and I want to ask two things. My request will be to don't have no bar there, one, and to immediately remove that 40-foot trailer that's there. That is totally a hazard there, especially that we're in the height of hurricane season. As I went there last evening, any little thing can shove that trailer right off the cliff. So that would be my only three requests from you: to forgo the bar, immediately remove that trailer, and to strongly consider just doing maybe a residential rental thing in that area.
I have a question.
My time have been called, and you'll probably have to go through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, the Majority Leader. Mr. Warren, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I had a question. I understand about the residents and stuff, right? But my question or my situation would be, isn't we supposed to be supporting our number one business? Our number one business is in tourism, and tourism doesn't include the overlooks and people seeing the tranquil beauty from higher elevations. If that is the case, and we just supporting overnight stay, we putting in apartments, then aren't we saying to our tourism activity, our ferries and our shipping industry that we don't really care about them anymore?
I'll leave that is a statement, more so than a question, correct? Very well. Before we go on to the next senator, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Rosenberg, whether or not you're currently storing any fuel at your storage location at this time?
At that location, the answer is no.
Okay. And you see an opportunity here for you to be able to store fuel? That's what your intent?
Certainly, there is an opportunity for this site to be used for fuel storage. Currently, there is not adequate locations in St. Thomas for this use.
And how much of the ISO tanks you're thinking about being able to occupy your storage site?
The site is designed for 7.
With a total capacity of how much fuel?
7 times 6 is 42,000, of which that is predominantly diesel.
And what's the other fuel?
There is a possibility from discussing with the tenant that based on demand in emergency situations to have one of the ISO tankers be transient use for gasoline.
Thank you very much. And that would just be one, that means 6,000 gallons?
6,000 gallons.
Very well. Thank you. Do you know where those ISO tanks are currently being stored?
They're currently being stored at various gas stations where Petroleum Brokers has agreements with the different operators.
Interesting. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla Joseph. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to really commend all of you who have been able to be here present. Definitely you, Mr. Worrell. We've had conversations dating back to 2020 regarding your proposed development. And I just had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Rosenberg today. I did go and visit your site, and I'll start with you, Mr. Rosenberg. I did have an opportunity to visit your site on Wednesday. I met with Miss Allison Drury. If I mispronounce her name, you can definitely correct me. And I also had the occasion to meet with your adjacent neighbors, those residents who are there in that residential area. There are 5 houses there. And of the 5, 4 are occupied, and 1 is a dilapidated structure. Most of them are dilapidated structure. They're not concrete. And those persons there are actually leasing property from a landowner. So I asked one of them, and they said they are fine, because that's what is the signal for me as a legislator in considering. That's one of the things I consider in making my conclusion and helping to make a decision, because I don't live there, even though I am from Bovoni, and that area has changed over the last 30 years when I've been living in Bovoni. So I wanted to ask you, Mr. Drury, I did see something on your site, and it looked like it was a tank. What is that on your site that would look like a tank? And then I want to go quickly to Mr. Rowell. You don't have it had some kind of tank on your site.
Currently, right now, Petroleum Brokers has leased the site and they've been leasing it.
So you have a tank on the site.
Currently, there is an empty tank on the site.
Okay, because I know the chairman asks. That's why you trust but verify. So I know the chairman asked that question, and when you responded, I know I saw a tank. Okay, so DPNR, that is for your signal to assure that that tank does not have any gas in it and the like, because you have to go there and check. You can't just take people's word for it. Now, Mr. Worrell, on to you. Now, I wanted to really, again, commend you. You're a young man, even though you may be a little older than I am. I think we probably maybe an upperclassman to me. But I wanted to ask you, right? I wanted to ask you regarding this bar. Everybody in here know I'm against bars and restaurants in residential area. I don't condone it. That is no for me, because they have residents and they need to sleep, and sleeping is a very important thing for human beings to be able to be cognizant. And I am all for economic development, but responsible. The key word is responsible. I'm concerned that this development is not going to be responsible. That's yes, I am concerned it's not a responsible development, given that it's in a gut. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. I apologize. May I conclude?
I was just patiently waiting to see how long you will go.
You know, patience is a symbol of love, you know.
You may wrap up,
Thank you
Senator.
kindly. Right? So I would like to know if you are amenable to working with your neighbors right there, right, to bring forth an economically responsible development.
Yes. As I said before, every time we've come here and every time I've met with them, actually, the reason how I got to know my neighbors in the first place, before Miss
Okay, wait. Stop, because I have to respect the chairman, Mr. Rodriguez. Would you be so kind? Are you committed to work with Mr. Worrell to help promote and build an economically responsible development? Because that's what is needed.
Absolutely.
Okay, that ends all of my questioning, Mr. Chairman. I'm a peacemaker. I try to bring the peace. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. Blessed are the peacemaker that should be called the child of God. Senator DeGraff, Senator Blyden, Vice President, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
I didn't know my hair was bald. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Ms. Laplace Matthews, Mr. Worrell, Mr. Benjamin, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Rosenberg, all other testified, and thank you so much for your testimonies. In respect to Mr. Rosenberg and your zoning request, I have a question for Ms. Laplace Matthews, because you're requesting a 100-foot setback. Is that sufficient?
It complies with what we would find in the I-1 zones. So yes, Senator.
Mr. Rosenberg, one of my colleagues asked in respect to how far are you from the dump? How far are you from residential, from the residential homes? Those that's right next and those that are on the other side. How far are you from those?
I want to make sure I understand the question. Could you say it again, please?
How far are the storage tanks going to be from the residential area?
So I want to be accurate. Currently, all of the adjacent property that's adjacent to this location is zoned commercial. There are some dilapidated residential structures to the south, which are located from the first tank 125 feet.
125 feet. And the larger residential area, how far are you away from that?
That is on the north side of the Bavoni Road. That's well over 1,000 feet.
Well over 1,000 feet. Very well. That was my concern in respect to my line of questioning when it comes to the storage facility, because I know that the VI code in Title 23, Section 608 forbids the construction of gas stations and or storage facilities within 1,000 feet of schools, hospitals, senior citizen, residential centers, etc. But those individuals that go to all of these different areas, all residents and all individuals, and I think it would make sense to assure that we protect them from any type of danger. Because I know I do not forget the fire that was out there several years ago and what we saw and what happened. So that's my concern. And with Mr. Worrell and his zoning request, I know when you came in 2015, I'm the one that sponsored it. Then in 2017, my colleague, Senator DeGraff, sponsored it. And I respect your tenacity and what you're trying to do. I know The last time you came, I told you to work with DPNR in respect to the variance, etc. Have you done so?
Yes, sir.
And the mic, please.
Yes, my name is Lionel Worrell. Yes, sir, I have.
Is that accurate, Ms. LaPaz Matthews?
Yes, Senator.
But then you're stating that you recommend that we deny his request. What else needs to be done in that respect in order for DPNR to work with this local individual in his request?
We may have to discuss with Mr. Lionel changes to his proposal, whether it's a use where it will be more compatible with the area, maybe looking at, we just got a new division of parks, maybe looking at putting a property for conservation purposes because it's a gut.
Okay, very well, because I know I took my Crucian counterparts there yesterday to take a look at the site, and I know for sure, I live further up in an area, and I know for sure many individuals stop on a daily basis to take pictures, etc. So I know he's seeing something that can be developed in respect to a project, but at the same time, it's important that we follow the laws and that he works with DPNR in that respect to assure that it's a win-win for him and the residents of that neighborhood. So I will continue to listen and vote at the appropriate time when the bill comes to the floor. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Vice President Blyden. Just point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rosenberg, I underline a question from my colleagues. You said that there are some dilapidated buildings or homes to the rear of your property. Do you know if anyone lives in any of that area to the rear of that property?
There are 5 dilapidated plywood residences located to the south where people do live. And they are over 125 feet away from the storage tanks. But I would like to confirm that this property is currently being sold under a commercial application and is zoned commercial, and that the property owner certainly is intending to demolish all of that structure. It is not long-term.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Mr. Worrell, in this project, I see that you're swimming upstream in this project and against the current, and I think it'll be in your best interest, again, to really, if you want to move forward with this without continuing to face barriers, that there should be some collaboration with the surrounding residents, so that, again, they could be in support of your project and moving it forward. Otherwise, there'll be continued barriers in every step of the way. I also want to say that you do have some very willing, capable, and able engineers that's working along with you, and hopefully you could make them part of the team in this whole discussion about how this project could really be approved within the confines of making sure that the residents as well kind of support this project. I see the need, based on information that come in on both sides. There's individuals that support it and individuals that's against it, but certainly there's a lot more opposition than there is those that's in support of it. So I will highly suggest that you continue to dialogue with the PNR and really just see how best you'll be able to address this. There's another correspondent, and also Mr. Rosenberg, those dilapidated houses, obviously residents. People live in them, regardless of what you might want to describe them, and whether they meet the approvals or what, or they're going to be demolished in the future. That is left. I mean, housing is critical in this territory, and the grounds is that they should not have been there in the first place. That's all part of the discussion, but we have to then find suitable relocation for those individuals. And in the meantime, they should continue to at least be safe. And 125 feet is close proximity. 125 feet is close proximity when you talk about an emergency, a fire, or anything happening in that area. So there should be some consideration whether there will be a bunker or something, again, to shield those individuals that may be living in that area in the meantime. So I'm hoping that that's taken into consideration by both you as the owner of the storage plant as well as DPNR, because we have to protect those residents regardless of what, until we find suitable relocation for them. There's one correspondence that have been asked to be read into the record that was sent in, and at this time I'll ask the Madam Clerk to quickly read that into the record, and then we'll come back for a close-off statement from each of you. Madam Clerk.
September 14th, 2023, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, regarding ZAT-22-16, Estate Elizabeth, 30C, Remainder, St. Thomas. Dear Senate President Francis and members of the 35th Legislature, my family and I write to respectfully oppose the above reference request for a use variance of the subject property. To permit the property owner or the developers to utilize the property for any use other than low-density residential is counter to the current and long-time trend of the surrounding neighborhood. We bought our Estate Elizabeth property in 2007, and over the years have made it our forever home. I enjoy living in Estate Elizabeth. A significant portion of the neighborhood is tight-knit, and we look out for one another. Often mentioned to justify the applicant's attempt at variances or rezoning is the existence of the Mafali Hotel and Sibs Bar and Restaurant in the area. What is never mentioned is both businesses predate most residences since built in the area. These very establishments would, without a doubt, be vehemently opposed and never be permitted in current day. Both businesses are plagued with inadequate patron parking and cause traffic and automobile accidents on a regular basis. I personally have witnessed multiple accidents and nearby brawls in front of the Mafali Hotel over the years during the daily traffic jams there. To traverse the road, one must zigzag in and around the patrons parked on the side of the road and passengers being let out of taxis. Mafali Hotel has even resorted to placing an employee outside in the public road to direct the traffic flow around the chaos they create. These businesses lack adequate potable water supply and adequate sewage systems. Thus, they both have water trucked in multiple times per week and sewage trucked out multiple times per year. Do these two current businesses and their growth negatively impact the neighborhood's quality of life? Yes. Would granting the subject request further negatively impact the neighborhood's quality of life? Absolutely. On this subject, property sits an unsecured cargo trailer that was blown down the hill in 2017, barely missing the homes of multiple neighbors. Rather than it being disposed of, it was dragged back up the hill where it has been left in place hurricane season after hurricane season. This act alone is callous and exhibits a level of insensitivity and disregard for one's neighbor. I personally would be terrorized during annual storm seasons knowing this large metal object can again become airborne and slam into my secure home. Like Mr. Worrell, I too am locally born, own property in the area, have invested in my family home, and we too have entrepreneurial spirit. Mr. Worrell and I both acquired our respective properties in the area almost simultaneously, and during a few pride-filled conversations shared our plans of building our homes with an apartment residing peacefully in the neighborhood. I sincerely look forward to him reverting to his original plans and residing in the peaceful neighborhood alongside my and many other families. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources oppose this. We oppose this. I respectfully ask this body to vote against this measure. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Regards, Vincent Richards and family, Estate Elizabeth residents and homeowners. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. In addition to that correspondence, there's a number that came in. Estate Mafali Homeowners Association, Ashley Bryan, Filippo Casanelli, as well as Vivek and Angelina Dashwani, that also sent in correspondence that has been uploaded to the drive and could be reviewed by all of my colleagues. At this time, we'll go to the individuals, testifiers, to give their closing statement, and we'll start off with you, Mr. Warrell.
Yes, hello, my name is Lionel Worrell. Yes, I've been trying to do this development for some time, since 2008. I often wonder if I were trying to do something else, like a bank, how long would it take? You know, a gift shop, a lookout, something bigger than a newspaper stand. Wow. Anyhow, a question posed to me all year: how much money I've spent my career in the fire department trying to develop this, and the money in it. I have, in retrospect, I am wanting to say thank you all for your time and consideration. I hope the Virgin Islands spirit don't disappear, because looking at the gift shop, how hard it is, but we'll see how it goes, and we just pray for a better day tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warrell. Mr. Rosenberg.
Good afternoon. It is absolutely the intention that this facility will be designed per DPNR's requirement, EPA's requirements, in order to be a safe facility for the area within Bavoni. That is absolutely going to be taken into consideration. Petroleum Brokers has been a long-established business within the Virgin Islands and has an important role to play as far as supplying diesel predominantly through VI businesses and the Virgin Islands governmental agencies. And there is no perfect place within the Virgin Islands to have a fuel storage facility, but it has an important purpose, and that this is one of these facilities that are important and is in a good location for such a facility. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. I would like to say that John, Uwim, and I are friends from fifth grade, and the plan that he has drawn and presented today is actually a beautiful plan, but not appropriate for the location. And I hope that he's able to help Mr. Worrell design a residential area either for his family or for him to rent out, because there is a great shortage of housing here. I really, once again, will state that we're happy to have someone like him as our neighbor, and looking forward to some new plans that he might produce. I really hope that that he is successful in developing his property eventually. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. And John, you.
Hello, John Uwima, Lab 4. I'd like to say thank you to the body as a whole and to Whiston and Mr. Worrell, given the opportunity to be involved in the project as contentious as it is. I do agree with the senators that it is time for a land and water use plan, and for us to not be passing it around like a football, to actually get focused on it for the needs of the Virgin Islands and Virgin Islanders, and not be afraid politically to tell people that you have opportunities, you don't have opportunities. The real estate market in the Virgin Islands just sells without really telling people the constraints and the problems and hurdles that come with some of the properties purchased. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And DPNR, Laplace Matthews.
Good afternoon again. I'd just like to let everyone know that we are in the middle of the comprehensive planning process. So as we get towards November, where we have another set of town hall meetings, please, everyone, participate. Let the consultants know that what they've been producing based on your comments is the right direction that you want to see the Virgin Islands going towards, because this plan is for the future, not just current day, but for the future as well. So again, we are in the middle of the comprehensive planning process, and I hope that everyone participates and, you know, gets their support behind of it so that we could get out of all these rezoning hearings.
Very well, thank you. And that completes this round of requests that have come before us in this block number one. We'll be closing off, take a 5-minute recess, and when we return, we'll get some testimony statement from Mr. David Silverman, and then we'll certainly move into session so that we could vote on the measures before us. At this time, the Committee of the Whole stands at recess for 5 minutes. Colleagues, we're out of recess, and of course, we just completed the zoning bills. And at this time, we have Mr. David Silverman that's before us, and had a proposal in regards to the matter that we'll be dealing with later on today, which is the bill and the land exchange for the island of St. John for the public school. At this time, Mr. Silverman, can you put your name on the record, please?
Yes. Good day, President Francis. My name is David Silverman. Excuse me.
Very well. And a resident of? You're a resident of?
Oh, yes. Well, would you like me to begin my testimony?
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good day, President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, friends, and neighbors. My name is David Silverman, and I'm a resident of Coral Bay, St. John. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this meeting of the Committee of the Whole. I am here today to speak with you about what I believe is an affordable, practical, and desirable approach to securing the Estate Catherineburg parcel for construction of a much-needed public school on St. John. But most importantly, the approach which I am presenting today does not involve conveying Whistling Key to the U.S. government. Instead, it involves swapping a 13.2-acre parcel of land in Estate Carolina located within the authorized boundary of the Virgin Islands National Park. My wife, Susan, who is sitting in the audience today, and I have recently acquired this parcel, and we're offering to convey it to the government of the Virgin Islands as an alternative to the swap of Whistling Key. In addition to this written testimony, I hope to have some slides that have been queued up with the media department, and I've also handed out a printed copy of those slides to each of you, which I'll refer to during this presentation. So I'd like to begin with a very brief history of what has transpired over the past 2 months leading up to the proposal today. On July 11th, this body met on St. John to hear public testimony regarding Governor Bryan's proposal to swap Whistling Key for a parcel of land in Estate Catherineburg. You heard what I can only describe as overwhelmingly unanimous support for the construction of a K-12 public school on St. John. But at the same time, you heard a large number of prominent St. Johnians who were deeply opposed to the conveyance of Whistling Key to the United States government. That was on July 11th. 9 days later, on July 20th, this body met in regular session and voted unanimously to defer for 45 business days any further consideration of the governor's proposed land swap. The purpose of that deferral was to provide time and opportunity to explore alternative approaches to securing land for a St. John public school. Immediately following the July 20th decision, I and my wife reached out to the National Park Superintendent and asked about the procedure for bringing alternative swap proposals to the national park. The superintendent's response made it clear that any proposed land swap must come from the office of the governor. He wrote to me, and I quote, "It is not National Park Service practice to advocate for any particular citizen's proposal, but to respond to the GVI's formal request." He further urged me to meet with the governor to advance any proposed alternative. That was on July 21st. On July 27th, following the advice of the superintendent, I sent a letter to Governor Bryan requesting a meeting with him to discuss alternatives that would avoid having to give up Whistling Key. The governor did not even acknowledge the certified letter and simply ignored the meeting request. On July 28th, I had a teleconference with the outgoing superintendent and the incoming acting superintendent to discuss the desirability and viability of other swap proposals, including swapping submerged land or other privately owned land within the VI National Park boundary. The superintendent made it clear that both of those proposals were of interest to the park, but the offer must come from the office of the governor in order to be formally considered. In early August, my wife and I began a thorough search for privately owned land parcels within the national park that would be suitable for a swap for the Catherineburg parcel. This search identified a 13.2-acre parcel of undeveloped land in Estate Carolina on a steep slope high in the main Carolina watershed. This parcel was listed for sale, and my wife and I made an offer to purchase the land for conservation with the intention of offering it to the government of the Virgin Islands to be used as a swap for the Catherineburg land. On August 14th, the public letter was printed in the Virgin Islands Daily News, signed by 12 prominent Virgin Islanders, many of whom are sitting here in the audience today, requesting a meeting with the governor to discuss the land swap alternatives. There's been no response to that request. On August 31st, my wife and I closed on the purchase of the Estate Carolina parcel. And finally, on September 5th, just days after we closed on that land, a letter was sent to Governor Bryan, hand-delivered to each of you, offering to convey our 13.2-acre parcel to the GVI to be used to swap for the Estate Catherineburg school parcel. So as you've heard, we've been very busy doing exactly what this body asked. We've been hard at work to find a viable approach to secure the Catherineburg parcel while avoiding the need to convey Whistling Key. Let me take a moment, if you will, to talk about motivation. After testifying at the July Committee of the Whole, one of the attendees asked me why my wife and I are even involved in this issue of a school on St. John. We're obviously not native St. Johnians. We're not parents of school-age children. However, what we are is a family of lifelong public educators. Both my mother and my father, 3 of our children, and my wife Susan have all spent much of their adult lives as teachers in public education. When we moved to St. John over 15 years ago, we were shocked to learn that secondary school students needed to travel all the way to St. Thomas for their education, unless they came from families that had the financial resources to afford a private school on St. John. This is wrong, and we are committed to do what we can to help correct that wrong. There are a multitude of reasons why many St. Johnians are opposed to swapping Whistling Key to the U.S. government. They include the historical significance of the key in the fight for freedom by enslaved people on St. John. They include the inequity and illegality of the swap, 18 acres of Whistling Key in exchange for 8 buildable acres at Catherineburg, and conveyance of a shoreline in violation of Title 31 of the Virgin Islands Code. And most significantly, they include the feeling by many that enough is enough, and the people of St. John should hold tight to the small amount of public lands still owned by the government of the Virgin Islands on St. John. So I am here today speaking on behalf of my wife Susan and myself as private citizens to offer to convey our recently acquired 13 acres in Estate Carolina to the government of the Virgin Islands to enable a swap for the Hammers Farm parcel at Estate Catherineburg. I know that many of you spent considerable time visiting Whistling Key, and since you won't have a similar opportunity to visit our parcel at 920 Carolina, I've prepared a few slides to introduce you to the property. This parcel was originally part, let me see if I can get, there we go. So this property was originally part of the Marsh family holdings in Coral Bay, and it was sold in 2017 to a developer who perhaps did not realize at the time how challenging it would be to do any significant development on this property. Well, if I can get the slides to advance, which I can't.
Media, please advance the slide.
Well, rather than wasting time, you have the, well, oh. Okay. You have the slide deck in front of you printed. Do you all have
Yeah,
that?
that's there.
Oh, we're there. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for that. So the slide in front of you entitled Parcel 920 Estate Carolina Location. The Carolina parcel on the right, 13.2 acres, it's within the statutory boundary of the Virgin Islands National Park, which encompasses virtually all of the land shown on that slide and more. That parcel is surrounded by large tracts of undeveloped land. There is some scattered residential construction nearby, and virtually all of the land to the west, in between that parcel and the Catherineburg parcel, is owned by the National Park Service. As such, the placement of this parcel is very similar to the Hammer Farm parcel, which is also adjacent to a higher density residential area. Well, there we go. Back one. There, thank you. So turning to the next slide, where this parcel is located, if you can envision yourself sitting high above Bordeaux on the east end of St. John, Coral Bay Harbor is down below the village of Coral Bay, or the scattered homes below. This parcel is on a watershed, on a steep slope, sitting above the Carolina watershed. The land parcel is not accessible by road. There's no infrastructure on the property. And to the best of my knowledge, there are no known historic or cultural resources at this site. Can we turn to the next slide, please? There we go. Thank you. The entire parcel, 920 Carolina, all 13 acres, consists of a very steep sloped piece of land with the slope ranging from 80% to over 100% grade. It drops from an elevation near the top of St. John at about 1,000 feet down to a 600-foot elevation at the bottom. Any construction on this sensitive slope would not only be prohibitively expensive, but would also carry significant environmental risk. So that's the best I can do to kind of give you a feel for this parcel. It is undeveloped, it's within the national park boundary, and it is very steeply sloped. Moving on to financial matters. As you all know, in order for a land swap to be acceptable to the National Park Service, the swapped parcels need to be approximately equal in value, or an equalizing payment needs to be made. So I'd like to speak very briefly about the valuation of the parcel which we are offering. The median price per acre of undeveloped land on St. John is around $270,000 per acre. That's based on land sales of undeveloped land in 2023 on St. John. I've attached the data which supports this figure at the end of my testimony. Whistling Key was appraised at $80,000 per acre, less than 1/3 of the median price for St. John land. Hammer's Farm at Catherineburg was appraised at $109,000 per acre, less than half of the St. John median price. If we use that same methodology that was employed to appraise Whistling Key and Hammer's Farm, the appraised value of our Estate Carolina parcel would be in the range of $900,000 to $1 million, which is comparable to the $1.23 million appraisal of the Catherineburg parcel. So the land meets all of the requirements for a swap. It is within the authorized boundary of the national park. It is undeveloped. It does not have any known cultural resources, and its value is comparable to the Catherineburg parcel. I want to be perfectly clear on what my wife and I are offering today. Regardless of the significantly higher assessed or appraised value, we're offering to convey parcel 920 Estate Carolina to the government of the Virgin Islands at a price no greater than our total purchase cost of $305,000. The attested deed is attached to my testimony confirming our purchase price. At the St. John Committee of the Whole meeting in July, several of you asked if there was any privately owned land on St. John which could be sold to the GVI to enable construction of a school. I believe we've answered that question. The GVI can purchase this parcel at well below market price and use it to swap for land to build our long-needed St. John Public School. We have two simple and reasonable conditions for the sale or the conveyance. First, the land must be swapped with the National Park Service for the Estate Catherineburg parcel on which a public school will be built. Second, the transaction will include a reversion clause which will render the deed null and void if Estate Carolina land is ever used for commercial purposes. This reversion clause is identical to the stipulation included with the proposed Whistling Key swap. People have asked me about timing delays and whether this change in approach would delay the construction of the St. John's School. The answer to this question is it will almost certainly not impose any delays for the simple reason that the school design will not be completed, put out for bid, and a contractor selected for a minimum of 1 year from today. The Commissioner of Education testified in July that design work was only 30% complete after a year of work. She said that the biggest impact would be a change in location, which would invalidate the work done so far. This proposal does not change the school location and preserves all of the completed work. The National Park Service told me that one of their most time-consuming tasks was completion of the Cultural Resource Survey at Catherineburg, together with the necessary procedures for protection under the National Historic Preservation Act. None of this work is wasted and will all be applicable if we simply offer a different parcel than Whistling Key. I'd like to give just a brief word on funding, and I can talk about that more if you have questions. The 2023 final ARPA rule has recently been released, and one of the new ways in which ARPA funds can be spent is for the acquisition of real property for public needs. I believe the GVI has at least $200 million in unspent ARPA funds in a stateside interest-bearing account. Any cost to the GVI for the land swap we're offering should be eligible for coverage with ARPA funds. I realize that this body cannot accept the offer which my wife and I are making today without the involvement of the Office of the Governor. So it's my wish that later today, when you take up the governor's bill, that you defer action on it for a period of time to enable discussion of our offer and resolution of any issues with the governor. I will make myself or my legal representative available throughout any period to expedite the resolution of any issues which arise. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silverman. And at this time, we'll open up the floor for a round of questions for 2 minutes from my colleagues. And of course, if you need a little bit more time, certainly I'll allow it. And if you don't need to use your time, then we could move on to the next senator. I wanted to be clear, it is your testimony, Mr. Silverman, that the property, the final purchase date was September 5th. That's when you closed on the property?
Sorry, we closed on the property on August the 31st. And immediately following that was a holiday weekend. And the first business day following that holiday weekend, we sent our offer to the legislature and the governor.
Very well. And you reached out to the administration in regards to what you're proposing here today?
I did. On 3 occasions, I sent a letter to Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach requesting a meeting. That was in August, and we had not yet closed on the property, so I couldn't make a firm offer. But I said that there would be a possibility of privately owned land. Then there was a public letter signed by multiple people in the Daily News about a week after that. And then the September 4th letter, which I sent to this body, hand-delivered to this body, was also sent to the governor. The first letter was sent by certified mail to Government House.
Very well, and you're also aware that this body, the legislative body, is not in a position to be able to negotiate on the behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, correct?
Absolutely.
Very well.
This body is being asked to ratify the governor's proposal, and I would like to make it clear that there are alternatives.
Thank you very much. At this point of inquiry, Senator Gittens, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want some clarification on the August 31st date and the September date that you're referring to. Just for the record, of what year are we talking about?
Okay, thank you. I'm referring to the date that we closed on the parcel of August 31st, 2023, this year. This transaction, this acquisition by us was done in what I would consider and what most real estate brokers would consider record time. We actually found the parcel, made an offer, and closed in less than 1 month. So the deed that is on file in the deed recorder's office shows an acquisition on August the 31st, 2023, and the letter sent to this body and to the governor was the following business day on September 4th, 2023.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That is indeed record time. I don't think that I've ever been done in the Virgin Islands anywhere.
That's what I was told, sir.
A point of information, Senator Balquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Silverman, you referenced several times that the property is within park boundary. Could you expound on what you mean exactly by that?
Yes, I wish I had the slide that would depict that precisely. There is what is known as the statutory boundary or the authorized boundary of the Virgin Islands National Park. And that statutory boundary includes a number of private inholdings. And so the park boundary is, I believe the number is 9,500 acres of St. John, and the park is authorized to acquire any property within that statutory boundary for inclusion in the park without an act of Congress. Any property outside that boundary would require an act of Congress. So this parcel is inside the boundary, and its acquisition could be done through a notification in the Federal Register.
Very well, thank you. I just want to remind my colleagues that in fact, Mr. Silverman had an opportunity back in July, so he's here today with this new proposal, hence the reason I'm just allowing for the 2-minute round, but I'm rather flexible on it. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes at this time.
Good afternoon. I wish we had a little bit more, but thank you for the time. My first set of question is when it comes to you coming forward, because I know over the last couple of months, several of my colleagues did, inclusive of myself, made statements on this Senate floor and said, those that have options and alternatives, please reach out. It was also a statement we tossed out when we specifically said we're going to hold during these 45 days. So I do applaud you for coming forward with an option. But the question I want to ask you with this particular option is, what specifically motivated your rationale to do this? Because as a resident, you're in a situation where you just invested $300,000 on a project that might or might not go through. What is motivating you to do this?
Thank you very much for that question. So, as I said in my testimony, there are a multitude of reasons why many St. Johnians are opposed to the swap of Whistling Key. I have my own personal reasons, which were the motivation for me to acquire this property. And first of all, I care tremendously about shorelines. As some of you know, I've been a member of the Coastal Zone Management Board, both here and where I previously lived in New York. And I am very, very attuned to how precious our shorelines are. So when I looked at the swap of Whistling Key, I was very, very surprised to find that we have a statute on the books of the Virgin Islands, Title 31, Section 205G, I believe it is, which specifically prohibits this body from conveying any shoreline of the Virgin Islands.
Time.
So I was, if I may continue to answer, sir, thank you. So I was very surprised that a proposal was put before the body to to basically bypass that law with a notwithstanding clause in the proposed bill. I think that's a slippery slope. If you can ignore the law one time, you can ignore it another. There are government-owned parcels on shorelines of North Shore of St. Thomas, East End of St. Croix, and what's to prevent the next big hotel development from asking for government-owned property on the shoreline? So I was very motivated to not allow that law to be bypassed. Secondly, I came to St. John 15 years ago. I first came to St. John as a tourist 40 to 50 years ago. And I remember when I came to St. John that the narrative of the National Park Service was all about the colonial past of St. John. It was almost a romantic history that did not really address the brutality of slavery and conditions on the plantations of St. John. So over the years, I learned that there was so much untold history in the land of St. John. It was only recently that I learned that there is a guardhouse on Whistling Key that was specifically built to capture escaping enslaved people. To me, that is a really, really critical factor. There is much to be learned. So I wanted to do whatever I could do with the means at my disposal to protect this key for the people of St. John. So yes, I have invested $305,000 of our family's money. And as I am willing to say, I am prepared to donate that land to the government of the Virgin Islands at no cost if it will protect Whistling Key for the people of St. John.
Thank you. Could I?
Please, audience, the only time that you could applaud is when this chair indicates it's okay to do that. All right, let's have some order in here, please.
Could I just say my last statement? I'm not asking.
Yeah, you could.
I just want to wrap up.
But you may wrap up, Senator.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that information and history. As an individual that was born and raised in the Virgin Islands, I too am very concerned as it relates to the historical value of Whistling Key. And I applaud anyone that is really fighting to keep our history with us. We had 175 years this year celebration of emancipation of St. John. We spent over $1 million to celebrate. I do not see an issue of us investing in making sure that we keep part of that history a part of us as a people and this territory. Thank you for the additional.
And if I may just very briefly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. She didn't ask for a response, Mr. She didn't ask for a response, and again, there's 14 other senators that have to be given their time. So please be respectful of the time, and I ask that you try to be a little bit succinct with your response as well, because you're running out the senators' time if they do have a second question for you. At this time, we recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Silverman, thank you. But I really don't have any questions for you, because from the first time this bill came up, I didn't support it. I didn't support the 45 days because what we have before us is still the same bill. We don't have any proposals that came down to change from the governor. So my answer is I still say no. And I'm going to make it clear, Dwayne Maurice DeGraff from Savannah does not support giving up any property, St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, any Virgin Island property to the federal government, to anybody for any swap. I do support building a school on St. John 100%. But I also support creating a maternity ward on St. John because it's a travesty to know that I'm a Virgin Islander. They're still born Crucians, they're born St. Thomians, but there are no more born St. Jonians that hurt my heart every day.
Yep.
And what have I done? I've tried to get it done by legislation, and it was not passed. So just let you know, that's my stance. So I don't need to hear any testimony. My answer is no. Who don't like me for that? That's their problem, ain't mine. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, our Minority Leader. Next, we'll come to Senator Giovanni James Sr. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My time will be very short and sweet. The only thing that's alarming today is that we have one individual testifying. And that one individual can speak for a population of 80,000 to 100,000 people. So I don't even know. I understand you're doing your job, President, but I don't know what we're doing here. The outcry we had from the public, I was really hoping and praying where you're sitting had other individuals. I have no questions for you because you do not represent 80 to 100,000 people in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Giovanni James Sr.
May I respond, sir?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Senator James, I don't sit here today. Well, he's left, so I don't think I can respond.
Very well, thank you. Senator Balquez, Senator Angel Balquez Jr., Senator at Large, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon, Mr. Silverman. Mr. Silverman, I know that you're very passionate about what you do and have been doing when it comes to zoning management. What I am concerned about is the future, not my future entirely, but the future of our children. That is the utmost important thing that I am focused on, and I'm sure many of my colleagues feel the same way, if not all. Now, concerning your recent acquisition of this property that you are now stating that you would like to swap in place of what has been a 55-year-old discussion surrounding a public school, a public high school at
1 minute.
On the island of St. John. It is noted that the property has a topography of 1,000 feet slopes and potentially unbuildable. There is also a housing crisis throughout the Virgin Islands to include St. John. Why not trying to find something that the government can use, the government can utilize to help that critical need on the island of St. John?
Is that the question?
This is my statement, sir.
Oh, sir.
This is my statement. What makes you feel that the national park would even be interested in this property? That is my question.
Okay. So I'll answer the second question first. I had a conversation with the outgoing park superintendent, Nigel Fields. I specifically identified the parcel.
Time.
I showed it to him. I discussed any constraints it would have, and I asked him if this would be of interest to the National Park Service, and his answer was emphatically yes, it would be. So that answers that question. I think you posed a question about why not provide land for housing. Did you?
I did make a statement about that, yes.
Okay, well then if it was a statement, it doesn't.
But my position is that the property that is being proposed for this alternative swap, in my opinion, cannot be utilized for anything else other than conservation. And in fact, we would be losing more of St. John on the island than more space on St. John on the island than actually swapping the key and gaining more of St. John for our residents. Mr. Chair, I conclude my statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no doubt that the issue that's before us presents a challenge for Virgin Islanders overall and St. Johnnians in particular. The issue before the legislature today has not changed. We are here to consider a land swap. There was a period of 45 days where we were required to do some back work and leg work, and we did just that. As the testifier indicated, legally, the legislature cannot take any action. We cannot take any action on what is being presented to us today by Mr. Silverman. But further of concern is what my young colleague, the millennial colleague, spoke about. He spoke specifically about the fact that Mr. Silverman does not represent the masses of
1 minute.
U.S. Virgin Islanders. That presents a challenge for me. I also am concerned with the fact that we are placed in a position where we are conflating the issues. So I don't really have any questions for Mr. Silverman. We're conflating the issues. We need a school. We have the issue with the swap. We have the issue with the colonialism that we have in the territory of the Virgin Islands. And we have the issue of someone that's before us that does not look like us, that's defending us. That's very interesting as well for me, right? However, it's important that we acknowledge that we are conflating the issues, and those babies, I don't see any babies in the audience today, okay? Those babies that get up 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning to catch that boat to St. Thomas, we need to ensure that they are getting the same education and have the same opportunities as the children in St. Thomas, as well as the children in St. Croix. And I'm going to wrap up because this is a whole litany of stuff here that we need to discuss today. And if we look at it, there's a primary concern about swapping land, but we ain't really making no difference. We still swapping land. We are still in the middle and having a conversation about swapping property. So we are still extending the footprint of the national park in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that. So now, the gentleman that's here before us, you know, I don't know what the discussion was with the chief executive of this territory, but it places us in a position where you are asking us to delay. And we need to move. We need to move. But the last thing I'm going to say is we need to separate the issues, and we need to continue to fight around the issues related to the national park in St. John and the issues that we are experiencing with the equity and equality issues with the national park. That's what we have to fight. So what's going to happen is we're going to make a decision on this, and then everybody going to go their merry way, and then the national park issue remains. We have to remember that. That's what we do, and this is why we have this conflating conversation today, because we don't address issues until they become an issue. And unfortunately, our children is in the middle of this conversation. Mr. Chair, I will make my vote at the appropriate time. I felt like what we did here today was, a little lopsided because we already went through the committee as a whole. We've had all the discussions, and it's really time for us to vote. And, I'm hoping that I am here for the vote because I have a plane to catch. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Francis Halligan, you recognize for your point of information.
I just wanted to put on the record that I'm very concerned about the narrative that is being put out here. When we in this body during the session on the 20th,
Senator, You asked for a point of information.
I'm putting point of information.
Yeah, but your point of information is what? Attacking the comments that was just made by the
No,
other senator?
I'm not attacking her. I'm making a statement, nothing to her directly.
Very well. You may proceed.
Oh, point of information specifically, my concern has to do with the narrative that is being put here, because we as a body, several senators stood up and asked for individuals that had options to bring them to this body. And that is on the record. So when individuals did show up, we are making the impression as if though, why are you here? And the question is, several members asked for them to do this. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Chairman?
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
And let me just further note, I think there was one of our colleagues that asked specifically whether or not the testifier knew what was on the property, what the makeup of the property was, and whether or not the National Park Service would be interested in that property. And none of us are sure. We don't know. He don't know. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much, Senator Gregory.
May I respond to the statements made by Senator Gregory?
You may.
Thank you. It was stated that I'm one person here and I don't look like this body, and I cannot possibly represent the 80 to 100,000 people of the Virgin Islands, and I could not agree with you more. I don't claim to represent anyone other than myself and my wife. We have a large number of people who have given us verbal and written support for what we're trying to do, but I don't think any one of us, regardless of what we look like, can claim to represent the entire territory. I have what I believe are the best interests of the friends and neighbors and children of St. John at heart, and I did take some offense at the statement that I can't possibly represent the entire territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silverman. Next, we'll go to Senator Milton E. Potter. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Silverman. Thank you very much for your presentation here before us today. And I'm not certain whether or not you're asking us to do something that is outside of our authority. And I guess you mentioned that certainly the governor, the executive branch, is the entity that would engage in negotiations with the Park Service. Ultimately, the governor would make the determination as to whether or not he would be interested in re-engaging the National Park Service with an alternative to Whistling Key, being the property that you acquired, to engage in this land swap. That is something that is outside of our control.
1 minute.
We cannot demand that the governor does this. Obviously, this would be potentially extending this process for perhaps upwards of an additional 90 days, and that's being conservative. So, I am appreciative of the alternative that you were able to present to us today. It would involve us starting again from square one in terms of even making a determination as to the cultural resources on the property. I know you said that there are no known cultural resources.
Time.
Is there a specific due diligence that was done on your part to ascertain or to come to that conclusion regarding the cultural resources on the property?
No, nothing specific done by me, no.
Okay. So I'm thinking that it's going to potentially extend, and I know you said, Mr. Chair, I'm going to wrap right up. I know you said that in your view, you do not think that it's going to substantially impact our ability to access the funding from FEMA to do this project, because can you elaborate on that? Why you've
Yes.
concluded that that is
Yes,
not going to have any impact?
At the committee of the whole, I believe it was then, the Commissioner of Education testified that the design for the school on the Catherineburg parcel was 30% complete. And she also testified that the greatest impact on the school project would be if that parcel were changed. If the school were built elsewhere, all that work would be wasted and they'd have to start from zero. Given that it has taken over a year to get 30% through design, I think it is unreasonable to believe that the remaining 70% of design, the creation of an RFP for contractors to bid against, the selection of a vendor, and the finalization of building contract documents could possibly take place in less than a year. So I think shovel in the ground a year from now is even optimistic if nothing changes. I told you that we close on this parcel in less than 30 days, and that's because the title was clear, the parcel was undeveloped, there were no complications surrounding it, there were no protected resources known. I believe that if this body, together with the executive, puts their mind to it and wants to get this done, it can be done very quickly and simply. It does not have the complications of a Whistling Key. It does not have a guardhouse on it. It is not shoreline. It's not 18 acres. It is a steep slope in the Carolina Valley watershed. It's ideal for conservation.
And as a separate, co-equal branches of government, this body does not have the authority to mandate that the executive branch engage in these negotiations. So everything is just sort of up in the air as far as this process is concerned. You're telling us to put a halt on this potentially again and encourage, because that's the best that we'll be able to do, encourage the governor of the Virgin Islands to engage in conversations with the Park Service. And you're saying, and you're honest in saying that the outgoing Park Service guy, in conversations with you, said, the Park Service might be interested in further pursuing talks regarding this alternative. So it's a great deal of uncertainty. The clock is, in fact, ticking with regards to our ability to access the funding. But I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate you putting an alternative before us today. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I will vote accordingly.
If I could just briefly
Thank you.
respond.
One second, Mr. Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Mr. Silverman?
Yeah, just very briefly. What I'm asking this body to do, and I absolutely agree, you do not have the authority to dictate anything to Government House, and you don't have the authority to engage in negotiations. But what you do have the authority to do is to give as much time to evaluate this offer as you took to evaluate the governor's offer. You took 45 days, and I do believe that you asked for alternative propositions to be brought during those 45 days. That's what we've done, and I'm asking for the common courtesy to give this proposition the same level of attention as you have given to the other one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silverman. Senator Marie C. James, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not need 45 days. I knew, and I still know, after 45 days, that I am going to vote for the land swap. But those 45 days give me the opportunity to research the history of St. John and the Virgin Islands. It gave me that opportunity, and I realized that as a Crucian, I did not know the history of St. John. And that's why it's important that we all, when we talked about the passage of the law that we should know our VI history, we really should. Because I didn't know that I try to figure out by reading Julianne Harley's testimony, and I heard it. I was like, how did these people get the land for this national park? How did this happen? How did that happen? And I discovered in my research that, and it was the irony of the thing is that the man who the school is named after, Julius Sproul, was the very man who donated or transferred or conveyed 225 acres to the national park. I couldn't believe it because national parks emerge from the colonial enterprise. All you need to do is look at Africa with the Maasai and the Serengeti Park. All you have to do is look at what happened to the American Indians, where they were physically and forcibly removed from the different areas that became the national parks in the United States of America. And that colonialism is still continuing today. So for me, I will end by saying, if I could get 11 acres on St. John back to the people of the Virgin Islands, I am voting for this land swap. Because as a real estate attorney, I know the value of land. And I know right now that Catherineburg Estate, right now, because of what happened in our history, is worth millions of dollars. And I am not going to give any more land on St. John proper to the National Park Service. And that's what this proposal is saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator James. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Silverman, what is the alternative for you? We keep talking about alternative. If in fact you're not able to turn this property over to the government, if they don't purchase the property from you, what happens? What do you intend to do with that property?
We will hold the property in conservation status, and beyond that, I don't really know. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I don't know. It's possible that it would be used as a swap for a maternity ward on St. John at some point, as Senator DeGraff asked for. The property is not suitable for development. It's not suitable for public housing. It is only suitable for conservation status. But if that conservation status could be used for the benefit of St. Johnians, then that's something which I would like to see happen to it.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Silverman, I got a couple questions for you. And this first one is a yes or no. Have you ever been to Whistling Cay?
No.
Okay. Are you in favor of the preservation of Whistling Cay?
Yes.
Okay. If I ask you to rate the national park on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being, the lowest, 10 being the highest, how would you rate their scale on their ability to preserve sites? How would you rate the National Guard on their the National Park Service? I'm sorry. 1 to 10, 1 being low, 10 being high. How would you rate the National Park Service?
5.
You rate them a 5. So let me ask you, you mentioned that your property is within the National Park Service. Do you right now have access to that property? Is it landlocked?
1 minute.
Yes, I do have access.
Okay. You see, what I've found out with this here, right, is those are the two issues that are emotional issues driving this issue. Those that believe the National Park Service moved the bong posts, which probably could be true, but this is not going to be solved in this bill. And those that have an issue with access to the property, as Mr. Silverman is giving testimony here, that brings emotional issues. I'm going to tell you, right, that Katrinaburg property, like my colleague from St. Croix just mentioned, is very valuable property. Some of our ancestors have been buried at that site. And this deal that Mr. Silverman is proposing will give more land to the National Park Service. And we are already saying we don't want the National Park to get any more service. This will give them more land. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
May I respond?
Thank you very much. There's no question on the table, Mr.
May I respond?
No. Next, we'll recognize Senator Capehart. You're recognized for your 2 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Mr. Silverman.
Good afternoon.
First, I just want to say to you, thank you for your willingness to provide an alternative for the children of St. John. As some of my colleagues mentioned, there's no agreement that was negotiated by the governor for us to ratify. In our meeting on July 20th, we met, and there were a few individuals that had other alternatives as yourself. I don't see them here today, and that's why I'm commending you for saying this is an alternative. But people, this is not about me. This ain't about you. This ain't about none of us. This is about the children of St. John. And there is something before us today that we have to make hard decisions. And this decision is we have a property on St. John that is buildable.
1 minute.
To place a school for those children for years who've been getting up early in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning to go get on a boat to go to school, then do the same thing again to go back home. Guys, we met, we had a subcommittee that actually came back with findings. They probed further inquiry on water accessibility, alternatives to the current proposal. And I'm going to say, today, it's about the children of St. John for me. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to vote when that time is here. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Before we go to Senator Johnson, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Silverman, are you a member of the Friends of the Parks?
No, I'm not, sir.
Yeah. Have you ever reached out, written to the Park Service regarding some of the concerns that have been raised by St. Jonian in respect to accessibility of the park? And
Did you ask if I've ever conversed with them, written to them?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
You have? All right. And
Yes, I met with Superintendent Fields and specifically talked about the access issues of landlocked St. Jonians.
And what was the result of that conversation?
The result of that conversation was his commitment to try to actually quantify this. These are, as has been said, very emotional issues. And some of the issues are not as clear-cut as they seem. But yes, there are certainly privately owned parcels that are inaccessible within the national park. And Mr. Fields acknowledged that and said that, acknowledged it as a problem.
Very well. You took him for face value in terms of that he was willing to help to remedy some of that situation?
No, I do not take anything that the National Park Service says at face value. It is as other people have said, it is a colonial enterprise on the island of St. John. Their mission is really to preserve public spaces essentially for wealthy white visitors. And that is the mission of the national park. It is not about indigenous people. It's not about native people. And maybe that has changed a little bit, but it's still very, very prevalent. The swap that I am proposing is a far less impactful swap than, I believe, the governor's swap. 18 acres of Whistling Key for 8 acres of Hammers Farm versus 13 acres for that 8 acres. It has less of an increase in the park than the one that you will be voting on later.
Yeah, but you're not taking into consideration, I'll go to Senator Johnson, the emotional and sentimental value of that property as well. You're just going acreage for acreage, pound for pound.
No. The Catherineburg parcel is vitally important, has huge emotional. I mean, there was a time that I thought it was probably not appropriate for building a school because of its proximity to monuments to enslavement. It was an issue for me. But St. Jonians believe that it is a good place because it gives them control and ownership and agency over an historical asset. I agree. But don't give up a place which has equal historical value when you can give up a place that does not have that value.
Very well. Next, we'll go to Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Good afternoon to the testifier.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon to all the St. Jonian that's in the house. I must say this, right? Mr. Silverman, can I ask you what state you're from?
I was born in New York.
The reason why I ask you that is because if I take my pen right now and I poke you with my pen hard enough, you're going to bleed, right?
I hope so.
And if you take my pen back and poke me, I'm going to bleed too.
I believe so.
I'm quite sure the colors are going to be the same when it starts coming out of each of us.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have any questions for you, and I want to make this very clear. There's a senator from the state of Maine, Augustus Stanley King. The Parks Office gave them land. So it's nothing that cannot happen.
1 minute.
It's nothing that cannot happen. And when I look in this audience, I see a lot of elderly people, and you guys have to make that trod. And your children them and your grandchildren them making that trod. And if you come in here to stand up for them, it means something. It truthfully means something. Mr. Silverman is from New York, and I think he's feeling your cry. He's been living among you guys for a while. You might have been friends, you might have been enemies, but he come forward to try to represent you in the best way that he can. I am not in support of giving up nothing. I want a school in St. John, but I am not in support of giving up nothing. I could stand here by myself today and have no fear whatsoever. None. When the people decide what they're going to do as far as me sitting in here, I will accept it and I will tell them, thank you for allowing me to serve. At the end of the day, I have no fear about this. This is not something I am going to support and vote for the exchange of any land. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, audience, please refrain from the clapping. At some point, we'll allow for that to occur, but right now, we can't allow for clapping in between. This inappropriate. Senator James, you recognize. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your point of information.
We need to make sure that as a legislature that we provide correct information to the people of the Virgin Islands. And in Maine, they did not convince the National Park Service to create an exception for giving land to the people of Maine in that state. We need to make sure that we understand the federal-state relations, and we do not disseminate wrong information. We have, as a people in this Virgin Islands, been given for too long misinformation, and we have been too gullible and too embracing of others, and we need to stop it. The entire island of St. John is of historical significance to all of us in the Virgin Islands, the entire island. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Next, we'll go to Senator Carrion. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to Mr. Silverman, and thank you for standing and bringing forth an alternative to the issue that is before us. And good afternoon to everyone who is here. this afternoon from various places to represent. This clearly is not an easy one for us. As a matter of fact, I think is one of the hardest decisions among those that we have had before us. It's not easy because we hear and we've been hearing the cry of the people of St. John. We know and are aware that there have been issues with the National Park Service over the years, numerous issues. But I really think that, in a sense, we are mixing things. What we have before us, and we've been asking for alternative, and Mr. Silverman has presented one, but it still puts us in the same position with what he is proposing, because we will still be giving up land on St. John. I commend you for trying and moving as a citizen and the resident of St. John, but it still places us in the same position because we're still giving up something. We're still swapping something. And there's a large number in the community that is saying, don't swap. And the sad thing about this is at the end, if we don't move on ratifying what we have before us, our children will continue to suffer. So I'm really in a hard place because I'm sympathetic with all the issues that the people in St. John have been facing, and I believe we shouldn't be giving up any more land. But what are the alternatives that we have? How much more must our children suffer? So we have an issue. We don't even have a shelter on St. John. There's only one that only can hold 15 people. How long will we continue without a shelter? How long will we continue without a school? So these are issues that are before us, and we need to put everything on the balance. We have the other issues that we need to continue to fight for and address. And we need to have our delegate to Congress to continue to engage in these conversations. We have to be a partner in this fight, requiring the National Park to take the stand and to respect the people of St. John. We need to try to continue fighting on behalf of the people. But we have an issue before us, and we have to make a decision. And at the appropriate time, I will be making that decision and voting at the appropriate time on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrillo. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When you say that you give wrong information, then bring the right one. That's all I really have to say. If you're going to correct my information, bring some information to make me comfortable. Because I have come in this arena here and made a wrong statement on an individual. I came right back inside here and I apologize. I'm not too big or too proud to be corrected, but not just by saying it. Because I've seen documents where the state of Maine got land from the national park.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we go to the Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I just had to go to my Lord and Savior in prayer. Because, first off, Mr. Silverman and anyone else who felt slighted as an officer of this institution, I want to apologize for the behavior displayed earlier. I am utterly embarrassed. And I apologize. Now, when we voted in the last session to delay this bill, don't tell me we didn't vote. We voted to hold the bill. And for 45 days, and we asked that people with proposal come forward. We have one proposal. What if we had 10? Would we insult everybody that came before us to provide what we asked for? If we don't want it, we don't want it. But the behavior displayed was totally uncalled for. Who vex? Ups to you. But we are here to represent the people. I don't care where you come from. I don't care whether or not you voted for me. I am seated in this body and I am to represent you, the people. If we are on different sides of the coin of a topic, so be it. One thing my mother always told me before she departed is that you're not going to be able to please everybody.
Time.
And I'm not trying. In closing, I beg your indulgence, Mr. Chair. In closing, I have some serious misgivings about giving up any more offshore keys in these Virgin Islands that belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands. Little St. James, Great St. James, during this Epstein matter, we had an opportunity before us to hold on to those keys, and we have lost it. Why you didn't bring it? You want to sit there and comment on everything that people say.
Order, Senator. Let's focus.
So then we should respect everyone during their time. When they are speaking, it is their time to speak, and every member in this body should have that respect whenever someone has the mic. At the appropriate time, I will vote my conscience because I sleep well at nights. Thank you again for stepping forward, and thank you, St. Jonians, for being in here and standing for what you believe in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Gittins. Next, we will recognize Senator Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good afternoon. I had the opportunity to visit Whistling Key. Mr. Silverman, before I go into it, I want to just say thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for stepping up, because I had the opportunity to visit Whistling Key. I walked on that shore. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have. I also had the opportunity to walk on those sacred grounds in Estate Catherineburg. And I am so grateful to have had that opportunity to know that some of our ancestors, they died, and I even see where some of the slave quarters were located. That is part of our past. And in looking at it in a holistic way, because I learned, and I'm also a teacher, not an academic teacher, but a teacher in a different
1 minute.
Realm and avenue. It is important for young people to be educated. Education is what brought all of us here and provided us with an opportunity to provide services, to become intelligent, to make difference in people's lives, positive difference. Mr. Silverman, what profession were you before you retired to the Virgin Islands, if I may ask?
I was an inventor.
So you're collecting, I'm sure, since you were an inventor, a patent. And you were educated to invent various patents.
I have a fairly extensive patent portfolio in my name, yes.
Yes. And I want to applaud you and your parents for that.
Thank you.
Because that's very vital. And so my issue, I really would like, Mr. Chairman, may I? For us to consider that future generation that we have. I went to Ivana Udorakan High School. My classmates traveled from St. John and they used to be sleeping in class all the time. And this is a truth. I really have and appreciate what is being said and here, but I have a bigger picture to deal with, and that's the future of our island, and especially St. John, so we could definitely have a brighter future with educated individuals. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Mr. Silverman, would you like to share in terms of your pattern or your some of the inventive
the field I worked in was electronic trading systems for financial securities, for currencies and bonds. And this was back quite a few years ago in the 1980s, where I was involved in designing some of the very early trading systems and the patent portfolios in that area.
Thank you. At this time, we'll recognize the Senate Vice President, Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Mr. Silverman, and all of the Virgin Islanders, mostly St. Johnians in the audience, and thank you for being here. It was made, and it's clear that we really do not negotiate. And I know when we last met, we extended 45 days to see if anything came forward, and we appreciate you doing what you did. But at the end of the day, I must say, in respect to the land swap and the proposal, for me, it's about quality of life. Quality of life for our future young people in the territory. What does quality of life include? Many of them, as was stated on the record, get up real early in the mornings to go to school, have to traverse across the waters to get education, which is basic for all of us. It has been some time.
1 minute.
50 plus years. And we, as representatives, have an opportunity to make a difference for those individuals moving forward. Quality of life when it comes to extracurricular activities, after school activities for those individuals. Quality of life when it comes to shelters, when it comes to hurricanes, to our territory, which we are not immune from, and on and on and on. Quality of life means a lot to me. It really does. It's important for all of us. We all would like to have a better quality of life as we go through our journey. And I must say to my colleagues, if not now, when? And if not us, who? We are the representatives that are here right now with this opportunity of a lifetime. We do not know when it's going to come again. We do not. But at the end of the day, I will vote for the future of this territory when it comes to St. Johnians and other children. What's in their best interest? We are the ones, we are the village that looks out for their best interests. We may agree to disagree at times, but at the end of the day, it's not about me. Because at times I hear people, I'm not going to vote for you because of this. That's okay. It's not about me. It isn't. It's about his children. And that's who I represent and look out for mostly. I represent everyone, but that's who I look out for mostly because they don't have a voice. We are their voice. Thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Vice President and Vice Chair, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We're sitting here and discussion and dialogue is always good. But I sure hope that every one of my colleagues inside here are aware that there are 3 drawings right now circulating for right where that school and that ballpark in St. John is. There are 3 different drawings. And one of the drawings, the ballpark not even no place in existence. So when we talk something, we better find out what's going on and what the plans others have in store for St. John. There are 3 sets of drawings. And none of those plans are in relation for a school. One of the plans, the ballpark, is eliminated. But we can't put back the school there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Johnson, if the Madam Timekeeper could put 2 minutes on the clock for me. I'd like to weigh in quickly on this, and I want to say, Mr. Silverman, thank you again for your stepping up and offering of yourself and your money, your family's money, for the purpose of this acquisition of the property. I don't think it's at loss whether or not the government take the funding. Take the land. I believe that there's still some opportunities there. The land could perhaps be used for a National Heritage Trail. There are many purposes that could be used for that land. A bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bushes. I am of the mindset that for far too long, the children of St. John has been disenfranchised, where unlike any one of the other islands, St. Thomas or St. Croix, they have had to wake up in the wee hours of the morning, travel, get to on a ferry, travel over to St. Thomas, get back after attending school, get back, and do that whole thing in reverse again. Disenfranchised, in my opinion.
1 minute.
We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The stars is somewhat aligned, where we have the funding in place to be able to build and provide a pre-K to 12th grade school on the island of St. John, as well as a hurricane shelter. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the Park Service, despite of all that they have done, continue to require us to have to be able to do a land swap in order to be able to achieve a school on St. John. It's truly unfortunate. However, what side of history are we going to be on? Are we going to allow this to continue or allow for us to be able to give our children a high school? I had the opportunity to visit Whistling Key as well as to walk in Catherineburg. Catherineburg brought goosebumps on me as I walked through those hallowed sacred grounds. And I marvel at the opportunity that we'll be able to get that property back under our local inventory.
Time.
It's one of the greatest achievements I believe that we'll be able to make. How unfortunate that we have to give up Whistling Key. At the appropriate time, my time had been called. Again, I want to thank all of my colleagues for this opportunity. And we certainly have vetted this as far, and I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. Silverman, to issue a closing statement. And then we'll take a recess, and when we come back, we'll rise back into session. Rise into session. Mr. Silverman, your closing.
Thank you very much. I believe at the Committee of the Whole, you said that it felt like the National Park Service had their knee on your neck, forcing you to give up something which you did not want to give up in order to get something which you rightfully deserved. And that statement really, really stuck with me. And I committed to doing whatever my family could do to not make that happen. So we've talked about a lot of things. There's one topic which I did want to very briefly discuss. If you look at St. John and look at the string of keys off the North Shore of St. John, there are 8 keys. There's Whistling Key, Cinnamon Key, Trunk Key, and I can go on and on and on. 7 of those 8 keys are owned by the United States government and the National Park Service. There is 1 key remaining on the North Shore of St. John owned by the people of the Virgin Islands. And it happens to be a key with great historical significance in the whole story of the escape from slavery. It is an important asset to maintain. There's been a discussion about funding. And some have mentioned that Whistling Key is, quote, free to the Virgin Islands to trade for that land. Well, I'd like to just talk very briefly about funding. If you look at the Epstein settlements, the Virgin Islands received $62.5 million from Leon Black, $105 million from the Epstein estate, $30 million from the sale of St. James. That adds up to $197 million. Are you telling me that you can't afford $1 million of that $197 million for the education of St. John youth? I am shocked. Look at ARPA funds. The government, the administration was paying $5 million a month to WAPA, $100 million in a year. The government has $200 million of ARPA funds sitting in an interest-bearing stateside account. If you just use $1 million of the accrued interest on that account, it would pay for this swap. So money isn't an issue. And as I've said, if money were an issue, we'd be willing to donate this land free of charge. We'll convey it for $1 if that helps. Because we want the right thing to happen. We want that knee off the neck. We want Virgin Islanders to be able to own, to have agency in their own history. It's critical to me as a person of Jewish heritage. How do I feel about sites of Jewish torture? I feel very, very strongly. I can make a mental connection. Anyway, it seems to me that the decision may have already been made when the deferral was done on July 20th. I know there is a subcommittee appointed by you, the St. John Land Swap Committee. I know that it met several times. I know that Virgin Islanders, St. Johnians, wanted to attend one of those committee meetings and were told they were closed to the public. I hope that you realize we have a sunshine law in the Virgin Islands where all subcommittees of the legislature are open to the public. In any case, if I sound a little bit frustrated, it's because you asked us to do something. I feel like we did it. You gave us 45 days. Maybe you haven't gone through the calendar. Those 45 days don't expire for another week. September 12th is the end of the 45-day period. So if you vote today, you're violating your own resolution, which you're entitled to do. In any case, we made our offer in good faith. We have received a tremendous amount from the people of St. John in the 15 years we've lived here. And this was one small way that we are trying to return the gift that we've been given by the people of St. John. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Silverman, and thank you again to all the St. Johnians that have come over here to support Mr. Silverman and his proposal on this particular measure. The Committee of the Whole will stand in recess for 15 minutes, and when we return, we'll be rising back into session. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess. Good afternoon. We're out of recess at this time, and prior to us going into recess, of course, we had the Committee of the Whole with the two items on today's agenda, which was Bill number 35-0130, and Act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number remainder 30C, Estate Elizabeth, number 8I, Great Northside Quarter, St. Thomas, from the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation to allow for a scenic lookout for a restaurant, bar, and gift shop. And of course, then we had bill number 35-0135, an act granting a use variance for parcel number 17D-1, Estate Bavonis, number 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay, Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the C commercial zoning to the house a fuel storage facility consisting of a maintenance storage building and a parking truck storage containment structure. Subsequent to that, then we entertained and heard testimony from Mr. David Silverman in regards to the St. John land swap. At this time, we will conclude the Committee of the Whole, and at the sound of the now we'll be moving into regular session. So today's session of September the 15th, 2023 is hereby called to order. At this time, we'll ask the chaplain to lead us into invocation. Please rise.
Let every heart pray. Jehovah God, this is the day that you have made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We take this time to recognize that you are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Besides you, there is no other. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to serve the people of the United States Virgin Islands by hosting a legislative session in these hallowed chambers today. Touch those behind the scenes whose names never get called and whose faces are not seen, but who quietly and faithfully give of themselves in service to this institution. May we do what we do in excellence today for the community at large. Oh God, I lift the name of one of our own, Miss Ina Hansen, this afternoon. Comfort her, Lord, and her family in a special way as they go through this season of mourning. Show us as a community how to be a support system, not just today, but for the long term. Today, there are 15 elected servants seated in the well today, poised to do the people's business. Your word proclaims that you desire to instruct and teach us in the way we should go. So guide these lawmakers as they legislate over consequential matters in the governance of our beautiful Virgin Islands. You gave each of them 2 ears, but 1 mouth. And I pray that they listen twice as much as they speak. And when unanimity is impossible to grasp as a body, that they demonstrate how to disagree without being disagreeable. In the matchless, priceless name of Jesus the Christ, I pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the national anthem and Virgin Islands March. Thank you very much, and thank you to Chaplain Reverend Charles L. Brown Jr. For your invocation, and a pleasant good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Once again, we're united in pride and hope. At this time, Madam Secretary, can I have a roll call?
Pleasant good day. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Present. Senator Bolquez present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph present. Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter present. Mr. President, we have 14 members present and 1 member absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Carla Joseph, and we do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. At this time, of course, earlier we had the Committee of the Whole hearing, and now we have moved into legislative session where we will consider an act and zoning requests and on Bill number 35-0112, the proposed land exchange with the Virgin Islands National Park to construct a pre-K to 12 school and a hurricane shelter in St. John. This week at the legislature has been one of celebration and loss. First, we had the honor of joining our colleague, Nyamka Thompson Miller, our Assistant Director of the Legislature Division of Business and Financial Management, as we welcome her son, First Officer Gleason Thompson Jr., on his inaugural jet blue flight as a co-pilot in the territory, and was equally proud to meet Captain Orchidia Saki, who piloted a KC-135 Stratotanker from MacDill Air Force Base in Florida to St. Croix as part of a visit with the Air Force Base 6 Air Refueling Wing. I appreciate that Captain Saki was able to give countless Virgin Islands students the opportunity to meet with her and tour the plane. I know that those young people walked away from that experience inspired by Captain Saki and with their own goals of becoming pilots or working in the aviation industry. Congratulations to the pilots and their families on this accomplishment. Today, we also, the legislative family, extend our deepest sympathies to Ms. Ina Hansen, a valued team member of the St. Croix Journal Division, and the loss of her son, and we'll continue to hold Ms. Hansen in our thoughts and prayers and extend condolences to her and her family. We also had a situation where our post auditor was knocked down just yesterday, a vehicle accident, and had to seek medical attention as well. So we want to keep Mr. Samuel in our prayer as well and wish him a speedy recovery. This week, the territory lost a fierce advocate for equality with the passing of former Senator George Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin served in the 20th and 23rd legislatures, and throughout his life was a very active in sports, politics, and in our community. He was a businessman, a sportsman, and a leader who will be missed. We all stand on the shoulders of these giants, like former Senator George Goodwin, who certainly paved the way for us here today. At this time, I'd just like to remind the audience, as well as my colleagues, to please turn your cell phone either off or turn on the volume as to not interrupt today's session. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Consideration of zonings. Bill number 35-0130, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number remainder 30C, Estate Elizabeth, number 8I, Great Northside Quarter, St. Thomas, from the R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation to allow for a scenic lookout with a restaurant/bar and gift shop. Bill number 35-0135, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 17D-1, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the commercial zoning to house, from the C commercial zoning to house a fuel storage facility consisting of a maintenance/storage building and a parking/truck storage containment structure. Consideration of bill. Bill number 35-0112, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service, of tract number 02-101, Whistling Island, also known as Whistling Key, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior, National Park Service's conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of tract number 01-137A, Catherineburg, Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll do, I'm sorry? Okay. At this time, what we'll do is the committee reports, and I'll do a 2-minute round for the committee reports. And of course, I'll start off with Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to report that the minority senators continue to show up to all the committee meetings, and we are still looking into addressing the gun violence issue. And I have $20 million appropriated for senior facility on St. Thomas and St. Croix. We'll be working on that together as a team in collaboration with any of the majority senators. So we definitely want to keep an open door policy and continue doing the great work that we are doing. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, Minority Leader, and thank you for the work that you're doing on the behalf of the minority senators and the senators of the 35th Legislature. Next, we'll recognize Senator Javon E. James, Sr., and 2 minutes for your committee report.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. As the chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, I have chaired 5 hearings total for the year. Most recently, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture met on Wednesday, September 13, 2023, at the Irby Atley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, where we discussed the path moving forward with the Office of Cannabis Regulations, and we also had in-depth conversation with the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. We received an update on the overall status of the USVI Office of Cannabis Regulations. Most recently, we saw where they submitted to the public a 144-page document that speaks to the draft rules and regulations that will be sent for public comments and then will be reviewed for legal sufficiency.
1 minute.
Invited testifier at that time was Ms. Natalie Hodge. who's a commissioner nominee for the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We also heard from Ms. Hannah Cardi, who's the executive director of the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board. And lastly, Dr. Catherine Keene, chairwoman of the Cannabis Advisory Board. In the second block, we receive an update on the overall status of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, where we heard from Commissioner nominee Dr. Lewis Peterson
30 seconds.
of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, and he spoke about the different initiatives they plan to put forward when it comes to water for our farmers, and they spoke about the different programs that they have. We had a great discussion. We look forward to having some more hearings. Once again, we encourage the public to watch these hearings, as this is what we do. We provide oversight, pass legislation, and put appropriate funds to run this government. We are not commissioners and directors. And we're not the governor of the Virgin Islands. We don't negotiate
Time.
deals. So with that said, thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Javon James, and thank you for the work that you and your committee have been doing. And next, we'll recognize Senator Angel Bocas Jr., Senator at Large, for his committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, the Committee on Culture, Youth, Age, and Sports and Parks convened on Friday, August 25th, 10 a.m. in the Fritz Loetz Legislative Chambers on St. Croix. The committee received updates on the status of the horse racing industry throughout the territory. This update included, but was not limited to, the facilities construction, funding allocations, projected timelines, achievements, challenges, and potential opportunities, and prevailing needs. Southland Gaming and VIGL were given updates on their facilities under construction. Concerns were raised by senators by the lack of movement by VIGL. Horsemen also spoke candidly regarding the lack of communication by VIGL and voiced concerns on the cost of maintaining horses while not being able to recoup investments due to the lack of races. Commissioner White of DSPR cited apprehension and the release of funds while the movement of the track on St. Croix was slowly happening. The committee also received testimony on two bills presented for consideration by the Honorable Senator Samuel Kariung, Bill number 35-0073 and 35-0083. During his presentation, Senator Kariung mentioned that the bill would not create two horse racing commissions, but rather give the district the autonomy to address unique issues between them. Both divisions were able to come together to form a territorial horse racing commission that would set rules, regulations, measures, and current horse racing commission supported decisions. Senators agreed to expedite the resurgence of the horse racing industry in the territory, and the committee adjourned at 3:45 p.m. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bocas, and thank you for the work that you and your committee have been doing. Next, Senator Fred Gregory is out, but I know Senator Fred Gregory is the chair of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and obviously over the last several weeks, she and the committee have been reviewing the budget process and bringing in all of the government agencies for the purpose of reviewing the government budget. We had a final wrap-up of the proposal by the governor's financial team, as well as markup over the last week or so. And obviously those budget bills are now being transformed and being prepared for the purpose of being voted out of the committee and into the Rules and Judiciary while they go through the final process. Once that is done and they're voted out of the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, then we'll be going to the full body for consideration and setting in motion the government spending for the next fiscal year, which is fiscal year October 1, 2023, which is fiscal year 24, and that will be done on next week, Friday, the 22nd, where we have an opportunity to review all of those budget bills and then move them forward. At this time, we'll recognize the Chair of Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, Senator Milton Potter. You recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to everyone in the well today. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning convened a meeting on September 7th, 2023. The committee received updates from the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Executive Director Raja Merritt and his executive team regarding the authority's disaster recovery-related projects and funding. Concerns about vendor payments to local contractors were front and center, and a comprehensive waste treatment plan were discussed extensively during our meeting. The committee also received an update from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, its CEO, Andrew Smith, and their executive team concerning the potable water crisis territory-wide, with a particular focus on the island of St. Croix. We also discussed obtaining necessary equipment to properly install meters and a transition to solar power systems. Really, in particular, we spoke about the power purchase agreement with various vendors for renewable energy here in the territory. After our robust discussions, the committee requested information from both agencies,
30
which will
seconds.
be disseminated once it has been received. The committee's next scheduled meeting will be on October 2nd, 2023, where we will receive testimony from the Department of Education Commissioner, Dr. Dion Wells, Interim Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Ms. Dana Clendenin, and from the Office of Disaster Recovery Director, Ms. Adrian Williams Octolin. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. We know how important it is in this disaster recovery process, and thank you for your oversight and your committee's continue role to make sure that we holding the administration feet to the fire to make sure that a lot of these disaster recovery projects move forward, because those certainly add to our financial portfolio as well. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing there. Senator Marie C. James, the Chair of Education and Workforce Development, you're recognized for your committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, everyone, my colleagues, everyone in the room, and all listening. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development convened on July 31st, 2023, and the purpose of the meeting was to examine the current state of public education, including but not limited to a status on the update on summer enrichment and after-school programs, the facilities, vacancies, recruitment, retention, data on student enrollment, the use of the $250,000 in ARPA funds by each school, and any other concerns or issues that should be brought to the attention of the committee. We also, the Department of Education provided an overview of its challenges and its successes, and the Board of Education shared with us the concerns that they had, including the shortage of critical personnel and lack of certified teachers and infrastructure deficits. We considered Bill number 35-0082, which is an act to limit the expulsion and suspension of students in pre-kindergarten through third grade. Representatives from the Department of Health and Education testified in favor of the bill, and the committee approved the motion with a vote of 7 yeas. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development will convene on Thursday, September 21st at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetz Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony regarding regarding early childhood care and education in the Virgin Islands, as well as the state of childhood care and education programs administered by the Department of Human Services, Department of Health, the University of Virgin Islands' role in the education of professionals in early childhood education, Lutheran Social Services. And we want to find out the status and effectiveness of their programs and any initiatives aimed at improving access and enhancing the quality of early childhood care and education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Marie C. James, and the work that you continue to do on behalf of the children of the Virgin Islands, as well as the teachers, faculty, and staff of the Education and Workforce Development. It's so critical that we continue to hold the responsibility of educating our children as a priority here in the Virgin Islands, and certainly our schools. Infrastructure continue to be challenged, and nonetheless, working along with disaster recovery, we're beginning to see some movement there. We saw the first pouring of concrete in the district of St. Croix at the new Arthur Richards pre-K to 8th grade school. And, I know that they're moving over into the St. Thomas district as well. And hopefully in the near future, we could see some movement in St. John as well in terms of build out of schools. So that is so important that we continue to address the infrastructure of our schools. Next, we'll come to Senator Ray Fonseca, who is the Chair of Health, Hospital, and Human Services, for his committee report.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And a special welcome to all the Virgin Islanders that's listening on the TV and the cable medium, and also a special welcome to everyone in the chambers today. Mr. President, the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services conducted a hearing on July 24th, 2023. We received testimony from Caribbean Kidney Center, and they provided an update on the status of nurse payments and kidney dialysis situation for the Virgin Islands. The committee also received an operational update on the Hobart Grigg Home for the Aged. And later in the day, the committee received testimony from the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. We're happy to report that we have been successful in preventing the closure of the St. Thomas East End Medical Center through our Honorable Governor Bryan's intervention, and with the assistance of OMB Director, we were able to secure an additional $2 million grant, and thanks to all involved, including HRSA. The committee is scheduling a site visit for a mental patient that has been living away from the Virgin Islands for 35 years in an institution. The committee is scheduling a visit to that patient. We're giving priority to mental health and also kidney dialysis. The committee conducted a public town hall meeting at the Frank Powell Park in Cruz Bay on St. John, Friday, August 25th, to receive public comments regarding health, hospital, and human services, and provided information to the St. John residents. Questions were asked by the residents, and the panel provided information to residents regarding assistance available. St. John, Virgin Islands is a unique community requiring a partial boat response. Overall, I'd like to say the St. John residents were mostly unsatisfied with the current level of services provided, particularly by the Department of Human Services. And again, I'd like to congratulate the governor for making major management changes in the Department of Human Services. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time, and blessings. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, and thank you again to you, Senator Fonseca, and your super committee of 9 members, and the work that you continue to do. Is critical that we have continued to do our due diligence as it pertains to our healthcare system. We have a lot of challenges in that area, and again, your committee represents from the cradle to the grave, and the work that needs to be done with terms of senior assisted living quarters, as well as adult daycare and the dialysis issue and all those type of things. So thank you for continuing to be your stick-to-itiveness in making sure that we exhaust and all our oversight to make sure that the executive branch and the administration do what they need to do to move the needle in terms of our Health and Hospital and Human Services Committee. Next, we'll recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart. Give heart, right? You're recognized for your committee report on Rules and Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, those who are viewing, listening, and here in the chambers today. Members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary convened in a meeting at the Capitol Building on St. Thomas on August 31st, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. In addition to myself, and all committee members were in attendance. Non-committee members in attendance were Senators Samuel Carrion, Novell E. Francis, and Ray Fonseca. Committee members voted and approved 3 bills that were forwarded to this body for consideration today. Bill number 35-0073, Bill number 35-0082, Bill number 35-0083. The committee vetted 2 nominations, Mr. Angel E. Dawson Jr., nominated by the GERS Board as Administrator, and Mr. Lionel Selwood, the Governor's nominee, appointed to the WAPA Board. All were approved and were forwarded to this body for further consideration. Mr. President, the next committee meeting on Rules and Judiciary will be held on September 20th, starting at 9:30 a.m. at this Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. Mr. President, this completes the report on the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that's been done by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Next, we'll hear from the Chair of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome to the Earl B. Otley Chambers. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has held at least one committee hearing since our last legislative session. The hearing was held on Tuesday, September 12th in the Fritz E. Lowitz Conference Room on St. Croix. The committee received testimony from the Bureau of Corrections. The committee acted upon a subpoena and received testimony from the Bureau of Corrections about the status of inmates who are being housed outside of the territory for various reasons. The Bureau also testified about their current operations, staffing, accomplishments, hardships, and goals at the facilities. Bureau of Corrections Director Winnie Testemark and Parole Board Chairman Dennis Howell also provided testimony on Amendment number 35-416, an amendment in the nature of a substitute for Bill number 35-0045, sponsored by Senator Johnson, a bill that seeks to create a geriatric parole provision in our local laws for inmates who are elderly and ill. After testimony, debate, and questioning, the committee voted to approve the bill and forward it to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action. The committee also later heard from the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, also known as VITEMA, and supporting agencies about their preparedness as we are in the height of the 2023 hurricane season. Discussion involved shelters, disabled accessibility, sandbag distribution, volunteer recruitment, personnel, equipment, and some followed discussions on the tsunami warning sirens across the territory. The committee has scheduled its next hearing for October 12th. That hearing is currently scheduled to be held on the island of St. Thomas, but we are considering holding this hearing on the island of St. John. We will let you know for sure. The committee plans to consider bills that have been recently assigned to the committee for vetting. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens, and thank you for the work of your committee, Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice. And as I can see, our seniors and elders are leaving. Thank you for spending the day with us. And we appreciate seeing our elders and having them here today. Much respect. At this time, we'll recognize the Madam Secretary and the chair of, what are you chairing?
the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to present the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection report. We held a committee meeting on Wednesday, August 23rd, commencing at 10:01 a.m. at the Earl B. Otley Hall on St. Thomas to receive an update on the operation of the Department of Property and Procurement from Ms. Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner Designee, and consider 2 bills that were on the agenda. The Commissioner Designee Alejandro indicated in her testimony that the department conducted 532 solicitations and executed 1,540 contracts, totaling $1,145,830.37. Also, the Deputy Commissioner of Property and Printing, Mr. Vincent Richards, testified that the vendors at the Vendors Plaza will be provided with an opportunity to give input relative to the proposed rental fee increases, as well as the location of the food and beverage component of the Vendors Plaza of Property and Procurement. Finally, the committee considered 2 bills and moved them into the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Those bills are 35-0014 and 35-0074. The hearing concluded at 3:49 p.m. A total of 8 senators were present, which includes the committee members, and 2 committee members were absent. Finally, I would like to thank all senators that participated in the meeting. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your detailed report. And we appreciate the work that's being done by Government Operations and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection. Next, we'll recognize Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden, who is the Chair of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. You recognize for your report.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications held a committee hearing and Tri-Island Public Town Hall to get information and generate public comments on the Virgin Islands Housing Authority 2024 Annual Plan. On August 24th, 2023, the committee convened at approximately 2:15 p.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, to take testimony from the VA Housing Authority on Authority's 2024 Annual Plan. Senators proposed numerous questions regarding affordable housing in the territory, particularly around maintenance, community upkeep, housekeeping programs, and the availability of units, both in the public and private sector, and also to include the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Present were all committee members and non-committee member, Senator Novell Francis, Donna Fred Gregory, and Diane Capehart. The committee followed up with a public hearing on August 30th at approximately 6:20 p.m. to receive public input on a VIHA annual plan held on all 3 islands. It was attended by over 100 community members from all walks of life. Senators present were committee members Maurice James, Angel Boquez Jr., Samuel Carrion, Dwayne DeGraff, Ray Fonseca, Carla Joseph, to include myself, and non-committee members Kenneth Gittins. Also present were the Housing Authority's officials, Lydia Pell and Jimmy Farmer. During the town hall, committee members shared their concerns with various aspects of the annual plan, including the proposal to increase the required security deposit. A number of observations and suggestions were made, particularly in terms of a desire for improved housing conditions and maintenance, and for increased opportunities to participate in home ownership programs. The town hall was adjourned at approximately 9:15 p.m. The committee will convene next on October 3rd, when we intend to receive an update from the telecommunications providers and regulatory agencies in the territory. Mr. President, as you know, we have been having a lot of complaints lately in respect to that space, and we will all do some serious vetting in that respect. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Of course, we're in a housing crisis, so we appreciate the work that's been done by the Housing Committee, and that town hall was very critical and timely as we continue to vet the availability of our housing inventory and how do we improve that. The situation with our telecommunication continue to be one where our lifeline, our ability to be able to call 911 or call emergency line continue to be somewhat at risk. And thank you for the work that you're doing to hold these carriers accountable for making sure that we're able to make that perhaps our last call to 911 and be able to save lives. The Committee of the Whole, which I represent, of course, we had the hearing earlier today of Bill 35-0130 as well as Bill 35-0135. And on the 21st, next week, Thursday, we'll also be considering bills for the St. Thomas District. But the committee was also working on as a subcommittee that had been put together subsequent to the initial July 2023 hearing of the St. John Land Exchange, and the subcommittee was formed for the purpose of continued vetting of that piece of legislation. The committee makeup was Senator Angel Bolke, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Maurice James, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Milton Potter, and myself, and the action of the committee has been done and generated in a subcommittee report that is available for the public's views as well. Some of the concerns that have been raised is regarding the selection of Whistling Key for the proposed land exchange, the consideration of other alternative location, the impact of the August 4th timeline that had been put forth by the Commissioner of Education as to the timeline for this approval. We also had an opportunity for further dialogue with the Department of Interior, Basil Atley, with the delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, as well as the governor's team.
30 seconds.
And we requested a certain additional information and documentation, again, that has been placed into the subcommittee report. A quick summary of the subcommittee work is that throughout the course of the investigation, the findings of the subcommittee were not contrary to most of the information that had been presented on July 11th, 2023, Committee of the Whole. And the governor's office indicated that they had not received any alternative proposals for the property to be exchanged that would have allowed for the government to retain Whistling Key. Prior to the receipt of the September 6, 2023 email from David Silverman, there was no alternative presented to the legislature. A key consideration regarding the land exchange remains the cost. The administration is reluctant to spend any of the FEMA funds dedicated to the construction of the school and land acquisition, as this is expected to negatively impact the design and the build of the school. The present state of the government coffers does not allow for legitimately allow for the support of additional land purchases at this time. The issue of water accessibility has been an issue for St. Jonians and other persons traversing through the Fungi Passage. That waterway and water surrounding Whistling Key fall within the park boundaries. While waterway access has become a rallying point for the discussion of the land exchange, the park and the governor have publicly stated the water rights will not be impeded in any way, shape, or form. As a follow-up to that, we made sure that there was language placed in an amendment that will be considered today, where we want to make sure that, one, that the right to the passage is made available, and two, that the land actually indicate that they will be used for the schools, for the school and the hurricane shelter. At this time, that concludes the committee report for this session. And before we go to the majority leader for a motion, I wanted to recognize the page for today, Miss Ella Popple. You could come forward, please. She's a student at the Peter Gruber International Academy, a 12th grader. Her school activities include cyber, patriot, dance, library assistant. Her favorite subject is mathematics. Her hobbies are soccer, running, fitness, sailing, and crafting. Her extracurricular activities is working at Cookie Point Center, working and obtaining her dive master's title, coaching children's soccer, and playing with the Virgin Islands women's national team. And her future goal is to become an athletic physical therapist. She'll be working with the senators to assist with the paperwork, copies, or anything that will be necessary today. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ella Popple to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. At this time, Majority Leader, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to order today's agenda by placing items in blocks and giving time as follows. Block 1, consideration of zonings, Bill number 35-0130, an act granting a zoning use variance to parcel number remainder 30C Estate Elizabeth, and Bill number 35-0135, an act granting a use variance to parcel number 17D-1 Estate Bovoni. In this block 1, with a debate time of 2 minutes, then block 2 will be Bill number 35-0112, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service of track number 02-101 Whistling Key, also known as Whistling Island, also known as Whistling Key, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior National Park Services conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of track number 01-137A, Catherineburg, also known as Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarters, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Improvement Fund, with a debate time of 3 minutes. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, Senator DeGraff, roll call.
It's 4 o'clock, man.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Absent. Senator Bocage Jr. absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson. No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 9 yeas, 3 nays.
Mr. President, mark my vote as
3 absent.
Please record Senator Diane Capehart's vote as yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent.
Very well, thank you. The motion carries. And again, in the couple, Madam Clerk, please go ahead and call up the items in block number 1.
Bill number 35, that's 0130, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number remainder 30C, Estate Elizabeth, number 8I, Great Northside Quarter, St. Thomas, from the R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation to allow for a scenic lookout with a restaurant/bar and gift shop. Bill number 35-0135, an act granting a use variance for parcel number 17D-1, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the C commercial zoning to house a fuel storage facility consisting of a maintenance/storage building and a parking/truck storage containment structure. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 2-minute debate time. Block number 1.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to those of here in the well, people of the Virgin Islands. As it relates to Bill number 35-0135, we heard quite a bit of testimony today as it relates to this storage plant. I was listening to some of the information, but when it got to the point where they said they were 125 feet away from homes where people lived, and I'm also concerned with it being specifically around the area of the Bavoni landfill, where whether or not a fire might break out on top, a lot of times there are underground fires that you might not see at the time. So you also have to be mindful of that. So I'm very concerned about this, so I will vote appropriately when the time comes. When it comes to Bill 35-0130, I applaud the efforts of this individual. The renderings that he showed was very beautiful. I am in full support of economic development, but I have to make decisions based on facts, information, and fairness. When it came to quite a bit of opposition, it's one thing, you are always going to find people for and against things. But I listened to many of the concerns of DPNR, and I was also concerned as to the responses that I was given. That is a project that is going to take millions of dollars. And when I heard his own engineer
30 seconds.
make a statement that he didn't even know the cost, I was very much concerned as to what information was being relayed to that young man. So in all fairness, I love the project, but I have to be concerned about us giving these zone changes and whether funding and finances is going to be available. And if it's not, we might end up with a trailer on that property with the project never being completed. So I will vote accordingly when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Next, we will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand in support of one of these measures in this first block. I really appreciate Mr. Worrell just sticking to the grind and trying to make a difference and be a part of economic development. His drawing is fantastic. I have some doubts about the money, if he can get the money, but I'm willing to support this individual because he's been coming here before I even got here. And he continue. He have not given up yet on his dreams. He's a hard-working man. Tell you he take all his life on it and put into this investment, trying to make a difference as far as economic-wise. And then bill number 35-0135, I had my doubts, and when Mr. Rosenberg spoke, he even made me have more doubts. He spoke and said that there's a bunch of dilapidated building. And when on the questioning, he said that, yes, people live in it. That's their home.
1 minute.
That's their home. They might not be able to afford a big mansion on top of a hill, but I cannot stand up here and allow someone to say that my home is dilapidated. If that's what I can afford to live in, then that's where I make my bed, and I'm quite sure they are comfortable at night. And putting it 125 feet from these people dilapidated building is very dangerous.
30 seconds.
Because in some talks, he talk about even storing gas, which is an even more explosive and flammable, petroleum. So I definitely cannot support that. So I am very ready and willing to support Bill number 350130 and not support Bill number 350135. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And next we'll hear from Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I didn't forget, I made my birthday yesterday. The Lord bless me and all the well-wishers, the legislature, people around the territory, people around the world. Thank you very much. Highly appreciate it. It made the day. That's why I came out dressed up my Sunday best. Yeah. For Bill 35-0135, incidentally, September 15, 2023. Oh, by the way, that's the day. The Daily News was a headline. Bovoni landfill fire rekindles. So gas and fire don't mix. I don't care how you turn it, how you slice it. Underwater, gas and oil and thing will catch a fire. So Bovoni, the landfill, probably smoldering again. And, they talk about within 1,000 feet, the school, Baltasebo Shelter School, was evacuated. More than 1,000 feet from what part of thing catch up.
1 minute.
But still, the impact of it. So I don't support that. Mr. Worrell been here from 2015. Supposing he had $1 million ready to go in 2015, he get knocked down. 2017, I brought the bill. I get knocked down. 2023, hey, he might not have his money ready. Because he said, well, hey, I don't know what the Senate going to do, but I know what I going to do. I going to vote yes. I ain't stuttering again. Make sure when the vote come up, Dwayne Maurice DeGraff going to vote yes for Lionel Worrell. Again, vote your own conscience, do what you feel. I ain't worrying about it. And Whistling Key, I ain't supporting. And they say, that's 3 minutes and the next one, what I talking about it? No. I ain't supporting Whistling Key. And you know why? I spent 26 years as a police officer supporting and defending the people of the Virgin Islands. Put my life on the line. I spent 23 years in the National Guard. I spent a year in Baghdad, Iraq, supporting the people of the United States and the Virgin Islands. And I going to go give up.
Time.
Not even a rock stone, I going to give up. You ain't got to fight me for it. So thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Next, we'll hear from Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 2 minutes. Samuel Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. President. My position has always been that we shouldn't have to be dealing with these matters that have to do rezoning. In the absence of the land and water use plan, we're put in these positions, which are very difficult. But we need to respect zoning areas. And they're zoned for a purpose and for a reason. And when people buy a property, they're buying knowing what that zoning is and believing and trusting that the government will abide to the zoning in the area that they purchase their property. Great ideas. I'm all in favor of our people developing and being successful, entrepreneurship and growing and generational wealth. But if we don't have law and order, then everything is going just to be a craziness everywhere. And we have laws and orders for a purpose. Unfortunately, I have to go by the recommendations of the DPNR and their position in this matter. So on both of these matters, Bill 35-0135 and Bill 35-0130, I'll be voting appropriately at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Every time a governor starts his new term, or starts his term, we have the commissioners come down and we nominate them and we tell them we believe in you, we trust your decision and your team and what have you. Sometimes they may be right and sometimes they may be wrong. I didn't went to school for environmental planning and all that stuff. So I trust these individuals at DPNR when they come down here and make these recommendations. And one of the recommendations that were made for number 17 D1 Estate Bovoni was to allow a fuel storage facility with the condition of a 100-foot setback from any residential structures. And this was signed by Commissioner Oriol on July 28, 2023. So I'm trusting these individuals at DPNR that they have done their due diligence.
1 minute.
And they have met with the public based on the public response that we have seen here. And I will be voting in affirmative for that one. Mr. Warrell, I have spoken to him several times. But this is never personal for me. When I make a decision, I'm not attacking a person because who they support, who they behind, all that is rubbish. It is about what makes sense and it's about the future of these Virgin Islands. So, the
30
Department
seconds.
of Planning and Natural Resources recommended that the request for a use variance to allow a restaurant, bar, and gift shop be denied. And this was signed by Commissioner John Pierre Oriol on March 17, 2023. I can sit here and speak about the many things that were texted to me, but I'm not going to put down Mr. Warrell on the Senate floor. But based on the things that were sent to me and the concerns from the public, sadly I have to vote no for this project until he gets the right consultants and individuals who can guide him, especially when it comes to the Army Corps, dealing with the Army Corps of Engineering. So he has some work to do. As far as the other issues that we have before us on this table, I really hope and pray at some point that we end the talking and put our minds together to find out if this is going to stay within the jurisdiction of the Senate or we will keep it. Because from the 33rd legislature, I've been hearing, I have the bill. All right, the 33rd, the 34th, the 35th. Bring the bill. So it is what it is, but it's our job to make these hard decisions, and that's how I'll be voting. And when it comes to the other issue, I just want to make it very clear to Mr. David Silverman and anybody on St. John who has land, if you want to donate the land for to help with our housing crisis, to deal with cemeteries, to deal with anything of that matter, I will support it. But when it comes to hindering progress, I will not be a part of that. So, Mr. President, thank you for the time, and may God continue to bless these beautiful U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Senator Javon James Sr. Next, we'll hear from Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise before you to discuss Bill 35-0130 and 35-0135. Beginning with 0135, the nature of fuel storage facilities, they carry an inherent safety and environmental risk once you start to talk about them or discuss the nature of them. Being that we had the opportunity to fully discuss in detail some of the issues that came around concerning that 125 feet on residential areas, even though the DPNR voted to approve, I am very concerned about that and would prefer to see some sort of accommodation that would be made to safeguard those residents in that vicinity. It was also brought up by one of our colleagues that the BCB school was also evacuated, which was a lot more further in distance than that 125 feet. So I must vote no on that measure. Concerning Bill number 350130, Mr. Warrell, his persistence I admire. I always want to support economic development and how we can try to support or encourage entrepreneurs in our territory. However, there is a big community pushback in the area. And even though he has worked so hard to reach here today, I must also vote no on that measure because I believe there's still an opportunity to make some enhancements and collaborate with the residents in the area to try to find something that would be feasible for everyone to get along with. So, Mr. President, colleagues, I will not be supporting any of the measures in this block. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Borges. Next, we'll hear from Senator Potter. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to start with bill number 35-0130. And I sincerely, zero, Mr. Majority Leader, zero, not O. I sincerely support and appreciate the hard work, persistence, and diligence of Mr. Lionel Worrell. He's been at this game for more than 15 years trying to get this project approved. He has been a warrior in this regard. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the subject matter experts at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, who we rely upon to provide us with their recommendation after doing their due diligence, they have opposed from a safety standard, from a consistent use standard. They are opposed to this initiative. It is my hope that there will be another opportunity for Mr. Worrell to sit with DPNR as well as the persons, his neighbors in the area who are in opposition, to come with a viable alternative that would allow him to
30 seconds.
be able to accomplish his dream of being an entrepreneur here in the territory. With regards to the storage facility out in Bavoni, without question, there is a shortage of fuel storage areas here on the island of St. Thomas. Department of Planning and Natural Resources did their due diligence, and their recommendation was that the rezoning, it met the standards of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and they were supportive of this initiative.
Time.
So at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I will vote accordingly on both initiatives that are here in block number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. And next, we'll recognize Senator Marie C. James, Esquire. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I paid attention to the prayer today about having 2 ears and 1 mouth. And I listened carefully when the testifiers were here, and especially to Mr. Rosenberg, who talked about the people who were living in the area, and that there was a commercial entity that in fact was eventually going to take over where they are presently residing. And if you listened carefully, you will realize that there is something else in terms of their being on that property, because that property is zoned commercial. Commercial. Think about it. So the other part of it too is that the gentleman said that storage right now for fuel on the island of St. Thomas is being done at gas stations throughout this island. So you are being exposed in so many areas on this island, as opposed to one location. One. The risk is higher right now as we sit and stand in this chambers. With respect to Mr. Worrell, I was very disheartened to hear that
30
the
seconds.
inception or his initial purchase, I believe, was seen as folly on the part of the seller. If you would listen carefully also to what his representative said. And you know, sometimes we should go back and look at the transcript and listen to what was said about, he laughed that he had sold the property to someone for a huge price, knowing that in fact, that it would be very difficult for that man to develop that property. And that's why education is important in this community. And I will continue to tell people you need to read and you need to listen.
Time.
And you need to use critical thinking when you make decisions, especially when those of us in this chamber are making decisions for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. I will vote when my time comes.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Next, we'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 2 minutes. The guy from Saban.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. President. I want to discuss real quickly Bill 350135. You know, Chris Rosenberg. It's going to be located over there in Bovoni. You know, I going to say something, right? Nobody ain't going to want this in their neighborhood in St. Thomas. This a big fuel tank explosion could happen, but if you look at the design, there's a safety buffer in the plan. So I am definitely in favor of that. But you know, let me go to the Bill 350130, Mr. Morrell, right? You know, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, right? They like this sometime because, you know, when you look at the whole big thing, right? They fill the whole Charlotte Amalie Gymnasium with residents, right?
1 minute.
They want to build a boat ramp, a second boat ramp while the one still there. The area is a nesting site for turtles. They're using a permeable paver that when the sea rise is going to wash away. They're ripping out 13 trees that's over 100 years old. You see, DPNR, when they for you, and when they ain't for you, you know how things is, right? So they're wavering. Mr. Worrell, right? Worrell, W-R-R-E-L-L. You know, my heart goes out to your brother.
30 seconds.
But this is a real difficult sell in that area because of the gut, the fact that the Army Corps of Engineers, you know, a lot of people will have to get involved, and it's going to cost a lot more than that $1 million that you're telling us. So, Mr. Chair, I ain't sure how I'm going to vote on that one, but I know for sure I am going to support Bill 0135. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Diane T. Capehart, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in support of Bill number 35-0135. Colleagues, this bill is to secure storage facility for those who live here on this island. It is a need. When you look at the plan that he provided, there are 7 fuel tanks with a secondary containment. Environmental Protection Division will not approve that business to go there in the first place if those best management practices to preserve the environment, to protect the people who live in that area. That is a mandatory requirement. And if there's a spill, then a truck has to come and suck that oil out and go with it. That is why I am supporting it.
1 minute.
Because it's a need. Bill number 35-0130. Just like Whistling Key, I jumped on a little dinghy and I went to that island to see what I was voting on. Yesterday, we jumped in the car, some colleagues and I, and we went to that site to see what Mr. Worrell was proposing to do in that residential area.
30 seconds.
And from the time I saw that it was going to be in the gut, I said, no way, I can't support this. But I commend Mr. Worrell for his efforts of trying to build economic development, to build a facility, a place for our tourists to come and enjoy our natural beauty. But unfortunately today, I cannot, because I have seen, working in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources from St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix, where they have been building in guts and the environmental impacts that happen. When you have a 100-year storm, no matter how you think you're going to secure those columns, water going with that. So my colleagues, unfortunately, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, the Majority Leader, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be short. Like the good education chair said, and you make me think. So I'm going to utilize my critical thinking, and at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Madam Secretary, Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I did ask for your time, but it seems that you're denying your secretary. I rise really to speak about Mr. Worrell, a man who has a lot of tenacity and grit. That speaks well to me of a Virgin Island man with that level of tenacity and grit. But I can't in good conscience support his proposal. And it's not because he doesn't have a really good intention, but because it is going to change the destiny. That's what it's about, the destiny of that whole neighborhood. That is a residential area. And everyone knows that I have been a champion against bars and restaurants in residential areas. So I can't, in good faith and good consciousness, support that. And I have asked him to look at working with his neighbor, and I asked his neighbor to also working with him to look at work, and they said yes. So I am hopeful that good conversation as well as a good product will come out. Now let's turn to bill number 35-0000135. That's for the container. I'm an environmentalist. There's a lady who has been sending me a number of emails where fuel storage and refueling of gas stations is right uphill from where she lives. Her father contracted Parkinson's, and I do have some challenges with those gas stations or any type, Mr. President, any type of gasoline, refueling being in a residential area. I told everyone I went to that site. That's how I am. I have to do my homework. There are 5 houses in about 100 feet away from this site. And out of the 5, 4 of them are occupied. And when I went there, guess who met me in one of those homes? Because I went knocking on the door. Elder man, elder black man, elder man, it doesn't matter, it's an elder. And I can't in good conscience vote in support of this, given that I know that this could be a social determinant of health. Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I appreciate your allowing me this time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll go to Senate Vice President Blyden. Marvin Blyden, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. In respect to Bill number 35-0130, the use variance for Mr. Warrell. I know in 2017, when DPNR came in front of us, we requested of Mr. Warrell to go and we do his plan and come back with our use variance based on DPNR recommendation. He did that. Here we are in 2023, and they denied him with the same use variance. So I look forward to the land and water use plan being completed because Ms. Laplace Matthews stated that they are working on it. So I cannot wait for it to be finished because we have issues here in the territory when it comes to zoning. In respect to Bill number 35-0135, Mr. Rosenberg, and I concur with my colleague because in respect to the line of questioning, despite there being a shortage of storage facility in this district, there's a shortage of housing also. There's a shortage of housing, so what do? And folks live there, and we cannot take any chances because one life is priceless in my opinion. So I cannot support Bill number 35-0135 at this time. And in respect to 35-0130, I will vote at the appropriate time. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senate Vice President Blyden. Point of information, Senator DeGraff, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to put on the record that if anybody knows Savan, they'll know that Janie Tewitt School built over one of the biggest guts in St. Thomas, the Young Gut. And I had a house right in the corner, so when the Young got full, all the water went under the gut and it would out into the harbor. So we can build over guts and think, come Savan, let's jump in the car and go Savan, I'll show it to you. And we could go under it all the way from one end to the next. We could have done it. No, I was just telling my colleague who mentioned that. So thank you for the, no cussing, no fussing. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. If the Madam Time, keep 2 minutes on the clock for me real quick. Bill number 35-0130, number 30, C Estate, Elizabeth. I'm really concerned, and again, I too want to join in commending Mr. Warrell for his stick-to-itiveness in pursuing this matter. However, I believe that he'll face barriers throughout this entire process. I don't think it can be any cakewalk, and to continue to have that trailer at that location and risk the lives of others around there is going to be problematic, you know. So I will continue to implore him to work with the neighborhood, and hopefully they could work out a fair economic development structure that we could support and move forward. In Bill number 35-0135, again, a fuel storage facility. I'm really concerned about that, you know, economic development at what cost to people. 125 feet from 4 residential area is a close proximity. That's less than 0.0228 acres of land. That's right. Fire move at a lightning speed. You know, we're hearing about all of these fires that are happening at the Bavoni dump. You know, I'm really concerned about the risks that will be put in for those individuals in that area. When a fire happens, nobody ain't looking to go remove any ISO tanks to relocate them. Everybody is trying to run and at least get themselves out of danger. So, you know, what's going to happen to those individuals that reside in that particular area? I took offense to the fact that we talk about those residents being dilapidated. That's people's home. You know, regardless of what, we have to be respectful. That is what they could afford. That is what they're having. And some of us, we have to struggle before we could get on our feet. You know, so we know that we have a housing crisis here. We have individuals that are sleeping in cars and all kind of, we have homeless individuals. So the fact that those homes may be deemed dilapidated by that developer, really concerns me because he could spend time supporting and assisting them in better development if need be, rather than creating additional risks of their safety. So at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote based on my conscience. That concludes point of information. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you.
Maurice C. James, that is.
Thank you. I really would like some consistency, because I was, a few months ago, I was concerned about the effects of a business on children close by going to school. But there was a need on the island of St. Croix. And now there's a need on the island of St. Thomas. But we are very concerned about the people nearby. I just would like some consistency. I'm consistent with DPNR's recommendations, but I'd like some consistency sometimes when we're talking about need and which island we're talking about need about. And when we're talking about emissions on some people and not on others, I'd like some consistency. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not sure who you're asking for the consistency from. But all of us do have our conscience, and we vote our conscience based on what we want to vote for. All right, point of personal privilege, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just an environmental question, concern. I don't know how to pose it, but on the island of St. Croix on the south side, we have most of our industrial businesses, right? So that's where we try to recommend individuals to go. You're generating hazardous waste, you fueling, storing. That's where you would go on that side of the island. But where do you go on St. Thomas when you want to have these kind of businesses? Where do you go? I'm just asking as a Crujan, even though I'm a Virgin Islander, because when I mention a need, you have to think about, in the event of an emergency, where do you go? Just to your gas station? They may run out of fuel. So I'm just posing that question as probably in the land and water use plan, we would start thinking about having these zoning areas to promote and encourage businesses to go in these areas and have residential areas, even a buffer, so it can not affect the residents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. I guess that was a rhetorical question, right? In respect to that, but thank you for your question. At this time, Madam Clerk, this have completed block number 1, and please call up the first item for a vote.
Bill number 35-0130, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number remainder 30C, Estate Elizabeth, number 8I, Great Northside Quarter, St. Thomas, from the R-2 residential low density 1 and 2 family. Zoning designation to allow for a scenic lookout with a restaurant/bar and gift shop.
Roll call on bill number 35-0130.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, not voting. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, nay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, not voting. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, nay. Senator Javan E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton Potter? Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, 2 yeas, 9 nays, 2 absent, 2 not voting.
Please record Senator Fonseca's vote as no and tally. Please record Senator Blyden's vote as yes, tally.
Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Blyden, yay. Mr. President, 3 yeas, 10 nays, 2 absent.
Very well, the measure fails, and bill number 35-0130, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number remainder 30C, Estate Elizabeth number 8I, Great Northside Quarters in Thomas, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoning designation to allow for a scenic lookout with a restaurant, bar, and gift shop have been denied by this body, and we sent to the governor for further recommendation and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0135, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 17D1, D-1, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the C commercial zoning to house a fuel storage facility consisting of a maintenance/storage building and a parking/truck storage containment structure.
Roll call on Bill 35-0135.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Senator Bocas Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 5 yeas, 9 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0135, an act granting a use variance for parcel number 17D1, Estate Bavoni, numbers 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from the C commercial zoning to house a fuel storage facility consisting of a maintenance storage building and a parking truck storage containment structure have failed to move forward by this body, however, will be sent forward to the governor for further action. Bill number 35-0135. The committee session will stand in recess for 2 minutes. And we're out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up block number 2 and the final items on today's agenda.
Bill number 35-0112, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service of tract number 02-101, Whistling Island, also known as Whistling Key, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior, National Park Services conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of tract number 01-137A, Catherineburg, Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Improvement Fund.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have 3 minutes debate time and this block number 2. And Senator Alma Francis Heliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the individuals here with us here today. First of all, I would like to offer an apology. I was here earlier today and I was a little bit taken back by some of the statements that were made in this chambers. We are a very inclusive territory. We are Virgin Islanders across the board. We do not look at people based on their skin color or skin tone, but the fact that we are one Virgin Islands and collectively we will unify towards the things that we want to do as a people. Now, this particular piece of legislation has caused a lot of sleepless nights for myself, hours of research. My concern today is that what are we really attempting to swap? We look at the history of Whistling Key throughout the island of St. John, listen to the people, and listen to the many things that we were told about this school endeavor. I am in full support of having a school for the island of St. John. What I'm not in support of is teaching our children to give up on their history. I am not in support of teaching them to give up, period. We asked people to come and offer us proposals. A young man came before us and offered one, and we insulted him on the Senate floor. I did not like that. But at the end of the day, somebody took the time out and they made the effort. But some of the things that are a major issue for me is when it comes to the children of this territory, we speak so much about the travel and back and forth. I cry out for them for that, and I feel sorry for that. But at the end of the day, we still have to be leaders where we're going to not only look at present day, but also for the future. There are many things that bother me about this land swap, where I'm seeing drawings for where the school currently is. And I keep wondering, why are they trying to push us down a direction or a pathway that we should not go if other people have been bringing forward options for us? I am concerned at the fact that we are stepping away from a history that belongs to the people of this territory.
30 seconds.
We are willing to sell it out when there are so many other options, in my opinion, that we could utilize. There's a letter I have in my hand dated September 15, 2006, where the Interior, with the Superintendent of National Park, identified Catherineburg as an option to swap. They talked about transferring and exchanging equal value of property. And I think as a people, this project might take years to be completed. But at the end of the day, I think to take some time to make sure that we do something significant to secure Whistling Key, keep it within the coffers and the hands of the people of this territory, and utilize something else for this swap. I don't support this project. I don't support the measure the way it's being presented today. And unfortunately, I want the children to get their school, but I have to vote no today. So I will continue to listen to my colleagues, and when the time comes to vote, I will do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. And next we'll hear from Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes. 3 minutes, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thought you were taking some time from me. I don't have no plane to catch. I stay here just for this. I sat and I listened, but not only did I listen, I look at the notes that was passed on to me on September 13th. There was a subcommittee formed. Don't know when it was formed. Don't know all about all the meetings until September 13th, what the information was passed to me. What was interesting in the information, the subcommittee had a meeting and Mr. Basil Atley took part in that meeting. But it's important, he said he was not taking part in this meeting as an employee of the Interior Department, but as a resident, as a concerned citizen. And he's our representative in the Interior Department. He should have had some more information for us as to what sense of direction we should go, what are the possibilities, what could really happen. I don't believe in trading nothing. Gentleman come here today and he said to you, this is your last key you own out there. Your last one. I would have loved to have some of those keys on the island of St. Croix. We barely got two, and one man made one on the South Shore that was made from all of the dredging. Keys are a beautiful place. They are a place that work people in this territory, just about every other person on a boat. So they could enjoy these different keys and travel. But on the island of St. Croix, we're not that fortunate to have all of these keys. It's the last key on the St. John stretch that belongs to us, we the people. We're giving it up. We don't have to give up nothing. Sometimes you got to dig in and fight. Nothing comes easy in this life. Nothing. But if you're willing to fight for it, there's an opportunity and a chance. We just can't give up and surrender easily all the time. This is not the first and it won't be the last option to build a school. I hear some folks say, when is it going to ever happen? Might never be in our time, even with this passing. I assure you that. I assure you that. Because when you start going through there and you start finding all of these different artifacts and everything like that, chances are you're going to continue getting delayed too. There's a very high possibility. I stand very firm, not in support of this measure. And at the appropriate time, I definitely will be voting no. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Next, we'll hear from Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know what makes us stand apart from many people? The people of the Virgin Islands owned their property. We didn't come here and barter for it. We didn't come here and buy it from nobody. It was passed down generations, one generation to the next. But you know what happened? We never taught our children that they were good enough to stay here and make something out of themselves. We put them on a plane and we send them to the States. Leave. Your home ain't good enough. So then when everybody else come in, oh, thank you. I don't bow down to no man. None. Never will. But we get this mentality of give up our zone, our land. A lot of these abandoned properties around the Virgin Islands belong to us. And then here it is, we take 45 days, which I didn't even vote for, because I'd kill this bill. I'd kill this bill so fast it wouldn't have been funny. We take 45 days to come back with a report to say what? It don't even add in that Mr. Silverman has an idea to come back with the same bill where you can't convince me to vote for, you're going to bring it back? Ludicrous. Come on, man. The moon ain't full yet. But this is what it is. We just say we're intelligent people. I'm a proud Virgin Islander. Like I said, I tell everybody. And who don't know, I'm from Savannah. But I'm saying to know that we gave ourselves 45 days to not even come back and say, well, A, B, C, it was offered. We come back with the same thing, Whistling Key, in the same 45, Virgin Islands, 45 days later, Whistling Key still on the bill.
1 minute.
Nothing, we could have had a bill, but we have an amendment, an ulterior, Mr. Silverman, Mr. So-so-and-so, Miss So-so-and-so, come back with the same bill, and we here bartering. We waste all day. People come here from St. John and sit down all day. The senior, then we should have given them food. All day to hear what foolishness. We contemplating a school. St. John ain't produce no idiot. St. John got a bunch of highly intelligent people, doctors, lawyers. Come on. And we here talking and bartering to giving up all land. Oh, what will Whistling Key give us? Young man in the back, we own Whistling Key. Ain't gonna give us nothing. Don't let nobody fool you that, oh, it ain't gonna generate no money. What money gotta do with this? It's ours. We have a saying that you probably ain't never hear. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face. But this is the foolishness we do. So that's why I say, me, I ready to vote for when it first came in St. John.
Time.
It have been there if they are up to me. But in closing, Mr. President, I just like to say, you vote your conscience. And in the word of a great Virgin Islander, Pressure Bust Pipe, what he say, a lion is a lion anywhere you go. He's a lion. I don't back down. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, for your comments on that bill. Next, we'll hear from Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I must say, I was one of those selected to be part of the subcommittee. And we had a few meetings. We were able to ask questions. Clearly, this is not an easy matter to address. Some of our questions were answered. We had here today at the committee of the whole Mr. Silverman that shared some more information and provided another alternative. And it really puts me to think a lot because, you know, this whole situation is like a bad marriage where you have the children in between, you know, and everyone fighting for land and this and that and who's going to take what, and the ones that suffer are the children. So it really puts us in a very difficult position, but it's really about St. Johnians. And I feel that even with information that was shared today, my position really would be, you know, let's not rush into it. There's another alternative that was presented. Let's continue to listen. The real thing, what I think would have been great, is having a referendum. Let's have St. Johnians decide what they want for themselves. So I strongly think that St. Johnians must have an opportunity to continue waiting on, especially what Mr. Silverman proposed before us, before we give up Whistling Key. As desperate as we are for a school, because I'm for a school. I'm also for a hurricane shelter. Like I mentioned today, there's no alternative. But I believe that everything should be fully evaluated before we make a final decision. And like our Senate President usually has a saying, he says, you know, hungry dog eat raw meat.
1 minute.
So I'm grabbing that line from you that I think we need to ensure, is this the best? Are there other alternatives? Well, I, for one, don't want in good conscience to push this land swap down on St. Johnians when there can be or are other alternatives that they haven't had a chance to wait on and to evaluate and to decide. So I'll be voting appropriately when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Javon E. James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some might say it don't make sense, but there was referendums for many things. For Constitutional Convention, look up how we did today. There was a referendum for cannabis years ago. Up to now, we can't get things right. Referendum. And I respect the will of the people. But at the end of the day, Bill number 35-0112 was heard on July 20, 2023 at the Irby Atley Legislative Hall. A decision was made to hold the bill for 45 days. There was a subcommittee in which I'm not a member of, and I'm not complaining, it is what it is. And then here we are, we have a report dated September 13, 2023, which speaks to what took place in that series of subcommittee discussions. And we were all fighting for the August 4th deadline. An extension was granted. And it went on to say in the report that over 3 decades, and I'm 36 years old, 3 decades we have been trying. So there's no desperation here today. 3 decades we have been at it to try to get a school for St. John. And guess what? I hear everybody for graduation clapping their hands. We too. Education is the key and all that good stuff. When the children make on a roll, we give them a little paper. But let's give them more than a paper. Let's give them an opportunity to really have a facility where they can learn. However, what we failed to mention is that we have Amendment 35-431.
1 minute.
And it says the property acquired by the government of the Virgin Islands in Section 1 must be used to construct a kindergarten through 12th grade school. And the school must be suitable to be used temporarily as a hurricane shelter. And it goes on to say the government of the Virgin Islands may, not shall, may exchange the land in Section 1 if the exchange does not interfere with or restrict the public's right to access the waterway of Whistling Cay, known as Fungi Passage, for recreational and commercial purposes. Because I know some of the backlash or some of the concerns from the public was, oh, we won't be able to access it, we won't be able to have recreational
30
activities
seconds.
because it's a federal property. So we put conditions in there to make sure that if it doesn't meet that, that it cannot go through. And it could go on and on. But at the end of the day, we have a decision to make. I do not live in St. John. I have been there several times. I really pray and wish that we never gave up all those land. Because one thing people are always saying, oh, gentrification, and somebody said it earlier today.
Time.
There's no way individuals could occupy 50% of St. John without somebody giving it to them. So if we educate our people by having this facility, we will not make these mistakes in the future. May God bless the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. And next we'll hear from Angel Bolkas Jr. Senator at large, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of this measure here today, and I stand before you with an impassionate plea, a plea that transcends individual interests and instead focuses on the future of our beloved island and, most importantly, the well-being of our children. It's a plea to support a transformative move that will allow us to build a state-of-the-art public high school where our children can thrive academically, socially, and physically. Our children are our most precious asset and resource, and it is our duty to provide to them the best possible opportunities for growth and development. Our current school facility is outdated, inadequate, and unable to meet the needs of a growing community. It's time for us to come together, not just for the present, but for generations to come. I will not hold the future of the children in hostage. I will not hold the future of our children in hostage. The subcommittee has met and thoroughly drilled down on the issues surrounding this swap that came about on the July 20th Committee of the Whole session. And specific things were mentioned. The committee met in several cases, the subcommittee met in several cases, and drilled down deep, inviting even Basil Atley, like mentioned earlier, so that we can get a perspective from what he sees from his angle in the Department of Interior, pertinent to what setbacks could hold us back. We do not want this to go through our fingers like sand. We want to hold on to this opportunity. We're talking about our children. We have amendments like mentioned by the previous speaker, the previous senator, that will be coming to the floor
1 minute.
to support things that were issues of the community. This body has done its part. It's a 55-year-old discussion. We cannot wait another 55 years to make sure and assure that our children get what they deserve. And I, for one, will be voting in the affirmative for the children of St. John. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes Jr. Next, we'll hear from Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's really no secret that the relationship between the National Park Service and the people of the Virgin Islands has been a contentious one. The saying, who feels it knows it, is real. Just think about this for a moment. The island of St. John is approximately 20 square miles. 13 of the 20 square miles are under the control of the national park. 13. The remaining 7 are theoretically available for public use. And I say theoretically because when land is scarce, its cost and its value rises, it escalates. This has made land ownership a dream deferred for the average St. Johnian. Among other things, it has deprived generations of Virgin Islanders the right to receive a K-12 public education in their own community. The children of St. Thomas, the children of St. Croix, and their parents do not have to suffer the stress and inconvenience of traveling to and from St. Thomas 5 days a week, 10 months a year. Let's face it, colleagues. Regardless of the way you cast your vote today, a sector of our community will be upset. But as much as we like to create villains and pit folks one against the other, there are no villains here today. Mature, intelligent, well-meaning Virgin Islanders can look at the same set of facts and come to different conclusions based on their honest perspective. Of course, the Park Service should find a way to donate the land to the government of the Virgin Islands to build a school. Of course. We're not talking about a casino. We're not talking about a dance hall. We're talking about a school, for God's sakes. But after meeting, for the 45-day period, after meeting with Congresswoman Plaskett, Basil Attlee, Joe Neguse, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Federal Lands, Brian Modeste, Minority Staff Director of the House National Resources Subcommittee on Insular Affairs, Pat Bond, Senior Advisor on Energy, Environment, and Transportation for Senator Angus King of Maine. It was confirmed what many of us suspected, that the National Park Service will not be donating any land for a K-12 school anytime this century, period. Agreeing to a land swap, in my opinion, will allow us to access over $100 million from FEMA to build a state-of-the-art school for our children on St. John.
Time.
Don't they deserve it? Don't they deserve that? Mr. President, if I may conclude, it will increase the land that the GVI owns on mainland St. John. Finally, it will transfer sacred ancestral land back to the hands of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. We took a trip to St. John, as the President mentioned. We toured the Katerinburg area. We saw the grave site. We saw the ancestral remains of our people there. That is not currently in our control. We don't own that. This swap puts that property in our hands. What is wrong with that? It's the right thing to do. Everybody might not agree with it, but it is the right thing to do. You can't make the perfect be the enemy of the good. My mother drilled that in our head every single day. This isn't a perfect deal in any way, shape, or form. By choosing to build a school, we empower our youth with the knowledge needed to thrive in an increasingly competitive world. My vote today will reflect that. While I appreciate the passion and engagement of St. Jonians on this issue, everybody in this room, I submit to you that the fight will not end here. We must fight to ensure that the government of the Virgin Islands build the best school that money can buy for our children on St. John because they deserve it. And let us fight to ensure that it is properly staffed, that's another issue, that it is properly equipped, and that it's properly maintained. Education is the foundation of a prosperous society. Ladies and gentlemen, at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for this bill. Thank you very much for the leeway, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, we'll recognize Senator Marie C. James. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, I didn't need 45 days. I had already decided that I was going to vote yes for the land swap. I did not need 45 days because I was not going to sacrifice the children of St. John. I was not going to continue to let them suffer. Because as black people, somehow we like to suffer. I don't know why. We think we don't deserve better. But we do deserve better. And our children deserve better. But we have a tendency to say, well, we can wait another 50 years. Can we really? No, we can no longer afford to wait. And I'm going to tell you why. You see this book? This Holmes Real Estate magazine right here? Open it up and see if you can buy a piece of property on the island of St. John. As a matter of fact, the 25% of property that's left, and when you think about the mountains and the hills, think about how much reduced that is. Who lives there now? We talk about keeping the key for our people. And be inclusive, I'll be inclusive. It ain't us, but I'll be inclusive if you want to be inclusive. But then we can't keep saying we're fighting for us, that we're saving it for our history, because this tells me we are not. What we need to do is we need to agree to this land swap, and then we need to start to fight the federal government, the National Park Service, for us to get them to reduce the amount of national park coverage that they have on the island of St. John. Right now, if you look at there are 30 states with national parks and two territories. And the state with the biggest coverage, the most coverage, is the state of Hawaii. And it covers 9.41% of Hawaii. St. John is covered right now by 60% national park. That's unfair to us in this territory. Where do they put their homes? Where do they put their schools?
30 seconds.
Where do they put a hospital? And who can afford to live there will live there. You know, I said this before, you know, who could afford to stay will stay. And I'm going to keep repeating it. Because we can't continue this. The children are, we can't. We are all going to be gone. You know, in 1956, when the people of St. John decided out of the goodness of their hearts, and I keep trying to understand, that they were going to donate the land to the National Park Service, 5,000 acres of land. They didn't think ahead that one day their children would need that land. It hurts my heart to think that that happened to my people, Virgin Islands. And just 30 seconds more. I'm going to say this. The reason I feel about this is because I fought for Christiansted, that area downtown where the fort is and the bandstand is, and I was told, hey, you're a colony, you're a territory. And they took it easily, just like that. When it came to Buck Island, they took it. And then Hassel Island went to the National Park Service. So, you know, when we stand up and we fight for Hassel Island and we fight for Buck Island and we fight for Whistling Key, that time will come. And hopefully it will come with the very children we're going to educate on that school that's going to be built on the island of St. John. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. And next we'll hear from Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon, and thank you very much. Welcome again to all of the, the folks listening today. We got many rivers to cross.
Jimmy Cliff.
You see, I'm a proud Savanero, a proud Virgin Islander, and the governor has the authority to negotiate on behalf of the government. And the legislature has the authority to approve or disapprove the agreement. But you know, the ball is in our court, and we can't punt this away no more. We got to make a decision. You know, I wish that the National Park Service had donated the land. Yes, you know, it's true, the National Park Service, sometimes they have not been the best neighbors. You know, I say to you, you know, and I have to keep repeating this, it's not an emotional issue. So if you have had access, if you don't have access to your land now, you know, bill number 35-0112, this land swap is not going to solve that problem. You know, for those who believe the national park move a bong posts and things, stole a little land, I believe you, I empathize with you. But this bill will not solve that problem. You know, to others, there's others who support building the school. Yes, they do. But they want the National Park Service to donate the land. Like I said before, I wish that was the deal. You know, I agree, this should be deeded to the Virgin Islands, the people of the Virgin Islands, with no conditions. But my fellow Virgin Islanders, our children's future and their education can never, ever, ever be compromised. We senators visited the site, and I am convinced Whistling K is a true VI historic treasure, and it must always remain preserved. That's right, preserved for all our future generations. And so I ask you, who can best preserve this national historical treasure we call Whistling Key? Blessings to all my fellow Virgin Islanders, and thank you very much for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next we go to Senator Diane T. Keepart. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Well, I'm telling you, from July 20th to now, this has been a hard decision because I understand the people of St. John. I understand the contention the residents face with the National Park Service. They may not have been the best neighbors to have. I understand you don't want to have that land exchange. I was one of those individuals when I heard that we would have to be voting on this land exchange. I said, let the National Park Service give the people of St. John the land. So that's why on July 20th, when we said we're going to vote to hold that bill, to see what else we could come up with, what other alternatives they can be. And people of the Virgin Islands, These are tough decisions we have to make. And for me, my colleagues have an amendment that offers to construct a pre-kindergarten to make sure that this is done, and the Fungi Passage, that you still have accessibility to the waters. But by the way, you always had it, because the National Park Service own the water rights from then to now. So it's nothing new. You could still continue recreational fishing, swimming. You could never have done the commercial fishing in there. And that is still going to remain.
1 minute.
So I have a personal story where I know there's a family that lives on St. John. They can't afford to pay for Gift Hill. So the grandmother helps to pay for tuition, the mother pay for tuition, all of them patch up their monies to send this child to Gift Hill School. So that child doesn't have to get on that boat every morning. Let's not forget waking up very early to get on that boat, to go to St. Thomas, come back. Not only just one child have to do this, there are many children have to do that. And then there's some children don't even get on the boat to go to school.
30 seconds.
They don't go to school. They don't even get on a boat. So there's high truancy. So I'm going to say to the next generation to come, let's do this for the children of St. John so they can be well-rounded with after-school activities. They can do their homework on time. They ain't falling asleep in school. There's many negative impacts. And of course, we are exchanging for a land that's buildable, if I may, Mr. President. We are exchanging for a land that is accessible for the students. And we regaining piece of what we didn't have. We getting it back. Whistling Key, it's a gem. And who could be a better steward than the National Park Service to preserve? Mr. President, I'm prepared to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we'll go to the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening to all. I'm going to try to stick to my notes because we could go on and on with this. But I want to remind you, Little St. James, gone. Great St. James, gone. Now we're trying to whistle the key away. What are we really and truly doing to our people? Everyone in this chambers today, and everyone listening and watching these proceedings today, I am sure all would like to see a school built on St. John. The preamble of the U.S. Constitution speaks to what? We the people. I think it was President Lincoln in his Gettysburg Address spoke to government of the people, by the people, for the people. If this government, whether U.S. government, local government, wherever government, was truly serious about we as a people and our children, they wouldn't be here trying to negotiate land. They would give the land to the people to be able to educate them. What happened to that? But here it is. We have to sit down and decide whether we're going to give up something. It's truly disappointing because I
One
know
minute.
they can give those property back to us. 16 U.S. Code Chapter 1 speaks to the amount of acreage that the National Park Service can control in each island. St. John is somewhere just above 9,000 acres.
30 seconds.
We have received, and I'll beg for your indulgence ahead of time, we have received ahead of time, okay, I want to make sure that that's not a tsunami siren, sorry. But we have received confirmation that the National Park Service is in possession exceeding the 9,000 plus acres that they should have. I'm truly concerned about violating the laws that's on the books. And if we're going to be lawmakers, we can't be lawbreakers at the same time. When I was a cop, I used to tell cops that.
Time.
So I had no problem when I worked in internal affairs. May I wrap up, Mr. Chair? In addition to that, the whereas clause does not speak to anything pertaining to retaining the waterway access or usage for our people. I ask for that to go in. I want to also remind you, the Crucians can tell you, and I'm pretty sure St. Thomians and St. Jonians could remember, back in the day when there was a parking lot downtown Christiansted, it is today green space. They took it back. Today, if we were to have our traditional Three Kings Day parade, Carnival Festival parade, we can't traverse past the taxi stand because we are now restricted by the Park Service. There is also no language in the enactment clause that speaks to building a school on St. John. In closing, I'm going to tell you, the congressmen and women up there in Washington, D.C., a lot of them are friends of the Virgin Islands. A lot of them that come here to vacation, come for meeting, come to raise money, all kind of thing. There is no reason why we could not have gotten the attention of somebody. I don't care whether Republican, Democrat, or Independent. They're in Congress so that they can have the understanding that our children need a school on St. John and just donate the property. When this vote comes, I am prepared to vote no because I don't think that we need to give up anything in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Carla Joseph, Madam Secretary, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to make sure that what I'm going to say next touches the very heart of our people, especially those residing in St. John. I went to school with St. Jonian at Ivana Eudora Ken High School. Some of them did not come from privileged housing and homes where their parents were educators or educated above the 6th grade level. And those who weren't, some of them were even living as boarders and couch persons in their homes. They were adopted or they were in foster homes. And those students, some of them were not doing well academically. We know what crime produces, how crime happens. I will tell you. Lack of education. That is how people become criminals, when they don't and they are not educated to some degree. Violent criminal activities. When you have a lot of children, and I worked with those young people who are disadvantaged and needed a second chance, who were touched by the judicial system, and I'll tell you, most of them, when we tested it at the inception, their numeracy, that reading, their literacy, the reading, the numeracy is a math, and the literacy is a reading, was at the 3rd grade level.
1 minute.
If we didn't spend the time educating those young people, guess what they would have been today? They would have been incarcerated. You know how much it costs for us to incarcerate one person for a year? This is your tax money. $96,000. I go and stand with them young people. I'm going to stand here
30 seconds.
to make sure that the next generations of St. Johnians are educated in St. John. It's a hard call for me because I remember my classmates having challenges, waking up at the crack of dawn to get from Coral Bay and get on a ferry to come to Eudora Kent High School. Sometimes they even used to sleep over by other classmates' house.
Time.
So I'm going to say I'm standing firm today. And I'm going to vote in the affirmative for this for our young people. It's been a long time in coming, and each generation is supposed to be doing better than the last. And sometimes we have to make that hard stand because our young people are worth it. Mr. President, let me just wrap up quickly again. Now we having the shelter. You know where they were sheltering after the storm? In St. John, in Bethany Moravian Church. They were there for over a year. That's correct. It has no shelter there. I can't allow our brothers and sisters from St. John to endure that. I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. So I'm going to be voting in the yes. Bring it, I'm voting for yes for our young people and for the people of St. John. Thank you kindly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll recognize Senate Vice President Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we are going to agree to disagree. Definitely. Because, as I stated earlier, it's not about none of us here today. None. None of us. It's about the future of these territories, in particular St. Johnians. And as for me, it's about the quality of life, as I stated earlier. Bill number 35.0112. There have been a lot of discussion over the past months. And I realize we all have one thing in common in terms of assuring that our children have an opportunity to go to school on St. John. And we all agree to that, so we're all on the same page. But at the same time, it's how do we get there? Which route do we take? That's the issue we have in front of us. And this bill addresses one of those choices. In respect to an amendment to the bill, which basically covers two concerns. To assure that in the bill, it speaks to a pre-kindergarten to 12th grade school, and it speaks to access to waterways, and also it speaks to a shelter for the people of St. John. That's a fact. That was a bone of a contention for many individuals in St. John at the hearing and over the past weeks. But the amendment takes care of that, so I'm not going to even speak to that anymore. That's the done deal. Now let's speak to funding. In order for the government to have access to the funding, the bill takes care of that. Once the bill goes through, it will afford access to funding in order to fund the project. And that's important also, funding. But for me, as I stated before, if not us, who? If not now, when? That's what we have to deal with. And it's incumbent upon us to do our job.
30
That's why the
seconds.
people elected us. To work on behalf of the people. Every decision we make will not all be in accordance with what people want. But at the end of the day, we must vote our conscience and do the right thing, what you believe is the right thing on behalf of your constituent. And as for me, before I do any vote, colleagues, I pray. Because all is well with me. All is well with me. Every time before I vote, I pray. Because he guides me. Period. And I am content. So at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I will be casting my vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 3 minutes on the clock for me, I'll try to stick within that 3 minutes. But this is by far not an easy conversation. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. This has been a conversation for over 50 years. This is not one of those situations where hurry dog eat raw meat. This has been a long conversation over the years. At one time, they talk about utilizing South River as the exchange. Would that have been okay? Most St. Jonian, St. Thomians, Crucian have not even been on Whistling Key. They've never touched foot on it. By far, we have issues with the National Park Service. Every single one in this territory. Long lack, accessibility. I want back Buck Island. I want back Sandy Point. I want back Katrinburg. I would love to keep Whistling Key. I want back South River. You know, that's what I'm saying. We all have issues with the National Park Service. We wish it was easy, as even if all 15 of us had to go to Washington along with the delegate and the governor and the lieutenant governor, we'll still be at a fight. We have an opportunity of a lifetime. We have to do right by our children.
1 minute.
St. Jonians have been displaced for years. St. Jonians don't want to come home. They leave as soon as they graduate from school. They leave because that's what they're taught. From early age, we start to just encourage them to leave. What side of history are we going to be on? Every legislature have a tough decision to face. If losing my seat, as I've been threatened by some, if losing my seat for the children of St. John, I will be totally satisfied and it will well be worth the effort. It will well be worth the effort. That is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make on behalf of the children of St. John. So bring it on. Bring it on. It's been five terms, 25 years in law enforcement. Bring it on.
Time.
Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I listened carefully, and we talk about how much people have in touch with Whistling Key. We got Little Island out there called Hassel Island. A ton load at St. Thomian, haven't been on Hassel Island. I got the floor right. Mr. President, can you call some order here for me, please?
Order for Senator Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. But I wanted to touch on something my colleagues from Frederickstead just spoke about. He spoke about that fort that we gave up in Christiansted and what they did with the property there, the federal government. They ain't stopped yet. That road that goes between the fort and not the post office, where the post office used to be, they're coming for that. They're coming for that. The federal government ain't gonna stop. They're coming for that piece of property. When that bypass was built, that was one of the main reasons they rushed to do that bypass. Because the federal government coming for that last ton. When they take the last ton, no truck gonna come down in Christiansted and be able to make that sharp turn, but where part of the Moravian property is. I assure you that they ain't going to stop. And every time we bow down and negotiate, it is more they're coming for every day. I bet you my bottom dollar, in 5 years, no school still ain't gonna be built. We're gonna come with a next fight for us. One day after the next they're coming. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And it's a lawsuit that drives that whole situation. The federal government paid a lot of money because someone was killed on Hospital Street. Daniel Chastanero. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger. Cause
We're about to go to a vote for this, but one of the biggest things that we continue to keep avoiding is that we have a law in the books about selling out our shorelines. And there's no amount of, I have no intentions or desire or care for us to give up Whistling Key. We had somebody came here today and said, listen, I will hand you 13 acres just to swap out and not give up any more of the land of the Virgin Islands. And we're acting as if though, what's the big deal? Why you come here? Why did we bother telling the public to go out and bring us proposals if we weren't even really willing to listen to them? I'm very much concerned about that aspect of it. I'm very concerned. I want our children of St. John to get this school, but it's how we do it is what's bothering me. Thank you.
thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. And you know, everybody could have filled up in here today and offer us an alternative. It's not the decision of the legislative body to make that decision, Senator Francis Heiliger. You know that. That is the responsibility of the executive branch to negotiate on the behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands and then bring that matter to us to be ratified. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Just a quick one. I don't want us to leave from here either believing that we don't produce big things out of St. John. The Commissioner of Education is a St. Johnian. And I believe the Inspector General is a St. Johnian as well. So I'm just saying, I ain't asking you where she used to live. She says she's a St. Johnian. I'm just saying that we have people coming out of St. John too, although we had the struggles with the school. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the measure before us. Please
Bill
call up
number-
you may proceed.
Bill number 35-0112, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service, of tract number 02-101, Whistling Island, also known as Whistling Key, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior, National Park Services, conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of tract number 01-137A, Catherineburg, Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Improvement Fund.
You recognize for your amendment, Senator Bolkas?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-431. amendment to Bill number 35-0112, offered by Senators Angel Bolkes Jr. and Novell E. Francis Jr. Bill number 35-0112 is amended in the following instances. A, in section 1, insert or any other laws to the contrary after 31 VIC section 205F, and B, redesignate section 2 as section 4 and insert a new section and add section 3 to read as follows. Section 2. The property acquired by the government of the Virgin Islands in section 1 must be used to construct a pre-kindergarten through 12th grade school. The school must be suitable to be used temporarily as a hurricane shelter. Section 3. The government of the Virgin Islands may exchange the land in section 1 if the exchange does not interfere with or restrict the public's access to the waterway of Whistling Cay, known as Fungi Passage, for recreational and commercial purposes. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolkes, objected to by seconded by Senator James Sr., objected to by Senator Francis Heiliger and Senator DeGraff. 2-minute debate time. Senator Bolkes, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment addresses specific concerns raised on the July 20th session, specifically to add language that requires the property to be used for a pre-kindergarten to 12th grade school that is also suitable as a hurricane shelter. It also protects the public's access to the waterways. Finally, the amendment adds a final clarity to the bill by also adding notwithstanding any other laws to the contrary after the section that references 31 VIC section 205F. I reserve the rest of my time, Mr. President.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 21 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. It's nice that this amendment was brought forward, but it is nonsensical from my perspective. My concern has to do with us stating that it's for school. This ultimately has to go before Congress, and they are fully aware, and they're only going to approve it for school. In addition to that, you speak about the government may exchange this for the purposes of public access waterways. What are we not understanding is that there is a full boundary already around St. John. And when we transfer Whistling Cay to the federal government, there's not a single local law could supersede federal rules and their laws and regulations. So we could write whatever we want on a piece of paper, but at the end of the day, if they want to tell us don't step foot near their area, not a single law could tell them that they have the right to listen to us. Facts is facts. Thank you. I reserve my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
59 seconds.
Senator Bolkes, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr.
You have
President.
1 minute and 21 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, it is no secret that the public had very specific concerns. We as a legislative body listened and adhered to those concerns, and we are doing what we need to do in order to address those specific concerns. I reserve the rest of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
1 minute, 1 second.
Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize you have 59 seconds.
If we were truly addressing the people's concerns, we would have written that this shall not be exchanged if these things could not be done. Because at the end of the day, they can't if the federal government decides this is not what they want. The same way with Trunk Bay, when they took over everything, they made rules and regulations as who could come, when they come, and when they can't come. It is what it is. Our local laws do not supersede federal laws, period.
30
I
seconds.
reserve my time and would like to transfer it to my colleague, Senator DeGraff.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
25 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Bolkes, well, you reserve the balance of your time, you said? Senator Bolkes, you have 1 minute, 1 second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I just want to reiterate something, or I apologize, I want to clarify something that was mentioned by the previous speaker. This does not go before Congress. It goes before the governor of the Virgin Islands. Once we pass this measure here, it goes before the governor of the Virgin Islands and not Congress. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. President.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
36 seconds.
Very well, thank you. Senator DeGraff, you recognize you have 25 seconds. Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then we don't need the amendment. Why are we amending? Then why don't we put in Mr. Silverman is offering the land? We don't need an amendment to tell the people to say that build a school. That was the intent of the whole thing. So now we're doing an amendment to indicate a school should be built. Don't make any sense. Put in the amendment that Mr. Silverman is offering something, and we can do that. We can do that here in this body. Lead the people up. Don't
Time.
usurp our authority. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff. All your time have expired. Senator Bolkes, you have 36 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll use this 36 seconds to reiterate. Colleagues, the time is now. This is the time. We should not and will not hold our children hostage. This vote is before us. Let us do the right thing for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. All time has been expired. At this time, Madam Clerk, please roll call on the amendment.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. No. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. No. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes on the amendment. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter. Senator Potter, not. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 4 nays, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The amendment carries. Madam Clerk, please call up the measure at this time as amended.
Bill number 35-0112, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States to the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service of tract number 02-101, Whistling Island, also known as Whistling Key, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior National Park Services conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of tract number 01-137A, Catherine Berg, Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directing the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Fund Improvement Fund as amended.
Roll call on Bill 35-0112 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. No. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Nay, I'm sorry. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yay. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 9 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0112, as amended, an act approving the conveyance by the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America, Department of Interior, acting by and through the National Park Service of track number 02-101 Whistling Island, aka Whistling Key, Cruise Bay, Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, in exchange for the Department of Interior National Park Service conveyance to the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States of a portion of track number 01-137, Catherineburg, also known as Hammers Farm, Cruise Bay, Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, and directed the government to deposit of the proceeds from the parcel exchange into the St. John Capital Improvement Fund has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Point of personal privilege, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to say thanks to all the seniors and all the folks who came down here today to support the initiative of not moving forward with these bills. A lot of seniors got on board, came down here. People traveled from St. Croix, came across. I just want to say thank you guys for really coming and supporting the measure to go against voting for it. And I know the fight isn't done with the St. Johnians, and I'm on board. Don't give up the fight. There's a lot more fight left in us. One day we shall prevail with this federal government taking advantage of our people. It must come to a stop. It must come to a stop.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize.
Today was a very important and significant day where many of us voted our conscience. We were so serious as a minority that we had to take a trip together on behalf of the people of this territory, and we canceled all plans to make sure we were in this chambers to make sure we could vote for this measure. While not everyone is here, many of us had concerns as to how this was being done. I cry for the children of this territory because for me, we taught them today how to bow down. And I am not one for bowing down to anybody when it comes to fighting on behalf of the people. So I genuinely hope to everyone that came here today, to everyone that was listening, to everyone that's going to continue to fight, to push back about giving the federal government our lands, do not give up. Because there's many of us in here that will not give up at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Bolkes, you recognize for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, today was a day that all of us have been waiting for, whether it was looming over us, whether the anticipation was there to be able to reach to this critical juncture. We have worked very hard, and I want the public to understand that we have not been sitting back and relaxing on this. This has been a very, very difficult decision for all of the members of this body. And I want to thank each and every one of them, whether they voted in favor or not, for applying their grit and tenacity and perseverance to this. This was not easy. Ideally, we would have liked the National Park to give us the property. We've looked at every single measure, every option, every opportunity to get this thing done. But this is the best pathway before us right now, and we took the right path. And I want to thank everyone for doing the right thing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes and colleagues. Thank you for your work today. Personal privilege, you recognize Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I just want to say my vote in favor today is a landmark vote for our young people in the future generations. I also want to close by saying thank you to Mr. and Mrs. David Silverman for coming up with an option, but we couldn't really work with that because that was still within the contiguous St. John, and taking more land and giving it to the national park. So I really feel comfortable, and I'm going to sleep well tonight, knowing that we have done a good work here to serve the greater good, which is our children of the United States Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And the suggestion that we purchase this land is not off the table. I still think there's an opportunity to purchase the land and bring it under the government's coffers. We have territorial park system. We can still acquire this land and utilize it at a local level for the purpose of St. John and the Virgin Islands. There's nothing that prohibits us from being able to acquire that land if the government so desires. At this time, I want to thank my colleagues, thank the central staff, every one of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, for listening today. The committee session and committee of the whole of September 15th, 2023 is hereby adjourned. God bless each and every one of you. God bless the Virgin Islands. Get home safe.